హలో చెక్ చెక్ చెక్.
హలో హలో చెక్. హలో ఒక్కసారి మన తెలంగాణ యములాడ రాజన్నను తలుచుకుంటూ, యములాడ రాజన్న మన ఎలుపురోరన్న. ఇక్కడ కరీంనగర్ జిల్లాలో మన యములాడ రాజన్న, నేను కరీంనగర్ బిడ్డనైనందుకు ఈ గడ్డ మీద పుట్టినందుకు చాలా గర్వంగా ఫీల్ అవుతున్నా. ఒక్కసారి గట్టిగా ఇక్కడ ఉన్న వాళ్ళందరూ యములాడ రాజన్న మన ఎలుపురోరన్న, కొమిరెల్లి మల్లన్న మన కొల్పురోరన్న. అరే శాఖ వస్తే చాలు సమ్మక్క పూజ మేలు, రాయాల గండి రాయుడు కురుమూర్తి జంగ్రాయుడు, గానమా మా ప్రాణమా. చిన్నప్పటి నుంచి తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమంలో పాడుకున్న పాటలు ఇవన్నీ. గానమా మా ప్రాణమా తెలంగాణమా జనగానమా, తల్లి తెలంగాణమా తను వెళ్ళామా గానమా. గానమా మా ప్రాణమా తెలంగాణమా జనగానమా, తల్లి తెలంగాణమా తను వెళ్ళామా గానమా. యములాడ రాజన్న మన ఎల్లుపురోరన్న, కొమురెల్లి మల్లన్న మన కొలుపురోరన్న. అరే శాఖ వాస్తరాలు సమ్మక్క పూజ మేలు, రాయాల గంటి రాయుడు కురుమూర్తి జంగ్రాయుడు, గానమా మా ప్రాణమ తెలంగాణమ జనగానమా. చెక్ చెక్. రామన్న, నేను చాలా రోజుల నుంచి మీ గురించి మనసులో ఉన్న ఒక మాట, ఒక పాట, మా వాళ్ళు చేసిన మ్యూజిక్ ఇది. పేదల గడపల్లో నువ్వు పచ్చని తోరణమై, వెలుగులు పంచే వేకువ నీవై కేటీఆర్ అన్నా. ఒక్కసారి గట్టిగా మన రామన్నకి, గట్టిగా యంగ్ అండ్ డైనమిక్, ఒక్కసారి గట్టిగా రామన్నకి చప్పట్లు. ఆకలి కడుపులకు ఆసరమే నీవై, ఆపద తీర్చి అండగా నిలిచిన ధైర్యం నీవన్నా. అందుకే ఒకసారి మరొకసారి మీ అందరి కోసం ఒక జానపదాల జాతర షురూ చేద్దాం అనుకుంటున్నాము. మీ అందరు రెడీగా ఉన్నారా? రెడీయా? కుయ్యమంటలేరు కయ్యమంటలేరు, సప్పగా ఉన్నారు జరా ప్లీజ్. సపోర్ట్ అయ్యూరి. నేను కూడా కరీంనగర్ బిడ్డనే, నేను గోవర్ఖాన్ బిడ్డనే. రెడీయా? పొద్దుగల పొద్దుగల ఎవడి ముఖం చూసానో, పొలమును దున్నుతుంటే మైసమ్మ, మైసమ్మ, పొలము దున్నుతుంటేనే మైసమ్మ. ఒక్కసారి అందరు గట్టిగా మైసమ్మ అంటే వినాలని ఉందిలా. ఒక్కసారి గట్టిగా. మధుప్రియ కాదు, మైసమ్మ అంటానా. మైసమ్మకి మధు. పొలము దున్నుతుంటేనే మైసమ్మ. నాకు అన్న సప్పట్లన్న కొట్టుర్రి, పక్కలన్న కొట్టుర్రి, ఏదో ఒకటి మాత్రం చెయ్యురే, దండం పెడతా ప్లీజ్, పుణ్యం ఉంటుంది. పొలము దున్నుతుంటేనే మైసమ్మ, నాకు బంగారం దొరికేనే మైసమ్మ. ఓ మైసమ్మ 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 మైసమ్మ, గావరబెట్టి 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 కైపుగాకే మైసమ్మ, జరా పరేషాని చెయ్యకే మైసమ్మ.
హైదరాబాద్ మండల రైస్ మిల్ అసోసియేషన్ ఎన్నికలు ఏకగ్రీవంగా ఎన్నుకున్నారు. అధ్యక్షులుగా
ఓ ముత్యాలారమ్మ ఓ మురిపా పరుగు పరుగు పాయలోన పైకి పైకి తేలుతుంట నురుగ తీరుగా ఉన్నవే విచ్చుకొని ముగ్గు పోలే పచ్చి పాల నిగ్గు పోలే ముచ్చటేసి పోతున్నావే వాగుల్లో వంకల్లో ఆ సేలల్లో ఆ మూలల్లో వాగుల్లో వంకల్లో సేలల్లో మూలల్లో నువ్వు పచ్చంగుండాలే నువ్వు పదిలంగుండాలే భూమి తల్లి సాక్షిగా సేవంగుండాలే సూర్యుడే నీ వంక తొంగి చూసేనమ్మా. ఒక్కసారి నాతో పాటు అందరు కలిసి కోరస్ ఇస్తారా? ఇస్తారా మరి ఇంత సప్పగా ఉన్నారేంది? సూర్యుడే నీ వంక తొంగి చూసేనమ్మా. ఒక్క నిమిషం, అందరు బాగా పాడుతున్నారు. ఒక్కసారి నిజంగా ఒక పాట ఉంది మన తెలంగాణలో, ఎంత కాటకుడైనా బాతురుముల నిన్ను బతిమిలాడుకుంటాడో అమ్మా, నువ్వు లేకపోతే పాటమ్మ లేకపోతే ఈ లోకానికి నేను ఎవ్వరో తెలవదోయమ్మా, నిన్ను విడిసి ఉండలేనమ్మా ఓ పాటమ్మా, ఎన్నడూ మరిసిపోనమ్మో నా పాటమ్మా. ఒక్కసారి గట్టిగా నా కోసం. సూర్యుడే నీ వంక తొంగి చూసేనమ్మా. ఇంకొంచెం గట్టిగా వాడచ్చేమో, సౌండ్ కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్ దాకా వినవాడాలి. సూర్యుడే నీ వంక ఇటున్న వాళ్ళందరూ వండుకుర్రానే, నిద్రపోయిర్రా. సూర్యుడే నీ వంక తొంగి చూసేనమ్మా, అడిగేస్తే నేలంతా అద్దమాయేనమ్మా. ఓ వసరాములమ్మా, పొడుస్తున్న పొద్దు మీద నడుస్తున్న కాలమా, పోరు తెలంగాణమా, పోరు తెలంగాణమా, కోట్లాది ప్రాణమా. పొడుస్తున్న పొద్దు మీద నడుస్తున్న కాలమా, పోరు తెలంగాణమా, పోరు తెలంగాణమా, కోట్లాది ప్రాణమా. మా భూములు మాకేనని బల 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 హా! మా భూములు మాకేనని. నాకు ఇలా రావణం చూడగానే తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమం అంతా మళ్ళీ గుర్తుకొస్తుంది, మళ్ళీ యాదికొచ్చి అవే పాటలు పాడాలనిపిస్తుంది ఎందుకో. మా భూములు మాకేనని మరల వడ్డగానమా, తిరగవడ్డ రాగమా, పోరు తెలంగాణమా, కోట్లాది ప్రాణమా. పొడుస్తున్న పొద్దు మీద నడుస్తున్న కాలమా, పోరు తెలంగాణమా, పోరు తెలంగాణమా, కోట్లాది ప్రాణమా. థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్, థ్యాంక్స్ ఎ లాట్. అండ్ థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్, థ్యాంక్ యూ రామన్న, అలాగే థ్యాంక్ యూ గంగుల కమలాకర్ అన్న. అందరికీ కృతజ్ఞతలు. జై తెలంగాణ.
సో ఇప్పుడు థ్యాంక్ యూ మధుప్రియ, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్, థ్యాంక్ యూ. సో ఇప్పుడు గులాం వార్సీ పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ ఫ్రమ్ ఢిల్లీ నుంచి. సో మీద స్టేజ్ అంతా.
హలో
ఒకసారి వాళ్ళ మైక్లు ఆన్ చేయాలి ప్లీజ్. దయచేసి ఎవరు తప్పుగా అనుకోవద్దు. ప్రోగ్రామ్ కొంచెం అటు ఇటుగా వర్షం వల్ల అవ్వడం వల్ల మా వాళ్ళు ఫిక్స్ చేసుకునే అన్నీ మళ్ళీ ఇప్పేసి మళ్ళీ ఫిట్ చేసేసరికి టైం అయిపోయింది. సో వాళ్ళకి అడ్జస్ట్మెంట్కి చిన్న టైం పడుతుంది. సో వాళ్ళ మైక్స్ ఆన్ చేయాలి ప్లీజ్. సౌండ్ టీమ్ అట్లా అనద్దే పాపం మన అన్నదమ్ములు చూడు. వాళ్ళదేం తప్పు కాదు, మైకులు లేవు. జర్ర ఓకే అట్టాల జర్ర. వాళ్ళ కంప్లీట్ సెట్ ఆన్ కాలేదట. ప్లీజ్ సౌండ్ సిస్టమ్ ఒకసారి స్టేజ్ దగ్గరికి రండి ప్లీజ్.
इंस्ट्रूमेंट के माइक खोल दीजिए जरा जल्दी से प्लीज. इंस्ट्रूमेंट के माइक खोल दीजिए. इंस्ट्रूमेंट के माइक. गुलाम भाई एक काम करते हैं, ये जरा वक्त लगने वाला है, तो हम मंत्री महोदय को एक बार स्टेज पे बुला लेते हैं और इसको सेट कर लेते हैं. उसके बाद में अभी तो शाम जवा है, रात को 11-12 बजे तक प्रोग्राम चलेगा. ठीक है. आई वुड लाइक टू कॉल अपॉन माइक మన ఫస్ట్ అండ్ ఫార్మోస్ట్ డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ ఇన్ఛార్జ్ మినిస్టర్ కమలాకర్ సార్ని ఐ వుడ్ లైక్ టు కాల్ హిమ్ ఆన్ స్టేజ్. కరీంనగర్ గట్టిగా చప్పట్లతో కమలాకర్ అన్నని, మన మన సూపర్ స్టార్, తెలంగాణ ఇండియా సూపర్ స్టార్ కేటీఆర్ అన్నని లెట్స్ హావ్ హిమ్ ఆన్ స్టేజ్. ఎక్స్ ఎంపీ వినోద్ కుమార్ గారు, మన ఎమ్మెల్యే సార్, ప్లీజ్ జాయిన్ us on stage. सबसे पहले भाईजान जरा देर में आपका ये जब फिक्स हो जाएगा हम करेंगे.
దయచేసి గౌరవ ఎమ్మెల్యేలు, ఎమ్మెల్సీలు, మేయరు, డిప్యూటీ మేయరు, గౌరవ ప్రజాపతి దయచేసి అందరు వేదికను చూడడం దయచేసి ప్లీజ్. జై తెలంగాణ. వర్షం మనకి కొంచెం ఇబ్బంది చేసింది, కానీ గౌరవ మంత్రి మన అన్న రామన్న మాట్లాడిపోయిన తర్వాత 9:11 వరకు మనకి కల్చర్ ప్రోగ్రామ్ కంటిన్యూ చేద్దాం, 2 days కోసం. కాబట్టి ఒక్కసారి మనందరం గొప్ప కార్యక్రమాన్ని ఆవిష్కరించింది, ఒక అద్భుతాన్ని ఆవిష్కరించిన మనన్న రామన్నకు ఒక్కసారి అందరం చెప్పడంతోటి దయచేసి చాలా గొప్ప. గౌరవ కలెక్టర్ గారు ప్లీజ్, గౌరవ సిపి గారు ప్లీజ్ దయచేసి వేదిక కోరుతున్నాను. మున్సిపల్ కమిషనర్ గారు ప్లీజ్. ఈరోజు ఎక్కువ సమయం తీసుకుంటా అన్నగారు రామన్ననే ఒక గొప్ప కార్యక్రమాన్ని మనకు ఆవిష్కరించారు కాబట్టి ఒక 2 నిమిషాలు నేను మాట్లాడతా. గౌరవనీయులు ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం ఏర్పడిన తర్వాత కరీంనగర్ అంటే ఎనలేని ప్రేమ, కేసీఆర్ గారు సచ్చుడో తెలంగాణ వచ్చుడో అని ప్రారంభించింది కరీంనగర్ నుండి. 2001 సింహగర్జన్ ప్రారంభించి కరీంనగర్ అంటే, అందుకే కరీంనగర్ అంటే ఎనలేని అభిమానంతో ఇప్పటికే వేల కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఈరోజు కరీంనగర్కు ఇవ్వడం వల్ల ఈరోజు కరీంనగర్ ఒక అద్భుతమైన నగరంగా ఉన్నది. కాబట్టి దానికి గౌరవ మంత్రి కేటీ రామారావు గారు ఏ రోజు కూడా అడిగినా కూడా వేల కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఇవ్వడం ఈరోజు ఒక అద్భుతమైన కరీంనగర్ చూసాం. ఇది ఈరోజు కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్, సౌత్ ఇండియాలోనే ఒక గొప్ప పెద్ద కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్ స్టార్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం. దీని కింద ఇప్పుడే మానేర్ రివర్ ఫ్రంట్ దానికి కూడా భూమి పూజ చేసుకున్నాం. ఈ యొక్క మానేర్ రివర్ ఫ్రంట్ ఆగస్టు 15 నాడు మొదలు ఫస్ట్ ఫేజ్ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం. అందులో అద్భుతమైన ఒక ఫౌంటైన్ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం. దానికి గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారు 29వ తారీఖు ఈ నెల సియోల్, సౌత్ కొరియాలో సియోల్ను పర్యటిస్తున్నాం. నేను, మా రసమయ బాలకృష్ణ గారు, మా వినోద్ కుమార్ గారు, మా కలెక్టర్ గారు అన్నది పంపిస్తున్నారు. అక్కడ ప్రపంచంలో మొదటిది సియోల్లో ఉన్నది, రెండోది చైనా ఉన్నది, 3వ ఫౌంటైన్ కరీంనగర్లో ఇప్పుడే స్టార్ట్ అయిపోయింది. అది ఇది ఆగస్టు 18 నుంచి 20 మధ్యన ఆ డ్యామ్ నుంచి ఇక్కడ వరకు మొత్తం నీళ్లు ఆపి అందులో ఫౌంటైన్ స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం. ఒకసారి మనం మానేర్ రివర్ ఫ్రంట్ స్టార్ట్ అయిన తర్వాత, ఇటు కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్ మానేర్ రివర్ స్టార్ట్ అయిన తర్వాత ఇది ప్రపంచ స్థాయిలో గుర్తింపు వస్తుంది కరీంనగర్ నగరాన్ని. దీనికి ముఖ్య కారకులు మా గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు అయితే, ఈరోజు మా మంత్రి కేటీ రామారావు చలువన్న ఈ యొక్క నగరం ప్రపంచ స్థాయికి వచ్చిందంటే మనందరం గర్వపడుతున్నాం. అందుకే ఈరోజు ఒక గొప్ప ఆవిష్కరించినాం. 21 జూన్ 2019లో ఒక గొప్పగా కాళేశ్వరం ప్రాజెక్టు ప్రారంభించుకున్నాం. మళ్ళీ ఈ రోజు ఒక కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్ స్టార్ట్ చేసుకున్నాం. రాబోయే 2 నెలల్లో మానేర్ రివర్ కంప్లీట్ చేసుకుంటాం. ఒకవైపు వెంకటేశ్వర స్వామి టెంపుల్, ఒకవైపు మెడికల్ కాలేజు, కరీంనగర్ ఈరోజు కరీంనగర్ ప్రజల జీవన ప్రమాణం పెరిగే విధంగా ఈ నగరాన్ని డెవలప్ చేసుకున్నాడు. దీని అంతరికి తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం వచ్చిన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు కాబట్టి గొప్ప అవకాశము కరీంనగర్ ప్రజలు కల్పించినందుకు నేను అందరి ముందు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారికి, గౌరవ మంత్రి కేటీ రామారావు గారికి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కరీంనగర్ ప్రజల పక్ష కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేసుకుంటున్నాను. గౌరవనీయులు 2 నిమిషాలు మానకొండ శాసనసభ్యులు గారు 2 minutes మాట్లాడకూడుతున్నాం.
జై తెలంగాణ. ధన్యవాదాలు గంగుల కమలాకర్ అన్న మంత్రివర్యులకు. ఈ కార్యక్రమంలో నన్ను భాగస్వాములు చేసినటువంటి పెద్దలు అన్న వినోద్ అన్న గారికి, అలాగే మనమందరం ఎప్పుడెప్పుడని ఎదురు చూస్తున్నటువంటి మన ఆది పురుషు రామన్న మాటల కోసం ఎదురు చూస్తున్నటువంటి ఈ సందర్భంలో వారి ఆశీస్సులతోని మీ ముందు నిలబడే ఒక గొప్ప అవకాశం, అదృష్టం నాకు కలిగినందుకు మీ అందరి తరపున కూడా హృదయపూర్వకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు. వేదిక మీద ఉన్నటువంటి ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి పేరు పేరున ధన్యవాదాలు. ఒక్క నిమిషం ఆగు. కన 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 మండుతున్న కన 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 మండుతున్న కనుక డప్పు కడుపు, కన 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 మండుతున్న కనుక డప్పు కడుపు, గాలిలోన ఆడుతున్న గజ్జలు ఈ కాళ్ళు, వేణువై ఎగిసిపడే రాగము ఈ గొంతు, ప్రేమతో మీరందించే చప్పట్లే ధరువు. మీ చప్పట్లను ధరువుగా చేసుకొని 14 సంవత్సరాలు ఇదే కరీంనగర్ జిల్లా నుంచి మా ముఖ్యమంత్రి నాటి ఉద్యమ నేత కేసీఆర్ గారు తొలి మాట మాట్లాడినటువంటి ఈ కరీంనగర్ గడ్డ మీద తొలిపాట పాడి తెలంగాణ దుఃఖాన్ని వినిపించినటువంటి ఈ మట్టి బిడ్డ, మీ రసమై బిడ్డ 10 సంవత్సరాల ప్రగతి వేదిక మీద మాట్లాడడం అనేది నాకు దక్కినటువంటి గొప్ప అదృష్టంగా భావించుకుంటూ మీ ముందు 2 విషయాలు. ఎందుకనంటే ఇలా మనం ఒకటి ఆలోచించాల్సినటువంటి అవసరం ఉన్నది. ఏనాడు కూడా కలగనలేదు కరీంనగరం అంటే కల్లోలిత ప్రాంతం, ఎన్కౌంటర్లు చెయ్యబడ్డటువంటి ప్రాంతంగా ముద్రపడ్డటువంటి ఈ కరీంనగర్ గడ్డ మీద ఇవల్ల ప్రగతి సంక్షేమ పథకాల అద్భుతాలు జరుగుతున్నటువంటి ఈ సందర్భాన్ని మనం గుర్తు చేసుకోవాల్సిన అవసరం ఉన్నది. అనుకున్నామా ఏనాడన్నా కనీసం కలగంటామా? మానేరు వాగు మీద తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమం జరుగుతూ ఉన్నప్పుడు వాగు ఎండిపోయారో పెద్ద వాగు పేగి ఎండిపోయారు అని చెప్పేసి వాగుల దుఃఖాన్ని వలపోతగా విలిపించినటువంటి తెలంగాణ నేల మీద ఇలా అదే వాగుల మీద కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జిలు వస్తాయని చెప్పేసి ఎన్నడన్నా కళలు కూడా కనటువంటి ఒక అదృష్టము, సందర్భం, అపూర్వ సృష్టి మనకు అందించినటువంటి ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి మనమందరి చప్పట్ల ద్వారా వారికి హృదయపూర్వకంగా కృతజ్ఞతలు తెలియజేద్దాం. ఎందుకంటే మాది మానకొండూరు నియోజకవర్గం, ఈ పక్కనే సదాశివపల్లి ఉంటుంది. సదాశివపల్లి వాళ్ళు కరీంనగర్ రావాలంటే గంట పడుతుంది. ఆ వాగుఓటు మీద నిలబడి కరీంనగర్లో గంగుల కమలాకర్ అన్న ఓ అంటాడు, కానీ ఆయన కలవడానికి రావాలంటే గంట కావాలి. ఇలా అసొంటి మా సదాశివపల్లిలాగే మా మానకొండూరు, మా శంకరపట్నము, అలాగే వరంగల్ కావచ్చు, హుజురాబాద్ వాళ్ళు కావచ్చు, లక్షలాది మందికి గంట లోపల కరీంనగర్కు చేరే గొప్ప అవకాశం కల్పించినటువంటి మా అన్నకు అందరికి కూడా నేను హృదయపూర్వకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తా ఉన్నాను. ఇది మాకెంతో ఉపయోగకరంగా ఉంటుంది అన్న. ముఖ్యంగా మాది పూర్తిగా గ్రామీణ ప్రాంతము, గ్రామాలల్లో వ్యవసాయ కూలీలు ఉంటారు. ఇలా ఈ కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జితోని మా ఆత్మగౌరవం కూడా పెరిగింది. మా అలుగునూరోళ్ళు కానీ, మా సదాశివపల్లి కానీ, మా మానకొండూరోళ్ళు కానీ ఇలా కనుల నిండా కడుపు నిండా సంతోషాన్ని కలగజేస్తున్నటువంటి ఈ సందర్భంలో మరి మాకు ఈ కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జి ఒక కానుకగా అందించినందుకు, దశాబ్ది ఉత్సవాలలో ఒక కానుకగా అందించినందుకు మీ అందరికీ, అలాగే గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారికి ఈ కార్యక్రమాన్ని పొద్దడుస్తుంది అన్న తిరుగుతూనే ఉన్నాడు. సూర్యుడు భూమి చుట్టూ తిరిగినట్టుగా మా రామన్న సంక్షేమ పథకాల చుట్టూ, అభివృద్ధి చుట్టూ తిరుగుతూ కూడా ఇంత రాత్రి అయినా కూడా ఏ మాత్రం మమ్మల్ని అంటున్నాడు, మీరు అలసిపోయినట్టుగా ఉన్నారు అంటున్నాడు. కానీ రామన్నకు అలసట ఉండదు. ఆ రామన్నకు అలసట ఉండదు. రామన్న ఒక మిషన్, చప్పట్లు కొట్టిరు గట్టిగా. అంటే నేను నిజంగానే అంటే ఏదో అట్లా కాదు, వాస్తవంగా చెప్తా ఉన్నా. ఏ మంత్రి అయినా కూడా చాలామంది మనం చూసినాం సమైక్యాంధ్రలో ఉన్నప్పుడు. అందరు కూడా మనము చాలా సందర్భాలలో కూడా చాలా మందిని కలిసి ఉంటాం. కానీ ఇట్లాంటి మనిషికి ఎప్పుడు కూడా ఉండడే. మనుషుల గురించి ఆలోచిస్తాడు, అభివృద్ధి గురించి ఆలోచిస్తాడు. అందుకే తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం భారతదేశంలోనే నంబర్ 1 రాష్ట్రంగా వచ్చిందనంటే అది మా రామన్న కృషి ఫలితము అన్నటువంటి విషయాన్ని మేము చాలా గర్వంగా చెప్పుకుంటా ఉంటాం. అలాగే అతి తొందరలోనే మానేరు రివర్ ఫ్రంట్ కూడా వస్తూ ఉన్నది. మరి మా గంగుల కమలాకర్ అన్న ప్రతిరోజు అన్నింటికన్నా ముఖ్యము ఒక వ్యక్తిని మీకు పరిచయం చేయాలి. ఈ వంతెనకు పునాది వేసినటువంటి ఆలోచన చేసినటువంటి వ్యక్తి మా వినోదన్న అని చెప్పేసి మేము చాలా సగర్వంగా చెప్పుకుంటా ఉంటాం. 2011లో తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమం చేసేసి వరంగల్ పోతే అక్కడ మా జీవన్న ఇంట్లో కూర్చున్నప్పుడు ఒక రైతు అడిగినటువంటి మాట, అన్న మేము కరీంనగర్ పోవాలంటే అట్లా పోతా ఉన్నది, ఏం చెప్తురే మీ నాయకులకి ఇట్లా ఒక బిడ్ చేయరాదని చెప్పేసి 2011లో మానవరకొండలో ఒక రైతు అడిగితే ఆ రైతు మాటను నిజం పెట్టుకొని ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారిని ఒప్పించి ఇలా కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జికి ప్రాణం పోసినటువంటి వినోదన్న గారికి నేను హృదయపూర్వకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ థ్యాంక్ యూ. జై తెలంగాణ.
గౌరవనీయులు ప్లానింగ్ బోర్డు వైస్ చైర్మన్ గారు అప్పుడు మాతో పాటు ఎంపీగా ఉండి గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి దగ్గరికి పోయిన తర్వాత ఈ మానేరు రివర్ ఫ్రంట్ కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జికి సంపూర్ణంగా మా వెన్నంట ఉండి ఈ యొక్క గొప్ప ప్రాజెక్ట్ తీసుకొచ్చిన మా వినోదరావు సాబును మాట్లాడితే కోరుతున్నాం.
సభకు నమస్కారాలు. పెద్దలు కేటీ రామారావు గారు చాలా విషయాలు కూడా మాట్లాడతారు. రాజకీయ నాయకులం, రాజకీయాలే మాట్లాడతాము తప్పనిసరిగా. మిత్రులారా, మన కేసీఆర్ గారు 2014లో ముఖ్యమంత్రిగా ప్రమాణ స్వీకారం చేసిన తదనంతరం మొదటిగా పర్యటించింది మన కరీంనగర్ నగరానికి. ఆ రోజు ఇక్కడ మాట్లాడుతూ ఆనాడు గంగుల కమలాకర్ గారు ఎమ్మెల్యే, నేను ఎంపీని. ఆ రోజు కేసీఆర్ గారు ఇక్కడ మాట్లాడి కరీంనగర్ నగరాన్ని నేను లండన్ లాగా తీర్చిదిద్దా అని చెప్పి ఆ రోజు చెప్పడం జరిగింది. ఈరోజు దానికి పునాది వేసి గత 9 సంవత్సరాల కాలంలో కరీంనగర్ నగరాన్ని ఎంత గొప్పగా తీర్చిదిద్దుతున్నారో ఎవరు కూడా కాదనలేరు. ఇలా కరీంనగర్కే కాకుండా యావత్తు తెలంగాణకి మేము 2001లో తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్ర సమితి అనేటువంటి రాజకీయ పార్టీని ఆవిష్కరించి తెలంగాణ తెస్తాము అంటే ఇది వచ్చేది కాదు, సచ్చేది కాదన్నారు. తెలంగాణ తెచ్చి చూపించినాం. కరెంటు ఉండదు అని కాంగ్రెస్ పార్టీ చివరి ముఖ్యమంత్రి రాష్ట్ర శాసనసభలో అన్నాడు కిరణ్ కుమార్ రెడ్డి. ఇవాళ 24 గంటల కరెంటు తెలంగాణలో ఉన్న విషయం చెప్పినాం, చేసి చూపించినాం. నీళ్లు తెలంగాణ గడ్డ పైన ఉంటది, గోదావరి కింద ఉంటది, కృష్ణా కింద ఉంటదని చెప్తే ఇవాళ లిఫ్టింగ్ ద రివర్, నదినే లేపి 1 కోటి ఎకరాలకి నీళ్లు తెచ్చి చూపించినాం. అదే విధంగా కరీంనగర్ నగర అభివృద్ధి కోసం ఈరోజు చాలా విషయాలు కూడా మీ ముందు తీసుకురావాల్సిన విషయం ఉంది. మిత్రులారా, ఇవాళ ఇక్కడ రివర్ ఫ్రంట్ ఇవాళ ఇక్కడ కార్యక్రమాలు పనులు మొదలైనాయి. ఇది ఫస్ట్ ఫేజ్ మాత్రమే. ఇంతకుముందు మా మిత్రులు గంగుల కమలాకర్ గారు చెప్పినట్టు వచ్చే వారము మేము సింగపూర్ నగరానికి, సియోల్ నగరానికి వెళ్ళి ఇంకా ఏమి చూసి ఏమి చెయ్యాలి కరీంనగర్ నగరం అని చెప్పేసి కూడా మేము వెళ్ళి ఆలోచన చేసి మన రాష్ట్ర మంత్రివర్యులు కేటీ రామారావు గారు, మున్సిపల్ అడ్మినిస్ట్రేషన్ మంత్రి గారు ముందు పెడతాము. వారు తప్పనిసరిగా ఆలోచన చేసి ఈ కరీంనగర్ నగరాన్ని అభివృద్ధి చేస్తారు. మిత్రులారా, తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమకారులం మేము ఆలోచన చేస్తాం, దాని ఆచరణ కూడా చేస్తాం. ఆలోచన చేసే వాళ్ళు కొంతమంది ఉండొచ్చు. ఇంతకుముందు రసమయ్య గారు చెప్పిండ్రు, ఈ బ్రిడ్జ్ కోసం ఆ రోజు అలుగునూరులో ఒక బ్రిడ్జ్ ఉండి ఇంకొక బ్రిడ్జ్ కడుతున్న సమయం లోపల 40 నిమిషాలు పట్టేది కరీంనగర్ నగరంలో ఎంటర్ కావాలంటే. మానకొండూరు నుండి కూడా లారీలు, ట్రాఫిక్ జాములు. అప్పుడు మేము ఆలోచించినప్పుడు, మా జీవి రామకృష్ణ గారితో ఆలోచించినప్పుడు ఇక్కడ ఒక బ్రిడ్జ్ ఉండాలి అని చెప్పి ఆలోచన చేస్తాం. ఉత్త బ్రిడ్జ్ గురించి ఎలా ఆలోచన చేస్తాం, కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్ గురించి కాదు మిత్రులారా. కానీ అది ఆలోచన చేసి ముఖ్యమంత్రి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళి, నేను గంగుల కమలాకర్ గారి దగ్గరికి వెళ్ళినప్పుడు నేను ఒక అధికారి గురించి చెప్పక తప్పదు. పాపం వారు ఇక్కడెక్కడో ఉన్నారు. ఈఎన్సీ రవీంద్రరావు గారు, మీరు తప్పనిసరిగా వేదికపై రావాలని చెప్పి నేను కోరుతున్నాను. వారు సౌమ్యులు, ఎక్కువ మాట్లాడరు, పని చేస్తారు. గంగుల కమలాకర్ గారు నేను ఆలోచిస్తే, సారు ఉత్త బ్రిడ్జ్ వద్దు, ఇంకొక 30% ధర పెరుగుతుంది, దీన్ని కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్ గా మార్చడని చెప్పి ఆలోచన చేస్తే వెంటనే ఎమ్మడి వడి దాని ఆచరణ చేసినటువంటి నాయకుడు గంగుల కమలాకర్ గారు. ఆలోచనలు చేయొచ్చు, కానీ దాని ఆచరణ, దాన్ని అమలు పరచాలి. అమలు పరచడం లోపల రోజు నిత్యము దాని మీదనే ధ్యాస పెట్టి ఇలా పనులు చేపించి ఇలా ఇంత గొప్పగా ఇలా తీర్చిదిద్దినటువంటి ఘనత కూడా అధికార యంత్రాంగానికి ఈఎన్సీ రవీంద్రరావు గారికి ఉండొచ్చు. దాన్ని సాధ్యం చేసినటువంటి మిత్రులు మా గంగుల కమలాకర్ గారు, మరి డబ్బులు ఇవ్వవలసినటువంటి మిత్రులు మా కేటీ రామారావు గారు. ఇంతకంటే నేను ఎక్కువ చెప్పను, ఇంకా గొప్పగా చెప్తాం. కొంతమంది మా రాజకీయ ప్రత్యర్థులు ఏది ఎటు పోయింది, లండన్ ఎడిపోయింది కేసీఆర్ అని చెప్పి దూషించిండ్రు. ఆ మాటలు నేను మైక్లో మాట్లాడను. ఇక్కడ కొంతమంది పత్రికా విలేకరుల మిత్రులు తెలుసు, మా నాయకుడిని, మా ఉద్యమ నేతని కేసీఆర్ గారిని పిచ్చి పిచ్చి మాటలతో కూడా ఎటు పోయింది కరీంనగర్, లండన్ అన్నారు. లండన్ కాదు, అంతకంటే గొప్పగా తీర్చిదిద్దేంత వరకు ఈ తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమకారులు మేము విశ్రమించమని తెలియజేస్తూ నేను సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నా. మీ అందరి కూడా తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమ నేపథ్యంలో మేము, మా రాజకీయ పార్టీ బీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీ ప్రజల కోసమే బతుకుతాం, ప్రజల కోసమే మేము పనిచేస్తామని తెలియజేస్తూ సెలవు తీసుకుంటున్నాను.
థ్యాంక్ యూ అండి. మన అన్న రామన్న మాట్లాడే ముందు మనం కూర్చున్న స్థలము ఒక సంవత్సరం క్రితం ఇక్కడ నుంచి మానేరు డ్యామ్ నీళ్లు పోయేటి. దీని పక్కకే దుర్గంధంతో, జంతు కవేలతో వాసన వస్తుండే. ఇప్పుడు మానేరు రివర్ ఫ్రంట్ అయిన తర్వాత సుమారు ఆ గ్రౌండ్ నుంచి 35 ఫీట్ల అడుగులో మనం ఉన్నాం. మొత్తం మట్టి నింపినాం. ఇది ఇంకొక 3 నెలల లోపు తర్వాత ఇక్కడ మానేరు ఆ డ్యామ్ నుంచి ఇక్కడ వరకు మొత్తం కూడా నీళ్లు నిండి ఉంటాయి. 12 ఫీట్ల నీళ్లు నిండి ఉంటాయి. అక్కడ నుంచి 3.75 కిలోమీటర్లు మొత్తానికి కూడా మొత్తం ఇది మనకు ఒక అద్భుతమైన యూనివర్సల్ స్టడీలాగా మారిపోతుంది ఒక 1.5 ఇయర్ లోపల. అందుకే ఫస్ట్ ఫేజ్ ఆఫ్ మొదటి ఫేజు ఈ మానేర్ రివర్ ఫ్రంట్ ఆగస్టు మాసంలో ఫౌంటైన్ తోటి స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం, యాంపీ తోటి స్టార్ట్ చేస్తాం. కాబట్టి ఇంత గొప్ప అవకాశాన్ని మనకు కల్పించిన మన గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారికి మనం మరొక్కసారి కృతజ్ఞతలు చేసుకుంటూ, అన్న అన్ని రంగాలలో ఏ రోజువైనా మా ముఖ్యమంత్రి దగ్గర ఇవన్నీ ఒప్పించిన మన అన్న రామన్న గారికి మేమందరంగా కృతజ్ఞతలు ఉంటాం. కాబట్టి అన్నను ఒక్కసారి మా అన్న రామన్నకు చప్పట్లు కొట్టి వారిని మాట్లాడుతూ కోరుతున్నాను.
జై తెలంగాణ. బాగున్నారా అందరూ? నన్ను మాట్లాడి అందరు బాగున్నారా? జై తెలంగాణ. గౌరవనీయులు పెద్దలు మేమందరం కూడా గౌరవంగా, ముఖ్యంగా కేసీఆర్ గారు గౌరవంగా కరీంనగర్ భీముడు అని పిలుచుకునే మీ అందరి అభిమాన నాయకుడు గౌరవనీయులు కరీంనగర్ శాసనసభ్యులు పెద్దలు అన్న గంగుల కమలాకర్ గారికి గట్టిగా చప్పట్లతో ఒకసారి అభినందనలు చెప్పాలి. ఎందుకంటే గంగులన్న ఏదన్నా పట్టుబడితే ఆ పని అయ్యేదాకా ఖచ్చితంగా పట్టువదలని విక్రమార్కుడిలాగా దాని అంతు చూసేదాకా ఎంబడబడే ఒక అద్భుతమైన మనస్తత్వం ఉన్న నాయకుడు. ఆయన నాయకత్వంలో ఈరోజు కరీంనగర్లో జరుగుతున్న అభివృద్ధి చూస్తూ ఉంటే కడుపు నిండినంత సంతోషంగా అనిపిస్తూ ఉన్నది. గౌరవనీయులు పెద్దలు మన ప్లానింగ్ బోర్డు ఉపాధ్యక్షులు వినోదన్న గారు, మానకొండూరు ఎమ్మెల్యే గౌరవనీయులు రసమై బాలకృష్ణన్న గారు, అదేవిధంగా వేదిక పైన ఉన్న గౌరవ శాసనసభ్యులు సతీష్ అన్న గారు, మనోహర్ రెడ్డి అన్న గారు, ఇంకా ఇతర పెద్దలందరికీ పేరు పేరున మేయర్ గారు, మన గౌరవనీయులు సునీల్ గారు, వేదిక మీద ఉన్న రవిశంకర్ అన్న, ఎమ్మెల్సీ బానన్న, గౌరవనీయులు ఎమ్మెల్సీ రమణన్న, ఇంకా వేదిక పైన ఉన్న గౌరవ అధికారులు జిల్లా కలెక్టర్ గారు, ఈఎన్సీ గారు, ఇంకా పేరు పేరున అందరికీ, మరి కార్యక్రమానికి విచ్చేసిన మా అన్నదమ్ములకి, అక్క చెల్లెళ్ళకి, పేరు పేరున కరీంనగర్ మా తమ్ముళ్లకు చెల్లెళ్లకు, ఇప్పటిదాకా అద్భుతమైన పాటలు పాడిన కళాకారులకి, కార్యక్రమాల్లో ఇంత ఉత్సాహంగా ఇంత ఆలస్యంగా కూడా పాలు పంచుకుంటున్న ప్రతి ఒక్కరికి హృదయపూర్వకంగా శుభాకాంక్షలు, హృదయపూర్వకంగా నమస్కారాలు. ఈరోజు మధుప్రియ పాడినా లేకపోతే బాలకృష్ణ మాట్లాడినా ఉద్యమానికి సంబంధించిన కొన్ని పాటలు పాడిన. ఉద్యమంలో ఒక పాట నాకు బాగా గుర్తున్న పాట, ఆనాడు పదే పాడుకున్న పాట, ముఖ్యంగా కరీంనగర్ జిల్లాకు వచ్చిన ప్రతి కళాకారుడు పాడిన పాట. మా జిల్లా పేరు చెబితేనే జల్లుమనాలే, మా జిల్లా పేరు చెబితే జల్లుమనాలని చెప్పి కరీంనగర్ గురించి పాడేది. ఆనాడు మీకు యాదుకుందో లేదో కానీ అప్పుడు పాడేది. నిజంగా కూడా ఇలా కరీంనగర్లో అభివృద్ధి చూస్తే ప్రతిపక్షాల గుండెలు జల్లుమనుడు మాత్రం పక్కా ఖాయం కమలాకర్ అన్న నేతృత్వంలో. పొద్దున్నుంచి ఈరోజు ఇప్పటి వరకు 220 కోట్ల రూపాయలతో కట్టిన కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్ అయినా, లేదా 485 కోట్ల రూపాయలతో అభివృద్ధి చేస్తున్న మానేరు రివర్ ఫ్రంట్ అయినా, దయచేసి ఇక్కడికి వచ్చిన మా అన్నలు, తమ్ముళ్ళు, అక్కలు, చెల్లెళ్ళు గుండె మీద చేసుకుని ఆలోచించాల. తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రమే రాకపోతే 9 ఏళ్ల కింద ఉన్న పరిస్థితి ఈరోజు కూడా ఉంటే ఇవి సాకారం అయ్యేటియా? ఇవి కలలోనైనా ఊహించగలిగే పరిస్థితి ఉంటుండేనా? ఆనాడు మంచినీళ్ళ పరిస్థితి ఏంది, ఈరోజు మంచినీళ్ళ పరిస్థితి ఏంది? ఆనాడు కరెంటు కోసేంది, ఈరోజు కరెంటు పరిస్థితి ఏంది? ఆనాడు సాగునీటి కష్టమేంది, ఈరోజు సాగునీటి పరిస్థితి ఏంది? ఆనాడు రహదారులు ఎట్లుండే, ఈరోజు రహదారులు ఎట్లయినాయి? ఆలోచించమని చెప్పి నేను కోరుతా ఉన్నా. ఈరోజు మానేరు నది అక్కడెక్కడో ప్రారంభమై కింద గోదావరిలో కలిసేదాకా 180 కిలోమీటర్ల పాటు, 180 కిలోమీటర్ల పొడవున గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి గారి నాయకత్వంలో ఆనాడు జలదృశ్యంలో మొదలైన తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమం ఈ మానేరు సుజల దృశ్యంగా మారి మీ కళ్ళకు అద్భుతమైన కనువిందు దసరా కల్లా చేయబోతున్నదని చెప్పి కూడా ఈ సందర్భంగా నేను విజ్ఞప్తి చేస్తా ఉన్నా. ఇప్పుడే కమలాకరన్ ఒక మాట అన్నాడు, మానేరు రివర్ ఫ్రంట్ కూడా సగం పని అయింది, ఆగస్టు నాటికి కింద ఇక్కడ చెక్ డ్యామ్ కట్టినాం, నీళ్లు నింపుతామన్నారు. కానీ ఇక్కడ మాత్రమే కాదు, పైన అప్పర్ మానేరు నుంచి మొదలు పెడితే, ఇంకా పైన కూడవెల్లి వాగు నుంచి మొదలు పెడితే కింద మంతిని దగ్గర గోదావరిలో కలిసేదాకా 180 కిలోమీటర్ల పాటు ఆకాశం నుంచి చూస్తే సజీవ సజల దృశ్యంగా, సుజల దృశ్యంగా మానేరు నది మారబోతున్నది, మీ అందరికీ కనువిందు చేయబోతున్నది. ఇవి కలలో కూడా మనం ఊహించని దృశ్యాలు. ఎర్రటి ఎండల్లో మానేరు మత్తలు దుంకుతున్న పరిస్థితి. ఇవాళ ఎన్నటికీ మళ్ళీ ఎండిపోని పద్ధతిలో తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో ఈరోజు అప్పుడెప్పుడో ప్రజాకవి దాశరథి గారు అన్నారు, నా తెలంగాణ కోటి రతనాల వీణ అని. ఈరోజు కోటి రతనాల వీణ మాత్రమే కాదు, 1.5 ఎకరాల మాగాణం కాళేశ్వరం పుణ్యమాని, పాలమూరు రంగారెడ్డి ఎత్తిపోతల పథకం పుణ్యమాని, కృష్ణానది నుంచి గోదావరి నది నుంచి ప్రతి నీటి చుక్కను ఒడిసి పట్టి అద్భుతంగా ఈరోజు మన బీడు భూములకు మళ్ళిస్తున్న ఘనత మన ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారు. వాళ్ళ గంగుల కమలాకర్ గారి నేతృత్వంలో కరీంనగర్ పట్టణం ఎంత సర్వాంగ సుందరంగా రూపుదిద్దుకుంటున్నదో మీ అందరు కూడా చూస్తూ ఉన్నారు. ఎంత అద్భుతంగా జంక్షన్లు కానీ రోడ్లు కానీ ఆయనకి ఎంత గట్టి పట్టుదల ఉందంటే తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రంలో కమలాకరణ కోరుకునేది 24 గంటలు నీళ్ళిచ్చే మొట్టమొదటి నగరం కరీంనగర్ కావాలనే ఒక దృఢ సంకల్పంతో మంత్రి గారు పనిచేస్తూ ఉన్నారు. ఇంతకు మించిన లక్ష్యాలు అంటే ఒక జీవన ప్రమాణాల విషయానికి వస్తే ఇంతకు మించిన లక్ష్యం పెట్టుకున్న నాయకుడు నాకు తెలిసి భారతదేశంలో ఎవరు లేరు. కాబట్టి ఇట్లాంటి అద్భుతమైన నాయకుడు ఒక క్షేత్ర స్థాయి నుంచి కార్పొరేటర్ స్థాయి నుంచి మంత్రి స్థాయికి ఎదిగిన నాయకుడు మీ కరీంనగర్ ప్రజలకు అండగా ఉండడం మీ అందరి అదృష్టంగా నేను భావిస్తా ఉన్నా. ఇట్లాంటి మంచి నాయకుడు దొరికినప్పుడు ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో మళ్ళీ ఆయనను గట్టిగా ప్రోత్సహించి వెన్నుదట్టి ఆశీర్వదించి అన్నా నువ్వు నడువు మేముంటాం నీ వెనుక అని చెప్పవలసిన బాధ్యత మనందరి మీద కూడా ఉన్నది. గౌరవనీయులు మన ప్లానింగ్ బోర్డు ఉపాధ్యక్షులు వినోద్ కుమార్ గారు ఒక మేధావి, ఒక చదువుకున్న విద్యావేత్త, ఒక న్యాయవాది. మరి ఇంత మంచి నాయకుడిని కోల్పోయి ఈరోజు ఎవరున్నారో ఎంపీ మీకు తెలిసిగా నేను చెప్పాల్సిన అవసరం లేదు. ఆయన ఏం మాట్లాడుతారో ఆయనకి ఎరకలేదు. గిసోంటి బ్రిడ్జిలు కానీ 4 మంచి పనులు కానీ 4 బడులు కానీ మా కమలాకరణ కట్టినట్టు 10 ఎకరాల్లో బ్రహ్మాండంగా తిరుమల తిరుపతి దేవస్థానం తర్వాత అంత గొప్ప గుడి కానీ కట్టే దమ్మున్న నాయకుడు ఈరోజు ఎవరు ఉన్నారా ఈ కరీంనగర్లో నేను అడుగుతా ఉన్నా. అంటే ఇన్ని అభివృద్ధి పనులు, ఇన్ని సంక్షేమ కార్యక్రమాలు, గుడి బాగైతున్నది, బడి బాగైతున్నది, అభివృద్ధి అవుతున్నది, సంక్షేమం అవుతున్నది, ఐటీ రంగం పరుగులు పెడుతున్నది, వ్యవసాయం దిగుమడులు కూడా అద్భుతంగా పెరుగుతూ ఉన్నాయి, పర్యావరణం బాగైతున్నది, పరిశ్రమలు బాగైతా ఉన్నాయి. ఏ రంగం తీసుకున్నా అటు పల్లె ప్రగతిలో ఇటు పట్టణ ప్రగతిలో దేశానికే దిక్సూచిగా ఉన్నాం. ఏ రంగమైనా తీసుకోండి మీరు, విద్య కావచ్చు, వైద్యం కావచ్చు, అభివృద్ధి కావచ్చు, సంక్షేమం కావచ్చు, పర్యావరణం కావచ్చు, పరిశ్రమ కావచ్చు, పల్లె కావచ్చు, పట్టణం కావచ్చు, అన్ని రంగాల్లో ఈరోజు గౌరవ ముఖ్యమంత్రి కేసీఆర్ గారి నాయకత్వంలో తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రం అభివృద్ధిలో దూసుకొని పోతా ఉంది. అందులో ముఖ్యంగా కరీంనగర్ జిల్లా అద్భుతంగా తెలంగాణలోనే అగ్రభాగంలో మీ అందరి ఆశీర్వాదంతో ముందుకు పోతా ఉంది. మీ అందరు నేను కోరేది ఒకటే, కళాకారులు పాడిన పాటలు విన్నారు, నేతలు చెప్పిన మాటలు విన్నారు, కళ్ళ ముందు కనబడుతున్న అభివృద్ధి మీ అందరి గుండెను తడుతుందని నేను అనుకుంటా ఉన్నా. తప్పకుండా పనిచేసే ప్రభుత్వాన్ని ఆశీర్వదించవలసిన బాధ్యత, పనిచేసే నాయకత్వాన్ని జబ్బదట్టి ప్రోత్సహించవలసిన బాధ్యత, పని చెయ్యని నాయకులను, పనికిరాని నాయకులను చెత్తబుట్టలో పారేయవలసిన బాధ్యత కూడా చైతన్యవంతులైన కరీంనగర్ ప్రజల మీదే ఉన్నది. ఆ చైతన్యాన్ని తప్పకుండా మీరు గతంలో తెలంగాణ ఉద్యమంలో ఎట్లా అయితే ప్రదర్శించినరో, ఆనాడు ఎట్లయితే కరీంనగర్ పేరు చెప్తే ప్రత్యర్థుల గుండె జల్లుమంటుండెనో మళ్ళొక్కసారి అదే పద్ధతుల్లో రేపటి రోజున మీ చైతన్యాన్ని ప్రదర్శించండి. అభివృద్ధిని, సంక్షేమాన్ని 2 కళ్ళ మాదిరిగా, కులము మతము పిచ్చి లేకుండా అభివృద్ధే మా కులం, సంక్షేమమే మా మతం, జనహితమే మా అభిమతమని ముందుకు పోతున్న కేసీఆర్ గారి నాయకత్వాన్ని ప్రోత్సహించండి అని మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటూ, కమలాకరాన్ని ఇప్పుడే చెప్తా ఉండే అన్నా, నీళ్ళు ఆపుతాం, నీళ్ళు అప్పుడే కాదు, ఫౌంటైన్లు పెడతాం, యాంఫీ థియేటర్ పెడతాం, మా ఆడబిడ్డలు బతుకమ్మ ఇదే మానేరు వేదికగా అద్భుతంగా దసరా లోపల బతుకమ్మ లోపల ఆడి చూపెడతా, నేను తయారు చేసి మళ్ళీ పిలుస్తా అని చెప్పిండు. తప్పకుండా అన్నకు మీరు ఆశీర్వదించి అన్నతో పాటు అన్ని రకాలుగా ఈ పనుల్లో మీరందరూ కూడా కలిసి మమేకమై నడవాలని బాలకృష్ణ అన్న కూడా ఒకటే కోరిండు. అన్న మరి బ్రిడ్జ్ అవతలకి కింద సదాశివపల్లె దాకా మొత్తం లైట్లు ఇవ్వాలి, ఒక 20 కోట్ల రూపాయలు ఇవ్వాలని కోరిండు. తప్పకుండా 20 కోట్ల రూపాయలు కూడా వెంటనే మంజూరు చేసి అద్భుతమైన లైటింగ్ను మానకొండూరు దాకా తీసుకొని పోతామని చెప్పి కూడా తెలియజేస్తూ, అటు మానకొండూరు ప్రజలకు ఇటు కరీంనగర్ ప్రజలకు అద్భుతమైన వారధిగా, అభివృద్ధికి చిహ్నంగా, సంకేతంగా నిలిచిన ఈ కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్ ఆవిష్కరణకు నన్ను ఆహ్వానించినందుకు గంగుల కమలాకర్ గారికి మనస్ఫూర్తిగా హృదయపూర్వకంగా ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, ఇంత ఆలస్యమైన ఇంత ఓపికగా ఉన్న మా కరీంనగర్ అన్నదమ్ములకు, అక్క చెల్లెలందరికీ మళ్ళొక్కసారి ధన్యవాదాలు తెలియజేస్తూ, దయచేసి నాయకులు వెళ్ళిపోయినా, మేము కొంతమంది వెళ్ళిపోయినా, ఆ కళాకారులు పాపం ఢిల్లీ నుంచి వచ్చినారు, వాళ్ళ కోసం తప్పకుండా వాళ్ళ కళను ఆశీర్వదించడానికి, ప్రోత్సహించడానికి అందరూ కూడా వారందరి మీద అభిమానంతో, గౌరవంతో వారిని గౌరవించి వారు పాడేది మొత్తం విని, శాంతం విని అందరూ కూడా దయచేసి వారికి అభినందనలు కూడా చప్పట్లతో గట్టిగా చెప్పాలని చెప్పి కూడా మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటూ, జై తెలంగాణ.
థ్యాంక్ యూ అన్న. ఈ యొక్క బ్రిడ్జు అన్నగా రావణ, ఈ బ్రిడ్జు ఫస్ట్ నుంచి కట్టిన వారికి ఒక 2 సన్మానం చేయాలి దయచేసి. ఇది మీకు కరీంనగర్ పిల్లికి వెండితోటి చేసిన కేబుల్ బ్రిడ్జ్ నమూనా మీకు ఇస్తున్నాం. దయచేసి ఇది మీ ఆఫీసులో పెట్టుకోవాలని మేము మనస్ఫూర్తిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాం. సార్ అవి
ఈఎన్సి రవీంద్రరావు గారు ప్లీజ్.
Sir, that special memento is for KTR Garu. Now, next up, ENC for this wonderful job done. Can we have the memento for ENC, sir, please? Can we have the memento and the shawl for ENC, Engineering Chief, for making this project happen? We also need to felicitate కమలాకర్ గారు, మన డిస్ట్రిక్ట్ ఇన్ఛార్జ్ మినిస్టర్. ఇంత కష్టపడి ఈ అన్ని ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ తనే లీడ్ చేసుకుంటూ ప్రతిరోజు వెళ్ళి ఇన్స్పెక్ట్ చేసుకుంటూ. ఈఎన్సి సార్, నెక్స్ట్ అప్ లెట్ us have a memento for కమలాకర్ గారు, శ్రీ గంగుల కమలాకర్ గారు. అక్కడ వేముల ప్రశాంత్ రెడ్డి గారు లేరు ఈరోజు. శ్రీ బోయినపల్లి వినోద్ కుమార్ గారికి. అచ్చా, ఓకే. టాటా ప్రాజెక్ట్స్, 1 సెకండ్. టాటా ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ ఈఈ ఇరిగేషన్, Tata Projects for doing a wonderful job with the cable bridge in Karimnagar. Vinod Kumar Garu, ex-MP Vinod Kumar Garu. Tata Projects. Let's have the memento for Tata Projects and the shawl for this beautiful job done. May I also call upon somebody from Real Construction. SC Irrigation. Real Construction నుండి ఎవరైనా ఉన్నారా? Real Construction, SC Irrigation. రసమై బాలకిషన్ సార్ కి, మన ఎమ్మెల్యే సార్, గట్టిగా చప్పట్లు వేద్దామా రసమై సార్ కి. कमाल भाई 1 मिनट. रियल कंस्ट्रक्शन, कमाल भाई, जबरदस्त काम किया आपकी टीम ने. एसी इरिगेशन है क्या यहाँ पे? एसी इरिगेशन, शिव कुमार गारू, SC Irrigation. Nagabhushan Rao garu, Shiv Kumar garu from Irrigation Department. EERNB, Road and Buildings Department. EERNB, EE Irrigation, SC Irrigation. All of them have been working very, very hard. SENPDCL. SE Irrigation. SENPDCL. SENPDCL. Do we have SENPDCL? Shri KV Raghavacharulu, Shri KV Raghavacharulu garu, retired superintendent engineer, R&B. Shri KV Raghavacharulu, retired superintendent engineer, R&B. Hari Krishna and Shravan Garu from SRRC. Hari Krishna and Shravan Garu from SRRC. Shri KV Raghav Charuli Garu. Hari Krishna and Shravan from SRRC. We also have somebody from Aziz Foundation. Hari Krishna and Shravan, Lera. Aziz Foundation. Mayor Garu. అద్భుతమైన సిటీకి అద్భుతమైన మేయర్ గారు. గట్టిగా చప్పట్లో సార్ మేయర్ గారికి. వెంకట్ అండ్ విపిన్ శర్మ. వెంకట్ అండ్ విపిన్ శర్మ. శ్రీ యాదగిరి సునీల్ రావు గారు. మన అద్భుతమైన సార్ వెంకట్ అండ్ విపిన్. They are the ones who lit up T-Hub. They are the ones who lit up the cable bridge. మన అద్భుతమైన కలెక్టర్ గారు శ్రీ ఆర్వి కర్ణన్ గారు. Karimnagar is lucky to have such a wonderful administrative officer, Shri R.V. Karnan. I would also like to call upon Shri Subba Raidu Garu, who has been having a nightmare managing the security for KTR, sir. And they have done a terrific job. Subba Raidu Garu, CP Karimnagar, and his entire team. So now we would like to felicitate some of our artists. Shravya, మన ఆర్టిస్ట్ అద్భుతమైన పర్ఫార్మెన్సెస్ కి శ్రవ్య మానసాస్ డాన్స్ ఆన్సాంబుల్. యా అచ్చా, ఆన్ పబ్లిక్ డిమాండ్ సార్ జయ జయ గంగులా అని అందరూ అంటున్నారు. మీకు ఎట్టి పరిస్థితుల్లో మిమ్మల్ని ఫెలిసిటేట్ చేయాలి. యా సార్, ఇగో ఇంకోటి కమలాకర్, దట్ ఈస్ ద వన్ విత్ ద నేమ్. సార్ చాలా కష్టపడతారు సార్. నిన్న రాత్రి కూడా 2:30-3 వరకు కూర్చుని హీ వాజ్ వర్కింగ్ విత్ us. SLR Construction. SLR. Okay, now finally he is here. SLR Construction. ఈ రాజశేఖర్ గారు. సార్ నెక్స్ట్ మన ఆర్టిస్ట్ ఉన్నారు. శ్రవ్య మానసాస్ డాన్స్ ఆన్సాంబుల్, టీమ్ ఐరా, మధుప్రియ గారు, మంగ్లీ గారు అండ్ ఆల్ ది అదర్స్. థ్యాంక్ యూ ఫర్ యువర్ టైమ్ సార్.
बाबू रवि, यो यो
गुलाम भाई, क्या आप तैयार हैं?
महेंद्र पिए महेंद्र तिरुपति क्या हुआ? अन्ना व्हीकल ना
सर के पास से माइक ले लीजिए.
నేను వస్తున్నా స్టార్ట్ చేసుకోండి.
ఓకే, నౌ కరీంనగర్.
ప్లీజ్ అందరు కూర్చొని అన్నను పంపించేస్తాం ప్లీజ్.
కరీంనగర్, ఆర్ యు రెడీ ఫర్ మంగళి? మంగళి పాటలు వింటారా? ఓకే, ఒక్క 5 నిమిషాలు మన గులాం వార్సీ బ్రదర్స్ వాళ్ళు ఇచ్చి మళ్ళీ వస్తారు వాళ్ళు. मंगली एंड टीम आफ्टर दिस वी हैव गुलाम वारसी ब्रदर्स एक जबरदस्त कवाली अगले 5 मिनट के लिए 5-10 मिनट के लिए और फिर मंगली जी आएंगी स्टेज पर अपने पूरे टीम के साथ.
సో మళ్ళొకసారి కేటీఆర్ అన్న గారికి థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్ అన్న. ఇంతసేపు అయినా ఓపికగా ఉండి మా వాళ్ళందరినీ మీ చేతుల మీదుగా సన్మానం చేసినందుకు. అండ్ అట్లనే గంగుల కమలాకర్ అన్న కూడా థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్. అండ్ రసమయ్య అన్న, వినోద్ సార్, రమణ సార్, మీ అందరు కూడా థ్యాంక్ యూ. సో ఇప్పుడు ఇంకా 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 మీకు ఎనర్జీ ఇచ్చేందుకు మస్తు ప్రోగ్రాంలు ఉన్నాయి. సో మీరందరు దయచేసి ఎక్కడో అక్కడనే కూర్చోవలసిందిగా కోరుకుంటున్నాం ప్లీజ్. సో ఇప్పుడు గులాం వాసీ ఫ్రమ్ ఢిల్లీ వాళ్ళ టీం నుంచి ఒక అద్భుతమైన పర్ఫార్మెన్స్ ఉంటుంది. సో ప్లీజ్ దయచేసి అందరూ, మన తెలంగాణలో మనం అందరినీ సమానంగా చూస్తాం, మతం లేదు, కులం లేదు, ఏమీ లేదు. సో అట్లనే కళాకారులకు వచ్చేసప్పటికి కూడా అన్నిటినీ సమానంగా చూస్తాం. అందుకోసమే ఇప్పుడు ఈ కళను కూడా ప్లీజ్ దయచేసి మీరందరూ అయిపోయేదాకా చూడాలని కోరుకుంటున్నాను. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
దయచేసిగా ఒక 10 నిమిషాలు కూర్చోని.
ఒక్క నిమిషం.
ఢిల్లీ నుంచి వచ్చిన వారిస్ బాస్ ఉన్నారు, కూర్చోరు బాబు. పోలీస్ ఏమైనా రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తే ఏమైనా క్లీన్ చేయగలుగుతారా?
అబ్బా ఇక్కడ సైడ్ వాళ్ళు బగ్గ లొల్లోళ్ళు ఉన్నారబ్బా. నేను రాను, మీరు సైలెంట్గా ఉంటేనే వస్తా. సరే ఒక ఫోన్ అందరు కలిపి ఒకడే వాళ్ళది ఫోను. మీరు అట్లా అందరు ఫోన్లు ఇస్తారు. మా వాళ్ళు కెమెరా వాళ్ళు దించుతారు, మా వాళ్ళు కెమెరాలో దించుతారు. అన్న ఒకసారి ఇట్లా అన్న, నువ్వు అన్న ఒక ఫోటో దించు. ఇగో ఇగో ఆవురి, రేపు పొద్దున మనం పేపర్లు వస్తాం. ఆవురి, అందరు ఆవురి. ఆగుండిరా. థ్యాంక్ యూ, థ్యాంక్ యూ. ఒక్క పని చేస్తా ఆగురి. జర్రంత ఒప్పుకోట అట్లా కొట్టద్దు. నేను మీ అందరిని వీడియో తీసుకుంటా. ఆగురి. ఇక చూడురి, ఒక్క మాట మీ అందరినీ ఇన్స్టాగ్రామ్ లో పెడతా చూడురి. ఇక సరేనా? ఆడికెంచి మంచిగా స్టోరీ డౌన్లోడ్ చేసుకొని అందరు మొఖాలు వస్తాయి. బాయ్, థ్యాంక్ యూ సో మచ్.
हेलो हेलो चेक, मैन माइक खोल दीजिए, मैन माइक. हेलो 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 पैड बढ़ा दे थोड़ा सा, पैड. हेलो
సాయన్న ఒకసారి స్టేజ్ మీదకి రావాల్సిందిగా కోరుతున్నా. సాయన్న.
हेलो हेलो
చైర్లు ఖాళీ.
हेलो हेलो चेक, हेलो मैन माइक बढ़ा दे, मैन माइक, मैन माइक. हेलो
अन्ना रेडी 3 2 1 गो स्टार्ट।
तमाम हजरात जो यहाँ तशरीफ फरमाए सभी को मेरी जानिब से वारसी ब्रदर्स गुलाम वारिस की जानिब से आदाब, अस्सलाम वालेकुम, नमस्कार। लीजिएगा सामईन अपने प्रोग्राम का आगाज, जैसा कि जिस आर्ट की वजह से मैं यहाँ हाजिर हुआ हूँ, कांच की जुगलबंदी आपके सामने मैं पेश कर रहा हूँ। सबसे पहले आर यू रेडी करीमनगर? आइए जरा एक बार हाथ उठाकर इजाजत दे दें, इजाजत है? आइए।
Requesting the members of the audience to kindly be seated. We will begin the session as soon as the audience in the hall settles down. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to Dakshin Dialogues. All our panelists for this session are here, and we're ready to start. There's been quite a bit of an anticipation for this particular panel, not just today, but ever since we started speaking about Dakshin Dialogues and the kind of responses that we've been receiving about it. And I must tell you, I had a really tough time putting together introductions of this stellar list of panelists that we have today. For the second session today on Dakshin Dialogues, we would like to address a very important question, a question that concerns all of us. Has India lost the spirit of federalism? Such a heavy topic mandates some political heavyweights to weigh in. And on our star-studded panel today is K.T. Ramarao, Minister for Municipal Administration and Urban Development, Industries and Commerce and Information Technology of Telangana. KTR, as he is famously known, was named the most inspirational icon of the year 2015, has been at the forefront of agitations for statehood to Telangana. Under his ministership, Hyderabad is striving to race ahead of competing cities like Bengaluru, Delhi NCR to emerge as the startup hub of India. We welcome you, Mr. K.T. Ramarao, for this event. Joining him on the panel today is the fiery Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Minister for Finance, Human Resources Management of Tamil Nadu. A former investment banker, Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan is a no-nonsense politician with an undeniable mass following and a penchant for transparency in public spending and financial accountability. Dr. Rajan's political and policy views are significantly shaped by his observation of both the diversity of cultures around the world and the universality of human values. We are kicked to have you, sir, as one of our panelists today. On this panel is also Bugana Rajendranath Reddy, Minister for Finance, Planning and Legislative Affairs of Andhra Pradesh. From a grassroots level leader as a Sarpanch, Mr. Reddy has risen through the political system to become one of the most tactful finance ministers of Andhra Pradesh. His deft handling of finances kept the state's social welfare schemes up and running, even during the disastrous COVID-19 induced economic slowdown. We welcome you, sir, to this panel. Joining them in the panel is author, former international civil servant, and most famously, the Member of Parliament from Thiruvananthapuram, Dr. Shashi Tharoor. A third-term parliamentarian, Mr. Tharoor is also the chairman of the Parliamentary Standing Committee on Information Technology, previously a Minister of State for Human Resource Development and External Affairs in the Government of India. Dr. Shashi Tharoor has nearly 3 decades-long career at the United Nations, where he served as a peacekeeper and refugee worker. We welcome you, sir, to this panel. And moderating this very rich panel of illustrious individuals is the insightful Yamini Iyer, the President and Chief Executive of the Center for Policy Research. Yamini Iyer founded the Accountability Initiative at CPR that is credited with pioneering one of India's largest expenditure tracking surveys of elementary education. Yamini's work sits at the intersection of research and policy practice. Her research interests span the fields of public finance, social policy, state capacity, federalism, governance, and study of contemporary politics in India. Before I hand over this session to Yamini, we would like to give you all a sneak peek of sorts into what South First is about. So we've prepared an AV for you, and I hope you enjoy it as much as we did putting it together for you. Thank you all, and now without delaying any more time, over to you, Yamini Iyer, for the session.
Thank you. Thank you. It's an absolute privilege for me to have the opportunity to talk about federalism in India. Has India lost its spirit of federalism? With 4 illustrious speakers who've been an active participant in shaping the nature of India's federal bargain and fighting for the spirit of federalism for India. My job as moderator is to throw out sets of provocations in the hope that all of you will respond to really enrich this debate. So let me start by asking all of you to reflect on what federalism is, because in order for us to understand and try and answer whether India's lost its spirit of federalism, we first, I think, have to understand what the spirit of federalism for India was to be able to identify what we've lost. Scholars of federalism, of Indian federalism, have gone back to our constitutional debates and argued that India had a fairly unique kind of federalism, different to core federalism that the United States, for example, has. Because it was a federalism, and if you look through our constitutional debates, B.R. Ambedkar in particular played an important role in arguing for a much more centralized notion of federalism. So in a sense, in 1950, when we adopted our constitution, we were looking to what many scholars have described as a quasi-federal structure, or a federalism with very strong centripetal tendencies, which is why the center plays an enormously critical role in India's federalism, unique compared to anywhere else in the world. So let's start with that. Were we, in 1950, committing ourselves to a genuinely federal India? And if so, what was the nature of that federalism that we may or may not have lost today? Shashi, may I start with you?
Sure, Yamini. We're very happy to defer to our home state here. Though I suspect on this, most of us are on the same page. As far as 1950 is concerned, no, I think quasi-federal is absolutely the right answer, because what they felt was that you needed, on the one hand, to keep the country together. Don't forget, we just emerged from a terrible, violent partition. There were still the princely states that had very recently been brought into the Union. So there was very much this somewhat centralizing tendency reflected in the preoccupations of people like Nehru and Ambedkar, who wanted to keep the country united. Sardar Patel, for example, retaining the civil services as the steel frame of the unitary system. But at the same time, there is a curious ambivalence, because there's language like India being a union of states. Because after all, in the US, it literally was a union of states. The states pre-existed and came together to create the union. But in our case, the union came first, and the union still has the constitutional right to create states, as we've seen with the creations of some of the more recent states in the last 25 years. So you've got a very interesting ambivalence, but that ambivalence need not be problematic if there is a fair balance. The overall objective ought to be that everybody, wherever they are in India, should feel they have an equal stake in the survival and success of our country. And federalism is a means of ensuring that. The problem has been that the attempts that were made to maintain that have sadly declined or been diluted over the years. We have seen, for example, a situation where the proportion of resources that the center transfers to the states has significantly declined. Central revenues have gone up. I think PTR and KTR can speak to this more than the other, Mr. Reddy, the finance ministers can speak to this better. But this has become a genuine challenge, and therefore the capacity, the ability of the states to balance the overweening authority of the center has been called into question like never before in the last decade or so. That, I think, is where the question of the spirit of federalism comes up. There was a balance. Has that balance been lost?
Thank you. So there was a balance, and in that balance, the center certainly played a crucial role, particularly, as you say, in the ability to form states. KTR, may I come to you first to ask you to reflect on precisely this? Before we get into what we are losing, to understand what was the nature of that balance, because the center played a very crucial role in actually creating, or continues, in fact, by virtue of its constitutional powers, in shaping the nature of the formation of states. So, you know, in your imagination of what federalism is as articulated in the Constitution, what is the role of the center in that framing?
Thank you, Yamini. Firstly, thanks to Vasu and team of South First for having us here. I think it's an honor to, be on this panel. I've had the good fortune of meeting Thiaga for the first time. Good seeing you. Going to the question that you asked, I think the reference that you made with respect to Constituent Assembly debates, I think Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, just to quote him, because I don't want to get it wrong, he had very famously said, these provisions with respect to defining India as a union of the states make the Indian Constitution both unitary as well as federal, according to the requirements of time and circumstances. In normal times, it is framed to work as a federal system, but in times of war, some sort of an emergency or an exigency, it is so designed as to make it work as though it was a unitary system. So the fact is, India, without a question, as enshrined in the Constitution, is a federal republic. But the efforts that are being made over the last few decades, I'll not name names, but I'd definitely say both the union governments, whoever it was, have made consistent efforts to centralize power, have made deliberate attempts to ensure that union of states eventually sort of becomes a unitary state. And that is reflected in so many things. In fact, a classic example, as we sit here and speak on the 17th of September 2022, we've had an invasion of sorts in Hyderabad today. In fact, 17th of September 1948 is the day when Hyderabad became part of Indian Union. We integrated into Indian Union. This was exactly 74 years ago. Now, there are different interpretations, different versions. Some people would like to call it liberation, somebody else calls it integration. But the fact is, Hyderabad, the princely state of Hyderabad, became part of Indian Union. Now, if you wanted to celebrate an occasion like this, if you wanted to commemorate an occasion like this, what should the union government do? You should talk to the state government, you should discuss with us, should seek our opinion, because after all, we are a democracy. Irrespective of our political ideologies, affiliations, we need to talk to each other, we need to consult with each other, and this is not a political party one-upmanship. This is not a BJP versus TRS. This is the union government versus the state government. So when the state government had its difference of opinion, today, in fact, like I said, we had an invasion of sorts. We have the union home minister here, along with 2 other chief ministers and a couple of other cabinet ministers, who are doing a parallel program to what the state government has envisioned and what the state government has planned. Now, this kind of conflicting message that is being given out by way of competing, claims on the same occasion is what is wrong with the federal structure of India today. Just to give you an example, I can quote a number of other things that are wrong, but since this happened this morning, so that's why, in fact, I feel there was a time right after independence where we had a union home minister who would actually flew down to Hyderabad to unite and integrate Hyderabad into Indian Union. Today we have a home minister after 74 years who flew down, who's trying to divide us and bully us, literally bully us into submission of sorts, wanting to subscribe to their ideology, wanting to just adhere to whatever they say, wanting to literally dictate terms to us, which is not acceptable. After all, we are the world's largest democracy, and this sort of, I am superior to you and you are subservient to me kind of an attitude is not something that I think was enshrined or was envisioned by the drafters of our Constitution.
Thank you. I think you make 2 very, very crucial points that I hope we can come back to through the course of the conversation. One, on the importance of deliberation as holding the key to maintaining the character of the federal principle. And second, the question of equity. The first among equals, or is there something above as the union and then states come below, which I hope we can discuss in greater detail. PTR, can I come to you to ask you this? On the nature of the fiscal architecture, the Constitution has been often characterized as imagining a relatively centralized fiscal architecture. Some call it the one-third, two-third problem, in that the bulk of fiscal monetary powers rest with the union, but the bulk of expenditure powers rest with the states, creating, in ideal world, conditions for cooperation, but in not so ideal worlds, conditions for dependency of states on the center. How do you interpret the Constitution's framing of the fiscal architecture for India?
First of all, thanks for inviting me and having me be part of this wonderful panel. Look, I think I'll just step back a little bit. I think at the heart of the notion of federalism is some component of every person's desire for self-determination and a place at the table where big decisions are made. I mean, that's really what federalism is all about. Nobody should be dictating my outcome without my input in the system, right? And you look at it state to union, or you look at it state to village. It's this notion that in a democracy, there should be some participation and right to self-determination. Also, I think, as KTR pointed out, Ambedkar itself saw this as a function of time. If you look around the world, with economic progress, with increase in population, with increased education levels, you will see greater and greater devolution of power. You will see greater and greater, kind of flow down of decision making, because you get decision making closer to the people. That has 1,000 advantages, but that's how the rest of the world has gone. We started in a very unusual place, as many have pointed out. The words were there, but the design or the intention was not actually evident. I guess we could have gone the way of most of the world and started to see more devolution, more self-determination. In fact, we have seen the exact opposite. Particularly in the fiscal space, almost all direct taxation is with the union. That's very unique in the world. No other country has that much control. If you don't have any input into direct taxation, that means you don't have any right to determine whether you should be a progressive taxation regime or a regressive. All we get to do, at least we used to get to do, was set the sales taxes and the point of sale taxes and the regressive indirect taxes. Now even that we've sacrificed for the GST. So effectively, we have almost no control in the nature of revenue raising for the country. Are we really a socialist country? Are we really taking taxes from those who can afford to pay and using it to provide public goods and services and supporting those who have fallen behind? We don't have an adequate say into that system, number one. Number two, it used to be that 2/3 of the spending was directed by the states, maybe, I don't know. Right now, that's not true, because the way the union government diverts things into cesses and surcharges and then names all these schemes, PM this and, something, and then they say we do partial funding the first year, and then they shift the funding to us the second year, and by the fourth year, we still have to call it PM something, but 100% of the funds come from us. So if you look at the percentage of devolution that comes through share of taxes compared to what comes through grants and schemes decided by the center, and increasingly in this regime, named after one individual in the center, then we have lost that independence or that self-determination or that participation as well. So in every way, from a fiscal perspective, from revenue raising, 90% now with the GST Council there. And with spending increasingly there, even though we are the administrators of that spending, they get to design how it should get done, then they get to ask for all kinds of data, then they get to say, no, you qualify, don't qualify. So I would say India started in the wrong place in terms of federalism and has regressed aggressively in the last 8 years or so.
We started in the wrong place and we have regressed. may I ask you, Ms. Reddy, for your view on that provocation, but also there was a third element to India's federal imagination, which was the local governments. In our constitution in 1950, we placed that into the directive principles, and it took all the way till the early 1990s and a constitutional amendment for them to be formally recognized as part of India's federal architecture. Did we, constitutionally, was that a mistake? Did we wait too long to recognize local governments and place them firmly within the architecture of our federal structure?
Yeah, first of all, thanks to the organizers and the founders of South First, Mr. Basu and all the other founders, and also all the respected colleagues in the panel today. Well, coming to that, Yamini, I think you're very right in saying that it was delayed sizably, and then even after the delay, the 73rd and 74th constitutional amendments that came in order to rectify that delay to some extent also did not actually materialize. Normally, there are two ways. One, the requirement of various areas or territories to come together and be one in order to have a common cause or protection or a common future, etc. The other is to hold territories by way of having a country or a republic. India actually became a union in peculiar circumstances which, with a long history and various happenings. So the aspirations of the people of this country at that point of time when we got independence would be quite different from what the generation of today actually see or perceive. The local bodies should have been strengthened and should have been firmly in place right from day one. Because of the delay and because of it not happening, gradually over a period of time, there arose some sort of a blurredness between the relationship between center and state. Now states are complaining about the federal structure that includes autonomy, that includes fiscal matters. But how much are the states actually looking into the local bodies? How many states actually have empowered Zilla Parishads? How many states actually have empowered the Mandal Parishads or the Taluks? How many states have actually empowered the Panchayats? So sometimes what we do, we get in return. So I feel that this structure, federal structure, if implemented in spirit and objective right to the level of Gram Panchayat, will actually over a period of time stop this change of policy or change of objective which actually was envisaged by the authors of our constitution.
Thank you. I hope we can discuss. We have 3 different states here and Kerala. So 4. So I hope we can also look at the differences in local government participation across the different states too, which is such a unique characteristic of our federal structure as well. But let me pick up on this question of, so maybe in 1950 it was somewhat regressive, or at least at any rate there was an imagination of a relatively strong center. But if you look at the arc of independent India, especially after single party dominance of Congress starts breaking, democracy gives you a great vibrancy of federalism. So to Ambedkar's imagination of us moving from unitary to federalism, regional parties start playing a really important role in our national politics as well. Yet, the puzzle that has always been on my mind, why is it in those peak years of very vibrant, in fact, at some point, political scientists would argue that national elections in India are in fact state elections, because it's this coming together of states that is forming the coalitions on in Delhi. Yet very little was done to shift this initial architecture. Shashi, what is your view on that?
Well, I think that a lot depends on how the government of the center runs the country. And I think with the exception of a brief period in the 90s when there was even talk of the states owning Delhi, when the government was essentially comprised largely of regional parties, you do have parties with a so-called national vision in power in Delhi who tend to ride roughshod over the rights and sensibilities of states. I mean, a very good example was as recently as the proclamation of the lockdown for COVID, where though the states would have to implement that lockdown, they were not consulted. It was a decision announced by the Prime Minister on television sort of 3 hours before it needed to be implemented. And it was done using a rather obscure article of the National Disaster Management Act. But that was the end of any pretense of federal authority on this. It was just as when Mrs. Gandhi proclaimed the emergency in 75, the states sort of woke up to the news. The same thing happened with the COVID lockdown. And you see this time and time again, even since PTR was talking about fiscal allocations. Look at the allocations for to the states from the Disaster Management Fund. When COVID came along, you'll see no relationship between the population of the states, their COVID burden, the number of migrants they had to deal with, and the amount of money that that fund decided to allocate to them. So we're seeing time after time the tendency of those in power in Delhi, using, of course, the argument of the national vision to take those decisions. I do take the point that you and Mr. Reddy have made about the local governments. I think Kerala is an honorable exception in many ways, in that local governments have been empowered to a very great extent, and that you're seeing some genuine devolution of authority, though not yet budgetary, not yet adequate budgetary means, but it's still better than most other states that I'm aware of. And that is an anomaly in all this, because if the states can argue that they are being wrongly treated by the center, the districts can argue they're being wrongly treated by the states. Having said that, the states have a good excuse nowadays, which is that the money they're getting from the center hasn't gone up. It's very interesting when you saw the 14th Finance Commission recommending a significant increase in the proportion of taxes that should be paid to the states. Promptly, the central government implemented that and then reduced instead the amount of other tax they could hold on to. So the net result was a wash. I mean, the states didn't get a penny more, though the argument was they needed more money that they could have the discretion to spend. So there's no question that, I mean, as PTR has argued, that you are seeing a heavy tilting of the scales towards the union government, and that's become more pronounced, it seems to me, in recent years.
So you mentioned the 14th Finance Commission, and it was, I think, in more ways than one, a watershed moment for fiscal federalism in India by virtue of the attempt to enhance devolution to states. But about that time, colleagues and I were spending a fair amount of time talking to line ministries and bureaucrats within states. And one of the things that struck us a lot in those conversations is how much, at least the bureaucracy in the line departments, were unhappy because what the center did was, having done the devolution, it reduced the allocations to several centrally sponsored schemes. Now, centrally sponsored schemes have been the bane of most state governments since the 1960s. I think commission after commission after commission has complained about centrally sponsored schemes, and attempts have been made every now and again to reduce the number of centrally sponsored schemes from 500 to 120, then it goes back to 200. Now apparently it's 28, but it's actually about 150. And if you look at the DBT database, there's 400 schemes that the government of India has for which money is flowing. So these abound everywhere, and state governments complain a lot. But I was struck, and this is an open question to any one of you who would want to pick this up to answer, why it is that, at least in the bureaucracy, in that particular moment, there was great annoyance about the reduction of centrally sponsored schemes. In fact, it felt like we had just turned the clock to say, don't take those back, give them back to us all over again, line department after line department, not finance departments, though, and I'll come to that in a minute. But what is it about the tensions of these centrally sponsored schemes? They've always been there. Politically, it's always been a source of complaining. But whenever they get reduced, the argument is for more.
I think Shashi lives in Delhi. He should take this. He has more interaction with bureaucrats.
So three of you have full rights to answer that.
Let me just quickly jump in. You know, I think when Shashi was speaking, I was thinking of how India has really become, you know, as Tyaga said, I think over a period of time, it has really regressed, and the spirit of federalism really it has come to a situation where now everything is centered around people and personalities. You know, there was a time, with all due respect, when somebody famously said, India is Indira and Indira is India. You know, the whole personality cult thing. Now, something very similar, but even more, possibly more drastic, you know, where stadiums are being renamed, where medical colleges are being renamed, and I'm guessing if the Union Finance Minister has a way, I think the new currency notes also will have, you know, the Prime Minister's image. Possibly they'll even replace Mahatma Gandhi's image. I have no doubt in my mind. Because, you know, we have a situation where it's funny, embarrassing, and also sometimes upsetting. We've had the Union Finance Minister here recently, a couple of weeks ago. She went to a fair price shop in a district about 100 kilometers from here. And she was making a scene out there like a street-level BJP worker, asking the collector, right in front of about 200 people, as to where the Prime Minister's photo in the fair price shop was. Now, the point I'm trying to make is, if we are truly a federal republic, as we are supposed to be, why are we fighting over an individual's pictures and in the institutions that we've built at the grassroots level? I mean, if I can certainly counter it and say, you know, when Modi ji was the Chief Minister of Gujarat, did he put up Dr. Manmohan Singh's pictures in all the fair price shops in Gujarat? I don't think so. The point I'm trying to make is, none of our enactments, none of our legislations actually mandate this kind of cult worship. What has essentially happened, Yamini, in my humble opinion, is while we are called the world's largest parliamentary democracy, we function like a presidential democracy and not like a parliamentary democracy. Essentially, everything being centralized. And this applies to states as well, by the way. I'm not saying this only about the union government. I'm also saying the same thing about state government. Even the states, as Rajendra said, we do also, in fact, barring Kerala probably, I think we do not empower our local governments enough. We don't empower our local governments enough. So, yes, what you do is sometimes what you get. Karma is a boomerang, like they say. But the point is, we need to, at some point, draw lines, clear distinctions, and say, okay, now let's define our roles. The defense, railways, and there are certain areas we have simply no role. That should be left to the union government. And what is the union government doing today with respect to Narega? They want to deposit funds from the Narega kitty directly into the workers' account in a village. Now, do the states not get to decide what sort of work needs to be taken up? Kerala may have done some things. Telangana may have done some things. Tamil Nadu would want to do something else. And Andhra might be wanting to do something else. We are all on different stages of learning curve. Now, this is the essence of federalism. Trying to ensure that we understand stronger the states are, stronger the country is going to be. Each state needs to align its priorities in tandem with its local governments. In Telangana, we run a program called as Palle Pragati and Pattan Pragati. Today, when Government of India is rated the top 20 best villages in the country, 19 are from Telangana because of this program. The point I'm trying to make is, when we are operating with a focus and when we are trying to up our game, all the union government needs to do is encourage performers and leave it to us to decide what central sponsored scheme that we need to participate in and what we can opt out of. If that sort of flexibility is given to us, as opposed to thrusting things down our throat, I think then we truly will become a strong nation, and as Prime Minister calls it, Amrut Kal and Achhe Din will come fairly quickly.
Flexibility in centrally sponsored schemes, PTR, do you think that's part of the menu of solutions to reimagining the federal compact?
Yeah, I'm not even clear why we should have centrally sponsored schemes as opposed to giving the money to the people, right? I have a video clip picking up from my friend of then Chief Minister of Gujarat, Thiru Narendra Modi, going on a long exposition. It's in Hindi. I can play it here if you want. Yeah, he says, you know, the states have been feeding the poor for decades. All of a sudden, the union comes and says, this is coming from me. What does that mean? All these things. So, I think there are some clear roles for the union. Foreign affairs, defense, currency stabilization, trade, policies. But when it comes to what is right, I mean, you and I have talked about this before. You've seen so many CAG reports, not our reports, CAG reports that talk about Swachh Bharat scheme toilets built with no water because the union government cannot supply water, only the local body can supply water. Or funds sent and not used because you cannot whitewash a thatched school. Right? And, this notion that somehow you can direct or dictate policy. And then the question then is, what is the intent? Is it to create a kind of cult? Is it to, so, we have an insurance program, or for that matter, PDS. In all of these things, Tamil Nadu was certainly ahead of the Indian average or the design of the union scheme. Then they design a scheme, and then they say, you have to change the name. If you want some share of it to be funded by the union, you have to change the name. We have an insurance program. They want to partly fund some of it. They say you have to put the Prime Minister's image on the card, on the ID card. I mean, we were already doing it before. Now, you get some. So, and I'll go even to the extreme in terms of schemes, right? Like they have the scheme called Jal Jeevan scheme, right? And it started out with, 60 or 80-20, then 60-40, then 40-60, the usual model, sliding scale. But they incentivize you to actually take the tap into every house in every village. Now, in a lot of cases, the villagers don't want the tap in their house. They have their own, mores and their own psychology about it. They want a public tap on the street. In my constituency, in colonies where I've offered to run taps into the house, they say, no, leave the tap outside my house, not inside my house. But the scheme says you only get funding if you take the tap inside the house. Right? This last mile delivery, why should there be a standardized model coming from Delhi about last mile delivery? Different people have different preferences. That's what the states exist for. That's what the local bodies exist for. Now, as far as the local bodies, I definitely take my friend's comment because, he has, unlike me, he has served as a sarpanch at a local body level. I completely agree with the lack of devolution. But it's a double-edged sword. In the case of Tamil Nadu, a lot of our problems with local bodies have to do with the caste problem. And it has to do with no matter what you do about reservations and all that. Once you get to a granular level where within the same geographical area, you reserve this as a, let's say, a SC seat, but there is a whole lot of non-SC people there. You start having caste problems, and there's been violence and murders and all kinds of clashes and stuff like that. So my colleague, I'm also the Minister for Planning, my colleague, the Vice Chairman of the Planning Commission of Tamil Nadu, says the single biggest improvement in delivery of services and the equality of society in the rural areas of Tamil Nadu was when the line department started driving the programs rather than the local body elected officials. Because if they did that, it was very biased, and even letting out the temple lands and managing the tanks and all that, they would do on a caste basis or a communal basis or a religion basis or something. And once you standardize the model from Chennai, then it became actually better delivery. So I completely agree, you can't have it always. You can't say, I want devolution to my level, but not below me. And again, I think time changes things, right? If you have greater education levels, you have greater integration, more harmony, then you do more devolution. And I think some states, and maybe there's a correlation between the communist philosophy and the fact that Kerala has such high devolution, maybe. But
I think all parties take equal credit for that.
but some of these things should never be aggregated. There is no natural reason for a one-size-fits-all aggregated model coming from Delhi. That's my view.
I think one of the big governance challenges for India is that we still haven't passed out what level of government should be performing what level of function, and it leads to a consistent set of overlaps across the board. I was going to pose the next question, but you've thrown such an important provocation about local governments and the local context that I think, Mr. Reddy, you have to answer that. Because if I at the risk of making a too broad a statement out of your somewhat more nuanced point, would it be right to say that the inequalities at the grassroots level should necessitate a little bit more centralization from the state? I'm just throwing this out as a provocation because I think that's one of the very critical reasons why centralization at the state level has often happened at the cost of deeper devolution to local governments.
These things, Yamini, I feel are very state specific, with in acknowledgement and also due respect to the opinions of my colleagues here. Transgression of responsibilities and duties, overlaps, normally happen vertically. Now, the duty of a local body representative, a sarpanch or a taluk board president is well defined. But the MLA wants to go and see what all is happening, right from laying of drains to roads to water. This is clearly the role of a local body.
And the MP also with the MP lad
The
fund.
MP also. And now, MLA is transgressing into the local bodies, Parliament is transgressing into the legislatures, so is the result with regard to local bodies, legislatures and Parliament. Next comes whether there should be a more centralized monitoring and spending. I believe that in a democracy, ultimately, it is the elected representative who should have supreme power. He is elected by the public. If the public do not like his whatever capacities, there is always a provision to replace him when the period ends. But I have in my own experience seen that anybody who is elected by the public have a far better understanding of the needs of the public than anyone else in the system. And now when it comes to the expenditures that are made, now I, belonging to a state as well as to a regional party, at the same time, to be fair and be objective, the money that is being spent by the center for the schemes, central sponsored schemes, are outside of the money that is already devolved to the states. So when the center spends certain amount of money on CASDS, centralized state development schemes, or the centrally sponsored schemes. So centrally sponsored schemes are 100% spent by the center, and CASDS are partly spent with contribution by the state. So these are framed in such a way based on the requirement. Now, as Mr. PTR said, there are state-specific, and as Mr. KTR also said, state-specific needs are there where maybe the CASDS have to be, the states have to be given a little more autonomy to design schemes that are more suitable for their requirement. But at the same time, broadly speaking, when the center is spending money for the public, if the state wants to have its own emblem or own mark or trademark, so also we should allow the center to do it.
Okay, can I just interrupt for sorry to interrupt. My point is very simple, very straight. I agree with you, and I don't have a problem with centrally sponsored schemes either. The problem arises when somebody tries to impose their ideology. The issue is not centrally sponsored schemes or the larger good that is aimed at for the betterment of the society. That is not a problem at all. See, between all of us, the southern states, we are 19% of the population of this country, but we contribute to 35% of the GDP of this country. So when somebody from Delhi flies into Hyderabad and tells us that I am the giver and you are the taker, you know the attitude that kicks in, you know that हमने आपको 2 lakh crore दिया. Now that really puts me off. Because you know, every rupee I contribute from Telangana, my exchequer contributes from Telangana, what we get back is 46 paisa. For every rupee that is contributed from the south of India, 35% of the GDP, we do not get back. I'm not even asking, I'm not even suggesting that I get back every single paisa. I know that there is defense, I know that there is railways, I know that there are laggard states, I know that there are roles that the government of India needs to fulfill, which of course we are happy to contribute, and we are happy to, you know, as an Indian citizen, we are happy to, you know, be a part of the nation building. But the problem is the attitude of those who run Delhi. You know, they come with a chip on their shoulder and they tell us, listen, हम देने वाले हैं, आप लेने वाले हैं. तो इसीलिए हम जब देते हैं, हम जो कहते हैं, whatever we say, you have to do. Now that is the problem, because Andhra has a certain challenge. Andhra has certain, you know, projects that they would like to complete. In Telangana, in the last 8 years, we have completed drinking water connection to each and every home. In fact, that became inspiration to Har Ghar Jal. In Telangana, we have done some very, very focused programs on tank revival. In Telangana, we've also completed some large lift irrigation projects. So I have a different set of priorities from my friends here. Now, why should I not get to decide what I should do with my devolution money and with also my money that is being proposed in centrally sponsored schemes? The last thing I'll say is, you know, this whole myth about devolution. how it has been enhanced by Modi ji. Actually, the fact is, both the finance ministers can tell you, it is not 41% that we receive today. Because of all this cess and other things that is happening, we only get 29%, which is far worse than what it was. So this whole, again, abrogation of sorts of responsibilities, or, this obfuscation that they indulge in, and kind of try and take away the money that rightfully belongs to the states by way of imposing additional excise duties and other things. It is a travesty. So this needs to be challenged. This needs to be addressed. And if needed, it needs to be challenged legally as well.
In fact,
so as Mr. Ketia said, the actual increase in devolution and more autonomy to the state happened during the 14th Finance Commission while Dr. Y.V. Reddy was the chairman. Because the 14th Finance Commission felt that states ought to have more autonomy and independence into doing what they want with the money, and it need not be dictated by the center. But unfortunately, that 42 finally now comes down to only about 30%, 10% lesser than what we are entitled to get for various reasons, cesses, etc., etc. But then coming to the issue of center state, I think this relationship between center, state, federal structure, etc., has to happen from top to bottom. It cannot stop midway or start midway. It has to start from top and go down up to the Gram Panchayat level. Only then everybody understands what the actual responsibilities are, what the actual authorities are, and what the duties are.
Sorry, I just want to say one thing about centrally sponsored schemes. I mean, I'm relatively new in politics, but 15th Finance Commission Chairman, Mr. N.K. Singh, at some seminar we were at, he said there wasn't actually this whole, it wasn't like a constitutional carve-out that there should be centrally sponsored schemes. Certain governments started it. When states benefited, then they still had a say in its design, and it was a participative kind of approach. They didn't object. This regime has just taken it to extremes and made it dictatorial and, to suit their political needs as opposed to the needs of the people. But it's not like inherent in the constitution that there should be centrally sponsored schemes. It's not like they're particularly well designed to execute anything. I mean, as I think former Chief Minister of then unified Andhra said, the union is a myth, right? It's an integration of all the money that comes from the states, politicians that come from the states, IAS officers that come from the states, IPS officers that come from the states. It is a temporary gathering of people to facilitate the distribution, redistribution, devolution of what comes from the states. It's not like it drops from the sky to the union and then they divide it up to us, right? So this notion that there should be something that they know better than us itself is a flawed notion, right? There's no natural place for them to have this. And I mean, listen, I'm far, far less strident than the former Chief Minister of Gujarat, Narendra Modi, when he said the same things when he was Chief Minister.
Well, when they abolished the Planning Commission, they should have got rid of the centrally sponsored schemes along with it, maybe.
No, but I just wanted to pick up on a couple of things that came from that. In fact, when KTR was talking about how much money Telangana gets back on the taxes it pays, historically, the South has been subsidizing the North. There's very little doubt about that. And other states, I remember Mr. Siddaramaiah, when the terms of reference of the 15th Finance Commission came out, he pointed out that for every 1 rupee of tax contributed by Uttar Pradesh, the state receives 179 back, whereas Karnataka, rather like Telangana today, received 0.47. And he says, how long can you keep incentivizing population growth? Now, this ties into the question of central assistance because it's again striking, and this is not from him, I was doing my own research. Karnataka meets 72% of its expenses from its own state taxes, whereas Bihar meets just 23%. The remaining 77 comes from central allocations. So, unlike most other federal systems, India's revenues go disproportionately to our worst performing states. And those are usually states with poor levels of education, high rates of fertility and population growth. And the South, where these things are done better and there are high performance states by any yardstick, thereby gets short shrift, which is actually going to the heart of the issues of federalism. Because if indeed, as a result of the federal system, you're subsidizing the poorer performing states, in principle, no argument. But if the way in which it's done seems to reward lack of performance, population growth resulting from that particular misgovernance in some of these states, and those who are performing well get penalized. In other words, if Kerala runs much better health outcomes and much better educational outcomes, its reward should not be to get less money from the center for health and for education. But that's de facto what's happening. And this remains a serious problem, it seems to me, and goes to the heart of the whole question as to why many of the southern states are talking to you. I do want to join the others in congratulating the organizers for getting these fine minds from the south together. I think I'm the only one from a non-regional party on this panel, but the idea is precisely that it's high time we woke up to the fact that the south has real concerns.
I just have one provocative thought for the finance ministers, and I think for all of us. You know, when we say federal, are we fully federal? Are we truly federal? You know, if you look at the United States, they are also a federal republic. In the United States, you know, this whole question about devolution, you know, collecting taxes and then devolving, as opposed to that, why can't we think and why can't we propose a system where even the income tax, even the corporate tax is actually collected and, you know, deducted at the source? Why should we pay to the center and then go to Delhi and line up each of our finance ministers and, you know, I wouldn't call it a bowl of sorts, but, you know, kind of make a request, plead with them, and then eventually get our money back a few months later? Why can't we actually be a truly, fully federal republic and actually start collecting taxes at the source, including income tax and corporate tax?
To add to that, from a northern perspective, how do you then deal with the fact that growth paths have taken our country?
When I said that, I mean our share of the income tax and corporate tax. I don't mean the whole thing.
So, but I'm just going to throw out one element to this, which is the challenge of inequality. You have such huge convergence, such huge divergence, which all economic theory would have argued over time would have led closer towards convergence. But there's no sign of that convergence, and we still sit within the union. So there has to be equitable sharing. It is a very integrated economy, as we discovered in the times of COVID. The fact that labor and capital moves, it moves from the north to the south, so there is an interdependency. In some senses, it sharpens the federal, it's a sign of a sharpened federal tension, but also a sign of deepened federalism. So how do we balance these two tensions as we go forward in a fairly fraught environment?
Let me take the simple question first. Right? I mean, I think certainly we have many examples of societies where income taxes or direct taxes happen at multiple levels. So, you know, both KTR and I lived in the US for many years. The federal government takes some tax, the state government takes some tax, the city of New York takes some tax, the city of Los Angeles takes some tax, right? These are all independent of each other. So certainly at some point we have to say that the power of direct taxation has to be given to the states, whatever the constitutional need for that is. But there's a broader problem here. I think in no federal society are all people the same, right? Like economically, you'll always find better offs and less well-offs. The unique problem of India, and why I said to the 15th Finance Commission in my submission, written submission, I said, if equality and efficiency were the targets of finance commissions, then you all have been miserable failures for 25 years. Because every other society in the world, every other country in the world, the US, China, European Union, wherever, you take funds from the better off, you give it to the less well off, and whatever the measure is, it converges. You know, longevity, health measures, per capita income, education access. It converges. That's what the transfers are supposed to do. In our case, not only it doesn't converge, not only it doesn't stay the same, not only it's diverging, it's accelerating in its divergence. So the ratio keeps changing again and again, and still the outcome gets worse and worse. Let's just take Tamil Nadu's case. At one point, we were roughly 7.5% of the population, 7.5% of the GDP, got about 7% of the tax devolution, of that 32% that they devolved. Now we are less than 6%, I think, of the population, about 10.5% of the GDP, and we get about 4% of the taxes. That means for 25 years, these things have been going the wrong way, and we are not getting convergence. So there's something structurally wrong. And what's structurally wrong is not with us. What's structurally wrong is in those northern states where, despite getting massive devolution, despite getting massive transfers, they are not able to improve the quality of people's lives, the average education access, or the social development indicators or human development indicators. So if your measures on which you allocate, you know the formula for the Finance Commission, some population, some gap to actual, all these forest cover, land and all that. Clearly they're allocating the money on the wrong dimensions because they keep on allocating more money and things keep getting worse. So there's something profoundly wrong in the developmental model of the northern states, particularly the Hindi belt, that unless that is fixed, no matter how much money you transfer, you're not going to be able to fix the problem. You can do politics with it, but you can't improve people's lives unless you find out what that is. And one, I have written in my submission, one main thing they can fix is empower women, ensure girls stay in school, delay marriages, get them, better health outcomes, and they haven't done that. That's really, even a state like Gujarat that has slightly higher per capita income than Tamil Nadu, 50% or so of the girls around 18 are not in school. That's not true in any southern state, right? So there's something structurally wrong that money can't fix, that needs to be fixed some other way. Otherwise, we're just keeping on going the wrong way. No other country, no other union in the world has this bad an outcome.
I completely agree with him on how miserably they have failed in the north. But they come here and lecture us, by the way. You have to admire their temerity. You have to really admire their guts and temerity to come to the south, lecture all of us on how to run our states and how to actually administer, and how miserably we have done vis-a-vis them. When the fact is, all the indicators, no matter what you take, all the human development indices, all the social indicators will show you otherwise.
There is, I think what both of you are saying gets to the heart of the governance issue. And there is a lot to be learned. That's why federalism matters so much from what different states are doing. So the country learned from the midday meals. The country also learned from Bihar's attempt at giving bicycles to girls to try and bring them, get them to secondary schools. And in all of this, I think one aspect that we haven't talked about much is, and you brought it up in your initial remarks, the question of deliberation, that at the heart of federalism is the idea of coming together to dialogue, to deliberate, to share, to learn, and evolve solutions to these very wicked, hard problems. There has been, Ms. Reddy, if you can reflect a little bit on this, constant attempts in our history of trying to create these so-called sites of deliberation. The Interstate Council, which is now punishment posting for the bureaucrat. The Planning Commission, everybody said, was filled with all kinds of problems. The National Development Council did not work, so we created the Niti Aayog. But then we left it to the finance departments, or the Ministry of Finance rather, to do deliberation with states. The GST Council, which was meant to be a site of deliberation, it works sometimes, it doesn't on other occasions. How do we think about this institutional question? Are we missing something? And what kind of space do we need for states to come together? The regional coming together, of course, is full of learning. The southern states coming together, the northeastern states coming together. But there's a lot needed for this deliberative environment to come together. Is it an institutional problem as well as much as it is a political problem?
I think it is both, Yamini. Of late, I think last year and this year, together we had two South Zonal Council meetings. I think they were quite well held, and we could see sizable outcome. Of course, I believe for a very long time, zonal council meetings were not held. But again, coming to the fundamental question is, are we a union or a federation? Now, I know it's very difficult not to be speaking for autonomy, not to be speaking in favor of regionalism or sub-regionalism. Because once you speak about unitary, then it becomes dry. But at the same time, India, is it a federation or is it a union? Even though we have certain elements or quite a lot of importance given to the federal structure, we are basically a unitary country. That is the reason that more of power we have to reconcile and accept. Probably the reasons at that point of time would have been different from many other countries. Now you look at Russia, you look at what's happening in the UK, you look at Spain. See, everywhere you have this sub-regionalism to such an extent that there is a constant friction between the union and the states or the independent units. So for India to be one, there are various issues where we have to be large-hearted and give. Now, for example, I'll take the case of northeastern states. They barely have anything for them. it is the duty of us to support them. So we have to, at some point of time, feel that probably we are more fortunate. And because of us being more fortunate, it becomes incumbent upon us to support all the states that do not have certain or have natural disadvantages. So it becomes difficult when we actually compare ourselves to the West and especially to the United States of America. See, there it is a federation, it's a clear federation. Like Mr. Sheshi said in the beginning and Mr. KTR said in the beginning, it is basically a federation of states that were already there. Whereas we in India, at that point of time when we got independence, the complications were so huge. There were princely states, there were areas that were ruled by the British government, by the crown, and so many diversity in caste, creed, language. There are so many difficulties where unless there is some sort of a strong center and strong integration, it becomes difficult to hold on, I feel personally. Now, it becomes very nice to say that I am Andhraite, but at the same time, unless we say I am Indian first and then Andhraite, it is difficult for this country to survive.
No, I want to make a slight distinction here. It's precisely because I'm Indian that I worry that all the money is being thrown into a well and no development happens in UP. Right? It's not the money that I begrudge. It's that hundreds of millions of fellow citizens are not getting development, are not getting growth, are not getting access. So it is because of patriotism. I'm not saying I don't want to give the money. I'm saying we're, just like KTR said, we're happy to contribute. We are well off, we are lucky, we have been well governed, we are educated, we want to help. But we should get something that helps our fellow citizens. If we keep on transferring the wealth and it keeps on going into, nothingness, into smoke, that's what we're concerned about. How do I say this? If it was just a zero-sum game that says who gets more, who gets less, etc., then it's a pointless debate. Why do we come to public life? We're not, just trying to, it's not like going to a casino and, rolling the dice, right? There should be some future vision of a better tomorrow than today. And that better tomorrow, it is hard to imagine a country where hundreds of millions of people get left behind and yet there is a better tomorrow. They also must participate in this. And that's a state problem, but the union trying to dictate a one-size-fits-all as the disparity increases is an exercise in futility at best, or some kind of, megalomania at worst.
If I can just add a little bit to this. 42% was the devolution, vertical devolution by the 14th Finance Commission, and 15th Finance Commission actually made it 41. 1% going to the Union Territory of Kashmir. At that point of time, there was a lot of comment on why do we have to give that? But is it right? If we are not coming forward to give that 1% to an area, territory called Kashmir, on one point of view, you look at it from the state point of view, it might sound to be state advantages to the state. But when you look at it from the country's point of view, is it correct? That's my question.
Go ahead.
I just had one quick point. I've been a minister for 8 years. I've been a minister in the state for 8 years, and Honorable Prime Minister and his team have been in Delhi for the last 8 years. You talked about divergent India. You talked about how India is so different, how heterogeneous it is, how everything is different in Northeast, West, East, South, etc. How many times has this government in Delhi made an effort to actually make us sit together? Because Prime Minister keeps talking about Team India. How many times has actually Team India sat together and tried to learn from each other? If Tamil Nadu is doing something very good in health, should I not learn from it? Should I reinvent the wheel? I don't think there has been a single situation where this government in India tried to actually say, listen, there are some good things that have been done in some pockets of the country. Why don't you learn from each other without reinventing the wheel? That has not happened. Second point, they talk about cooperative federalism. I mean, lip service is fine. I mean, it's all nice to hear all these nice, fancy words. The fact is there cooperative federalism in the way they behave, in the way they actually operate? No, it is coercive federalism. That's what they actually, in terms of actions, that's what they actually deliver. Sabka saath, sabka vikas. Seriously? Has it been happening? Has it really happened? I don't think so. In fact, the last point I would say, somebody was joking when I was walking in. I was preparing because, there are some very, very sharp minds here. So I figured, I should prepare. And somebody told me, this Prime Minister, for him, GDP is not gross domestic product, but for him, it's only Gujarat Development Program. That's all he knows. That's all he understands. Where is Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas in this country? It's all, Gujarat is the epicenter of everything. I'll just give you one example. In Telangana, we had launched what is called as the Hyderabad International Center for Arbitration and Mediation with the help of some legal luminaries. We wanted this to be, we wanted to compete with Singapore, Dubai, London, and we wanted a lot of arbitration disputes to be settled here. The state would gain some revenue, will make it also an attractive place to do business, etc. What should the government of India do in such a case when the state actually launches something on its own? At best, support us financially, give us some backing. At worst, at least don't create something which will be a hurdle. And that's exactly what they've done. They've gone ahead a couple of months later, announced in Gujarat a new center with complete center backing, a new center which runs exactly contrary to us. So the point is, this whole spirit that they talk about, unless it translates into action, this country will never truly be a fully federal republic.
So at heart, it is a political, not an institutional issue.
Yamini, if I can intervene for a minute. Federalism, as I don't have to tell any of you, is not just about the fiscal. It's not just about the fiscal space, right? As Justice Selmeswar pointed out in the morning session, for example, NEET. How does one common entrance examination work for a country like India? Tamil Nadu is fighting back what it feels imposition of Hindi, right? As representatives from the South, what do you think are the areas where the diversity that this country is known for is sought to be trampled upon?
So I think that question gets to the heart of where I think we should shift gear in this conversation, which is precisely this. The federal principle is also about accommodation. It's about enabling diversity to cohere. And in some senses, at least in the 1950 imagination, the strong center was part of precisely doing this. We've now come a long way from there. In this present moment, how does the centralization that we've all spoken about now sit with this need for accommodation, of the coherence of diversity, of the coherence of difference?
Well, I'm genuinely worried about this because you're looking at a situation where this precise logic that in a country, a union made up of divergent states at various stages of development, of literacy, of various human development indicators, there must be a sense that there is, if you like, the common nationhood that belongs to all of us should be a winning proposition for all of us. But now we are facing, for example, in 2026, just 4 years away, the lapsing of the 91st Amendment, under which the political authority in this country, that is seats in Lok Sabha, were allocated on the basis of the 1971 census, even though it was already 25 years out of date when Mr. Vajpayee renewed it. It was brought in again so that we wouldn't needlessly open up a situation in which the states that were performing well would be punished, as it were, for their performance in terms of reduced population by also losing the political power that comes with higher population. So that this became a rather sensitive situation. I know in democracy, one person, one vote and so on means that as some of our northern states have completely grown out of control in terms of population, they should be entitled to more seats. But the result is going to be a serious disenfranchisement of the southern states. And it's only 4 years away, and I think it's time we start thinking about it. So far we've been discussing money, fiscal allocations, those are real concerns. But what happens in a situation where, particularly with a fairly strong majoritarian party in power at the center, at the union government, which has a Hindi, Hindustan, Hindutva kind of agenda, how do we then see the southern states in a position in which collectively, for example, the South is unable to even prevent a constitutional amendment? If tomorrow, after 2026, the political representatives of the northern states have a two-thirds majority. What's to prevent them, for example, declaring Hindi as the national language, which many have tried to do, but have always been prevented from. These are also fundamental questions. There's a political dimension to the unitary impulse that I think we will have to confront sooner rather than later, because it's just a few years down the road. There's the larger project, of course. We've got a building coming on stream where there's going to be enough seats for 880 people. Are we going to find our parliament being converted into some equivalent of the Chinese People's Consultative Chamber, where Mr. Xi Jinping comes in and makes his declamations, and these 880 or whatever thousand people there ritually applaud their tables, and that's about it in terms of meaningful debate? These are questions that I think it's time we start thinking about, particularly in the South, because the southern states are going to find that one of the rewards for their good economic performance, low levels of fertility of women, empowerment of women, education, and thereby lower population, that one of the rewards for that is going to be a loss of political power in the union. How do we deal with that?
Anyone amongst you wants to comment on
Well, I
this
think
really important point?
we have to collectively start campaigning and actually meeting more often and actually start making the case, because I think Shashi is absolutely right. We have, between all 6 states in the south, right now we have 130 Lok Sabha seats. But if that is going to be reduced by a large number, then I think the voice from the south, which has performed well, and for penalizing a performer, literally incentivizing a non-performer, is a travesty of all, in all forms. So therefore, I think we have to get our act together, cutting across, the various states. I mean, if I say too much, then I'll be called an anti-national. I'll be accused of being a secessionist and wanting a new country in the form of South India, etc. So I don't want to go thus far. But I'd rather say, under the larger rubric of India, I think all of us, like Rajendra said, we're all Indians first. We all love our country more than possibly, the people who run the country right now. But the fact is, yes, back in 1980s, when family planning was a big deal, South performed much, much better than the northern part of India. Now, you cannot penalize us. You cannot actually stifle our voice by way of cutting down the seats. I think we have to get together, cutting across political parties. Maybe in the next couple of months, we'll request our Honorable Chief Minister either to take it up in the Southern Region Council or otherwise. And I think this affects all of us. So a collective voice is something that we have.
The need to reimagine our federalism is now becoming very clearly a visible issue on the horizon.
Are there other aspects to this reimagination? There have been 3 issues that make their way into the national debate on a fairly regular basis. And I'd like both of you to reflect on all 3 of these. One is, do we need to go back to the union and state lists and reimagine the allocation of roles and responsibilities, both keeping in mind that there is a lot more integration, so things that states used to do now cut across state borders, so how do we manage that, as well as the fact that the union has taken over sets of roles that constitutionally were at the state level. The second question has been around the role of the institutions, like we talked about a little bit earlier, interstate councils, the absence of a planning commission. And the third issue of reform that comes up repeatedly is representation, not just in the Lok Sabha, but also in the Rajya Sabha, which was in some ways to be a representative of the states and doesn't necessarily play that role anymore. So is there scope, as we reimagine federalism, to also look at these 3 aspects of reform that come up, or is the national debate barking up the wrong tree?
I think whatever we're doing now is not working. There was an article a couple of days ago from Ratin Roy talking about getting larger versus getting richer. I was in Delhi for something, and at some media house, in the course of a discussion, they asked me, "Oh, are you very excited that India has become a larger economy than the UK?" I said, "Not particularly. I mean, if you tell me that the average citizen's life has improved, if they have better access to clean drinking water and, garbage-free street, that excites me. Multiplying some number by some other number and arriving at some scale, it doesn't really excite me that much." He went on to analyze it even more deeply, which is the point I want to make here. Right? We have this perception that the labor from the poorer northern states comes and finds work, and helps our economy. All true. But he made a point which I had not actually contemplated. Ever since I became the finance minister, I've been chairing the state-level bankers committee meetings every 3 months myself. Credit is such an important component of the economy in a country like India, where you don't have unsecured lending, you don't have deep capital markets. It's a technical thing. But every single meeting, one of the things we look at is the credit to deposit ratio. It says how much is the total loan book in Tamil Nadu compared to all the deposits made by the people of Tamil Nadu. It is continuously above 1, right? So 1.05, 1.10, 1.13, something 1.09, which means effectively that the banks are bringing money from outside Tamil Nadu into Tamil Nadu and lending it into Tamil Nadu, thereby helping accelerate the growth of Tamil Nadu, clearly. I had not contemplated the reverse, and Ratin's article points out that the credit to deposit ratio in Uttar Pradesh is 0.55, even though it's a much smaller base. 45 paise of every rupee that UP people deposit into the banks gets taken out of UP and used somewhere else. That's clearly a retardant to their own growth, right? Now, nobody sets this diktat, right? The bankers go where the credit is good. That's true if you look at, World Bank or ADB or KFW or JICA. Southern states get a lot more of these projects, and the union tried to do something. It was misguided. They stopped it, thankfully. It's a technical thing. But nobody is that powerful that you can control the economy or the market, right? The market has its own momentum, has its own logic, its own rationale. People are, sentient beings with their own preferences. So this is actually a great disservice. Whatever the model we have now, this model is a great disservice to those left behind. We should not contemplate all of North India as one block, or all of the Hindi people as one block, or all of the states as one block. Just because they happen to vote for a particular party doesn't make them that different than us, right? I mean, it's a different... I think we need to separate the person, the party, the outcome in the election, and the actual lives and realities of the people. And if we look at it from the lives and realities of the people, we don't actually have that much conflict. We all want the same thing. We all want everybody to progress, everybody to participate. We can't say we're for social justice in our state, but then we want only our citizens to progress and not the people of UP or Bihar. We want everybody to progress. This political dialogue around one strong man, one all-knowing, all-person being is obscuring these things. We need to separate these issues. And, if this is 5 or 10 or 15 years is a blink of an eye in the evolution of mankind. So at the core, if we go back to the real values, that is that we want everybody to do well, to have a stake, to do this, then we have to reimagine all these lists. And that's for all states, not just for our state. All states should have greater freedom. All states should be incentivized with the right kinds of variables to deliver the right outcomes. So I definitely think I'm not that visionary or that experienced to know what the fix exactly is, but I'm 100% sure that what we have now is not working, and we have to do something about it.
Your thoughts on the fix?
As Mr. KTR said, when it comes to the relevance and existence of various states in this country, in the parliament, that is non-negotiable. There's no way that anybody is going to negotiate or give in. Fundamentally, the various states in this country have been formed on the basis of linguistic basis. Now, there's no way that Kerala or Andhra or Tamil Nadu or Karnataka or Orissa or Bengal or Maharashtra or Gujarat, nobody will compromise their position when it comes to number of seats or the actual political presence. That is one thing. So that, I think, when the appropriate moment comes, it is quite natural that everybody will come together and not let anything happen where their existence itself will be in question.
I think we've covered a very important set of issues that get to the heart of what federalism is. Federalism as a principle of accommodation, of holding together our diversity and representing our diversity, of being a principle which is about deliberation that helps us get through these very difficult challenges of a lot of divergence amongst us as states, and a lot for us to learn from as states. And the only way out of that is through a lot more deliberation, a lot more dialogue, emerging from which perhaps some of the reforms or the answers for this new imagination of federalism would come, because ultimately we are all coming together, as Shashi you said. We are a common nation working towards a common proposition, a common purpose. We can open it up, I think, now for a few questions. We have about 20 minutes, am I right? Yeah, for questions from the House.
Just a quick revision. Kindly introduce yourself and direct your question to the panelists that you would like an answer from. Thank you.
Great.
And please leave it to the moderator to choose the questions. I'm
well,
sure.
there are three women right here who are asking questions, and I have to give them the space first. So, ma'am, over to you. It's South first means ladies first. Did we not hear
It is.
about all the great women's empowerment?
Good evening, dignitaries. Pleasure listening to all of you. I'm Anuradha Tota, and good evening especially to KTR Garu. The question is about national education policy. I represent Black Buck Engineers, which is into EdTech, but I'm very concerned about making the content same across the country, because each place is different. Each state has a different orientation. Somebody wants manufacturing, somebody wants management, somebody wants IT. So it is different across, this same content. They have included something related to localization, but it's just, you can teach the same content in local language. Language is only one part. The content also is different. So there is very little debate across related to NEP. And whenever I go to NEP discussions, it's all praises. But I feel actually concerned about it. So request KTR Garu to talk about this.
Well, I completely agree with you, because like it was pointed out, I think we need to start aligning our priorities with the kind of prevailing conditions that we have in our respective states. For instance, we just talked about NEET, the Common Entrance Examination. And in fact, Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu wrote to us. He has actually deputed a couple of members of parliament to us, and he had asked us if we should support their line of thought. But when we actually started digging into statistics, we realized that the students from Andhra and Telangana actually have been performing rather well in NEET. In fact, we've been the beneficiaries of NEET. So the point I'm trying to make is, each of us in our own states have different challenges with respect to what we want to set as targets in terms of our education curriculum as well. For instance, in the state of Telangana, our strengths are life sciences, information technology, and of course the areas where these two converge. We also have aerospace defense, logistics, textiles, etc., etc. So when I am designing my curriculum, I would rather have something where I play to my strengths, where I want my children, my local students, actually gaining gainful employment in the industry that I'm actually trying to attract, rather than trying to study something which is completely unconnected, or which is completely not known, not relevant rather to us. But of course, you also have to understand, then there are certain courses. For example, some of the students might be wanting to, possibly study space technology. While I might not have a space station in Telangana, I should still be able to offer it. So there are certain subjects, I think, which we have, there's a certain bandwidth that we have to leave out. Barring that, I think the state should again be given the opportunity to tailor-make, to literally, create a curriculum which goes very well with their, next couple of decades or next, agendas as far as industrialization is concerned. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Sunita, and I don't represent any organization. I've just come here as a concerned citizen. And first of all, congratulations to the organizers for having sort of something like this, South First. I mean, it's high time we moved away from Delhi-centric, media. That's one thing. And you could not have found a better panel than this to address this question. That's the thing. And then I'm throwing open this very provocative question to any of the panelists here, at the risk of sounding anti-national. Let us all agree that we are a humongous, heterogeneous, unwieldy, and difficult to govern country, violently yoked together. History tells us how we have been brought together. So all this talk of unity in diversity, essays which we've written since school, Are we just romanticizing it? Or do you think that it is possible? Now, I've listened to arguments back and forth and thoroughly enjoyed it. And I've heard Mr. KTR and Mr. PTR say that, you're talking about decentralization coming in top down. I've heard Mr. Bugana Rajendran Reddy saying that it should be bottom up. Do you think it will be possible, top down or bottom up, somewhere we'll meet and it will be possible to have a proper government, state and central?
Well, I don't think it's particularly romanticizing the idea of India, because honestly, I do believe there's been a civilization impulse towards national unity going back thousands of years. I think that this is a magnificent experiment to bring together the diversities in one space. I used to love twitting the Europeans by telling them that we had achieved what the European Union can dream for 100 years of getting to, of different cultures, in a sense, in the Marxist sense, different national groups all converging together into one particular state and sharing a common experience. I think it's in many, many ways been wonderful. But my argument was that while this Indian unity is a great precious asset, we need to reimagine the way we've structured it so that, for example, we can decentralize our federalism, ideally right down to the panchayat level, and certainly to a great extent to the states, so that, for example, the proportion of resources of the central government is not so overwhelming and so decisive that the political authority of Delhi should not matter so much that, as KTR was saying, everybody has to stand in a queue in Delhi to get what is rightfully money they themselves have raised and spent back. There needs to be, on fiscal grounds, on political grounds, and everything else, a reimagining so that we can keep the unity, but at the same time protect and enable that diversity to also thrive. Right now, the danger is tilting in the balance more and more. I mean, there was a reference in the conversation, perhaps very briefly, to the cesses. The government has essentially started disguising more and more taxes as cesses in order not to have to share any states. So you're really seeing a situation where the state governments are being gradually disempowered both financially and politically. And we in the South, I do believe, are facing a disproportionate burden because a lot of the taxes we raise here are going off to the rest of the country. And as Mr. Reddy said, that's a good thing. We do need to help other poorer states to develop. But again, as PTR pointed out, are we doing it the right way? Because they don't seem to have progressed despite all these resources going to them. So somebody, I think at some point, maybe this should be a job for Niti Aayog in consultation with state governments, to sit down and reimagine how we can do this in a way that lets the states get on with the business of actually developing in their own interests and so on. Some of these issues of common examinations, common everything else, would be, I think, much less troubling if we had a clear distinction in our minds between the things that states do and states need to empower themselves for their own interests, and some things that can only be done nationally and for which you do need national criteria, national standards, and national resources. This is not impossible, but it needs people to focus on the question now.
It had been a very stimulating and hard-hitting dialogue. Thank you. I want to raise one issue which I think is very eminent and would have very significant implications for
Are you only
state
talking to
finances.
your political opponent, or are you talking to all of us?
To all of you.
No, in fact, to the finance ministers. Now, this is about the extra budgetary borrowing of the states for capital expenditure. Now, the demand of the central government is that this be considered part of the fiscal deficit or normal borrowing of the state governments. If they insist on it, I think Telangana, Andhra, Kerala, I don't know about Tamil Nadu, you are going to face disaster. Fiscal space for the coming few years is going to be totally erased. And this is not an issue that can be individually negotiated. It's something that requires collective action, legal and otherwise. Particularly when the central government, they have never complied with 3% fiscal deficit. Average has been 4+. While on the eve of COVID, state government fiscal deficit is only 2.75. So I would like the finance minister to respond whether you will be considering possibility of a collective resistance to this move?
I'm not a finance minister, but I'd like to respond to this.
Sorry, can I just
Yes.
make use of my role as moderator and just request one, because there's lots of hands, so can we just take 2 questions at a time? I think the lady there had a question as well, and then you can respond to both.
Sure.
Please. There, Mr. Isaac.
Thank you for giving me an opportunity. I'm Poonam Kaur, and this is a question for all of you, and asking just as a citizen. For a democracy to survive and thrive, we certainly need a strong opposition. Whereas we see in many states that they're enjoying the monopoly. And in this position, how do we really say that the center is unfair or the state is unfair? Nobody is really looking at democracy on the whole. Secondly, sir, this question was especially for you. Bugna sir, for you. We have heard a lot of arguments about the center being unfair to South, and there have been arguments where, there's a lot of difference the way they behave. And having the strength that you have, would you, looking at the situation in Andhra Pradesh, not really ask for special category status? Are we losing it out because of our political selfishness? KTR sir, first I would like to thank you, because on the 75 years of independence, when I went to Pochampally and I tweeted, you've actually released the pension for the weavers, and I really want to thank you for that. And I want to ask you, because you've been tweeting a lot about taxes, is it not true that state is also enjoying the taxes at the same time has the opportunity to abuse the center? Isn't it hypocrite? To you, sir, Dr. Tharoor. Sorry, last one. Dr. Tharoor, would you take the opportunity for a South Jodo Yatra so that the democracy survives? Thank you.
Well, I'll take Mr. Isaac's question first. The Fiscal Responsibility Budgetary Management Act that was enacted in 2003 has clearly, outlasted its, intent is what I would like to believe. Because for a growing economy, which is growing at 7, 8, 9%, and for a state like Telangana, which has grown at a CAGR of 15% over the last 8 years, you cannot look at debt as a burden. In fact, if you ask me, for a growing state, debt is a future investment if you're investing in capital expenditure. If you're investing in productive sector, if you're investing in a sector which is going to actually pay you back, then it's actually an investment, it's actually not a debt, first thing. The second thing is, in fact, Mr. Isaac would agree, when in 2003 the act was enacted by the UPA, it was envisioned that even the center would actually comply. But in the last 18 years, they've flouted it, they've amended it at least 18 times. Now, you can't have 2 sets of rules, for both governments. The central government, while it talks about, debt GDP, debt GSDP, they keep pointing to us that, you're overshooting. They're at 60%, a state like Telangana is at 25%, but we still get told that, you're not behaving. And the last thing I'll tell you, to penalize us, to choke us, to strangulate us, and to tell us that, listen, you're not in compliance, the SPVs that have been borrowing, the corporations that have been borrowing, to look at their debt burden and to actually put it on us, on the state, as covered under our FRBM, and to put it retrospectively is something that I will certainly challenge. I will definitely, work with Mr. Isaac. I would definitely go to the highest court in the country, because it affects my state, it chokes my state, it chokes a growing state, and it's a travesty. So that's to Mr. Isaac's point. Now, Poonam, I thank you for supporting handlooms. You said we are hypocritical. I don't think we are at all, because, we are a proud contributor to this nation. I'm proud that Telangana is a contributor. We are only 2.5% of India in terms of population, but we contribute to 5% of GDP. So अगर आज कोई ब्रिज बन रहा है गुजरात में, महाराष्ट्र में, तमिलनाडु में या कहीं और, मुझे कोई उससे दिक्कत नहीं है, बट मुझे इसी बात से फर्क पड़ता है, this cultural political hegemony कि हम देने वाले हैं, आप लेने वाले हैं, उस बात से मुझे फर्क पड़ता है, क्योंकि हम contribute कर रहे हैं, हम किसी के subservient नहीं है, किसी के subordinate नहीं है. तो इसीलिए मैं इतना ही कहता हूँ, अगर आप तेलंगाना आते हो दिल्ली से, आके थैंक्स बोल के जाओ, आके यहाँ बिरयानी खाओ, ईरानी चाय पियो, बहुत अच्छी चाय है हमारी, तो बस you please behave and behave in a respectable fashion. You cannot come here You cannot come here and tell us and dictate terms to it and basically tell us that we are not performing when we actually have done rather well. We have the largest per capita income in the country. When 2014 it was 1,24,000 rupees. Today it's 2,78,000 rupees. Our GSDP has risen by 130%. We have outperformed the union government on all benchmarks. So we have a right to decide our own priorities. In fact, I heard Tyaga said, speak in a TV where he has said, famously asked, in fact, he said, "Are you doing better than us that you actually dictate terms to us?" So the point is, we're not being hypocritical. All we are saying is we're happy to contribute to the nation. We're more patriotic than you, but at the same time, do not, kind of impose. Do not kind of, try and come here and tell us what to do and what not to do. Let us decide our priorities. Let us chart our own course. That's all I'm saying.
Can I just add one point? Do you think a fiscal council where fiscal rules are determined in collaboration with the center and state can help resolve this challenge?
Maybe, but I just want to make a point here about this FRBM Act, right? So we have our own FRBM Act equivalents and we can amend them also. But the difference between us and the union government, once the union government amends its act, and it has done, as KTR said, 18 times and violated, that's the end of the story. For us, after we amend our act, we'll get these letters. All of us have got one of these letters. Then we get a second letter that says, you shall not borrow more than X rupees. You shall not borrow so much of it, more than so much of it in the market, etc., etc. So this hypocrisy of a double standard where you can do whatever you want, then you tell us that we can't do what the Constitution allows us to do, our Act allows us to do, you use this 293(3) backdoor clause and all that. So let me just put all of it together and say, we don't begrudge sending net donor money or being net not recipients. We don't have any lower concern for the average Indian citizen than anybody else. What we don't like, expanding on what KTR said, don't come and tell us as if you brought this money from your house and gave it to us. It's our money, you're giving it back to us. Some of it you're giving back to us, number one. Number two, either you perform better than us and then tell us how we should act, or you learn from us, or at least leave us alone to perform better than you rather than try to subvert our performance. Number three, if you want to take national policy and actually create things in areas where it's not your domain, right? Education was moved from the state list to the concurrent list. It did become union list. Agriculture is in the state list. Minor dams and ports are in the state list. Why are they legislating over there and how have they involved any of us in it? See, it's one thing if you call all of us collectively and you say this is not working well, let's do it better, we're likely to get some progress, or at least we can agree to disagree and walk away. You enforce by diktat with no track record of performance and say, because I say so, you shall do so. So our friction is not about being donors, our friction is not about being less than caring citizens. Our friction is that we don't get treated as equal partners. That's what the Constitution says. It doesn't say there are two levels of government. It says there are two parallel, equal governments. And we get no acknowledgement for the good things we do, and in fact, we get told how to do it. Let me just take NEET as an example. What is our objection with NEET? Health is a subject where it's very hard to separate education from public health delivery because you can't teach medicine without a hospital. And the government of Tamil Nadu, I would say better than most states, at least in ratio of doctors to patients and other health measures, has done better than almost any state in India. We have an integrated policy that goes all the way from medical colleges to government hospitals to rural health centers to primary health centers, where we incentivize doctors to go and work there so that they can get priority in education, etc. A test like NEET disrupts all of these designs. It's not just about the entrance, it's about the entire health delivery system. And then I ask the question, on what basis do you tell me that I should change my model when my model has produced far superior results than you and is 100% funded by my state budget? It's not your money. You haven't done better than us. Why should you tell us how we should run an admission test? We will give priority to SC and Dalits. We will give priority to rural students. We will give priority to state schools. That is our health system. It has produced phenomenal results and brilliant doctors all over the world. on what basis do you believe you know better than us? Why should we listen? It's not even your money, it's our money. It's not even a central grant, it's a state of Tamil Nadu allocated 20,000 crores in the budget to run the health system. So this is the attitude that we don't like. Otherwise, we're willing to play with anybody on anything. We're willing to participate, to discuss, to come out with better outcomes, right? Is this big brother or big daddy or, messiah complex that we have a problem with?
So the first question being Dr. Isaac's question, the fiscal issues. In fact, I completely agree with the rest on this. The reason being 60% of the expenditure normally is borne by the states, whereas 60% of the revenue goes to the center. So there's a whole lot of difference, and the responsibilities and the duties of the states are far more citizen oriented than the union. Union has certain responsibilities in the form of defense, certain infra that is common to all the states and to the country, etc. But something that is closer to the citizen is primarily the state's responsibility. Therefore, we cannot have two sets of rules. One borrowing rules for the states and one borrowing rules for the center. Whatever is there has to be common. The same FRBM rules applicable to both, the same conditions applicable to both. Because ultimately, if all the states contribute to a nation, all the citizens are Indians, then the debt of the country becomes the debt of the country, citizen. If the debt of a state is equally distributed to the citizens of the state, the debt of the country also becomes equally distributable to the citizens of the country. Therefore, here we have to be on common ground, them and us. And coming to Poonam's question about special category, it is actually a very solemn assurance and promise given to the state of Andhra Pradesh during the reorganization of the state. During the reorganization of the state, it is like almost after a long time, you send your manager away without even telling them why you are sending him away. And while sending him away, you tell him that, okay boss, I'm going to give you an apartment, and you don't give even that. This is what has happened. And at that point of time, the special category, whatever assurance was given, should have been implemented immediately. Normally what happens, Poonam, I don't know if you have traveled by train ever to Mumbai. You have? Okay, then, in case you travel by train, if you are on time, you reach Bombay Central on time. By any chance, if you are delayed in Kalyan, you wait till afternoon. You can never get there. So this is the same case. You should have got it in 2014. The then government should have fought and got it. Now it is like continuously fighting.
South Jodo.
South Jodo Yatra. Look, I'm a supporter of the Bharat Jodo Yatra. But
you are?
I am. But having said that, the South is also a place of diversities. I mean, the fact is that there are different experiences, different cultures, different languages, different needs and different experiences amongst the various southern states. But what we have in common is worth concerting about, because there are some elements that in the national project, I believe the South can usefully concert their views on. And if you were to look at, for example, KTR suggested maybe the Southern Zonal Council or something could be a forum, or maybe a separate fit-for-purpose forum could be created just to discuss these issues. I think we will find that the southern states have a lot of common interests, even one of which happens to be ruled by the BJP. The Karnataka experience is not very different from what Andhra and Telangana and Kerala and Tamil Nadu are experiencing in terms of the distribution of resources, in terms of other considerations. And therefore, it seems to me, yes, that the South can get their act together, talk to each other constructively, but at the same time preserving the very diversity within the South that we want to preserve within India as a whole.
Southern diversity, I'm a half Tamil married to a Malayali. There's a lot of diversity, I can tell you. There's a question there. Yes. We'll take two questions. So from you here. I'll have to give privilege to this side now. So.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. KTR साहब से वही सवाल है. पहले तो मैं आपको थैंक्स करना चाहती हूँ. आप मेरे ट्विटर के कई ट्वीट्स पे आपने रिस्पॉन्ड किया. जो स्टेट इशू पे मैं बात करती हूँ, तो आपने रिस्पॉन्ड किया, बहुत अच्छा लगा. थैंक यू वेरी मच. मैं आपसे सवाल करना चाहती हूँ. आज ये बैठ के हम डिस्कस कर रहे हैं. अगर मन की बात जब आई थी, उस वक्त थी, उसको हम रिएक्ट करते. मन की बात सारे स्कूल के बच्चों को मन की बात बिठा, सारे स्टेट में बिठा दिए थे. अगर उस वक्त अगर रिस्पॉन्ड करते, उस वक्त कुछ सोचते, तो आज इस तरह की बातें करने की ज़रूरत नहीं पड़ती। क्योंकि मैं ये देख रही हूँ भाग्यनगर बना दिया जाएगा, ये भी स्लोगन चल रहा है, और हम चाहते हैं ये नहीं होगा, क्योंकि तेलंगाना गवर्नमेंट, TRS गवर्नमेंट ने इसको वो तरीके से अपोज किया, और मुझे यकीन है कि ऐसा नहीं होगा। लेकिन पेट्रोल पंप के पास देख रही हूँ बड़े पोस्टर लगते हैं हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी के, और जब मैं जब आ रही थी, रूलिंग गवर्नमेंट के बड़े पोस्टर्स थे, तो उसके अपोजिट साइड में उनके भी बड़े पोस्टर्स उतने साइज में पड़े। तो मुझे डर लग रहा कि जैसा कि वैक्सीनेशन सर्टिफिकेट में मोदी जी के फोटो आ गई थी, कहीं बर्तन सर्टिफिकेट में आ जाएंगे क्या, ऐसा कुछ मसला तो नहीं होगा क्या? मेरा ये कंसर्न है। थैंक यू।
Thank you. Can we just take one more from here? Hanji. Yeah, we'll take all three.
Yeah. We are transgender persons, and the question is primarily to KTR sir as well as to the minister sir from Andhra Pradesh. There are quite a few migrant transgender persons who have domicile now in Telangana, who have roots in Andhra Pradesh. I have two questions. One is that while their natal families are claiming their rations in Andhra Pradesh, they get no ration in Telangana. It's a process. I must also thank you, KTR Garu, for the Transgender Welfare Board. Some of us are there now. From the time I asked you the question 4 years ago at Bharat Anenenu, we've come some distance. Thank you for that. The second question is, again, this is a South issue. The state of Karnataka has thankfully given 1% reservation. I would exhort you all to give a little more than that if possible. Thank you.
Okay. In order to accommodate both questions, can you just keep them short? I know you've been waiting, sir. Yeah. No, this gentleman here, he's been waiting for some time. Can you just pass the mic to this gentleman here? He's been waiting for some time. Thank you. And then if you can just give him a mic too, so we can take both questions quickly.
Thank you, KTR Garu. So my name is Bhaskar Pinna from USA. Just I want to give one question to you. So the discrimination among the states, right? How can we overcome that? So one nation, one India. So the humanity is a religion. Then how can we take over to the India, like instead of this religion and religion politics? So humanity is a religion, right? So one India, one nation, one vote, then one humanity. How can we take over to the citizen of India instead of the religion politics day by day?
Thank you. Your question.
Yeah. At the outset, I would like to compliment all the panelists for the quality of their discussions and the depth of their observations. I think it's very well rounded and very well put. Now, we're all Indians at heart. We want the country to do well. And unless we grow as an economy, there is no scope for us to deal with our internal challenges nor our external threats. So the focus has to be on economy, like all of you have rightly pointed out. Now, again, we are a young nation, young demography. I think at a certain level, there's a lot of pessimism creeping in because of the way things are going. The focus has to be brought back to the economy rather than ideologies and things like that. My question is, will you all, I mean, I see that there's great quality of leadership here, and I see this as the future of the states. And will you all collectively work for bringing the focus back onto the growth of the economy rather than things that are inconsequential right now?
Thank you. We've usually started the answers this way, so maybe we can start this way. And I think we're getting to the end of the session. So any last remarks you'd like to add to in response, please?
I'll start with Sri Pallamraj Gari question. Definitely. I think we're all mostly regional parties, states that were made on linguistic lines. And the people of our respective states have put utmost confidence and trust on us and elected our governments and our chief ministers. So definitely, I think we'll rise to the occasion.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, results matter. Our job as public servants is to improve people's lives. Some of that we can do directly through schemes or subsidies or programs. Some of that we can foster an environment where the economy grows and more opportunities are created. But we must all hold ourselves accountable to some concrete outcomes, and if we feel we're making progress, then that validates everything. You know, we all come with different philosophies into public life. What philosophy you come with is only relevant if at the end of the day you deliver an outcome. Then you say, I was able to deliver this outcome because I came with social justice or inclusion or, participation or whatever it is. What worries me about the country, if I look at the last 8 years, the agglomeration of power in one or two sets of hands has kept on accelerating. And the outcomes, either in absolute numbers or in relative numbers to where we should have been had we been on a growth trajectory, have kept on going the wrong way. This is a dangerous, scenario anywhere. If you find that greater and greater political strength and institutional dominance and worse economic outcomes and lack of jobs and so forth. So I think what distinguishes us at this point today in the South is that we are bucking that trend. Our governments are delivering and we are improving people's lives, and therefore people elect us or re-elect us and give faith. This is the only sustainable model. If you cannot deliver results, sooner or later you're going to have to be held to account. It may take a long time. Large systems between cause and effect is a big gap, and it's hard to attribute which effect to which cause and all that. But at a macro level, there's not been any other sustained example in the world where things have kept on getting worse without some kind of correction. That's true in the markets, that's true in society, that's true in politics. So I couldn't agree with you more. I think really we should mark ourselves to market. What have we achieved? How many people's lives have gotten better? Is there a faster trajectory? Is there a better path? Those are the things we really should be bringing to the debate. And for the most part, I would say, at least in much of the South, until recently in Karnataka, those used to be the issues. Unfortunately, we are seeing now Karnataka slip a bit into all kinds of other issues, which is not good for the people. And already we can see the economic kind of consequences, right? I'm sure that in Telangana, in Andhra, certainly in Tamil Nadu, we're seeing lots and lots of big companies start to say, should we keep all our eggs in one basket? Should we really be Karnataka or Bangalore-centric? Should we start trying to diversify out? It's not yet become a exit, but it's certainly becoming a, should I invest any more in this society where things are not stable? So that's the future of any society, right? Is people's lives getting better. That's what we're all here for. And certainly I think we focus on that every day, and we'll continue to focus on that every day. It's ironic that when you had coalition governments and people who were considered weak, you actually saw huge progress in the country. And now you have this single party government and people who are considered, or individuals are considered, strong men, and outcomes are getting worse and worse. It tells you something about why democracy with a lot of debate and a lot of participation and a lot of voices and a lot of dissent is actually a good thing. It yields better outcomes than the perception of some superhuman force, shall I say.
Well, I think at the beginning of our conversation, the fear was expressed that some of the sentiments we're going to discuss might be seen as anti-national. I think it's worth stressing that I think everybody here in this panel is a nationalist. We are interested in seeing India prosper and thrive, but India is made up of all of us, is made up of all the states, is made up of all the people of this country. And clearly, when I talk about reimagining federalism, it's about achieving a more constructive balance between center, states, and indeed panchayats, so that we could actually have a win-win proposition for all. The idea should be, and should clearly be, that we want India to thrive. That means that everybody must feel they have a common stake in outcomes, and that those outcomes are sometimes better delivered at the lowest possible level, and in some cases can only be delivered at the national level. And I think until that's clearly understood, we're going to have the kinds of problems that particularly the three state ministers have so clearly identified in their comments today. And I would simply urge all of us to understand that being proud of our nation requires us to have the imagination also to see the challenges being faced in the way in which the nation is being run. That's really all I want to say. I think I really do want to renew my congratulations to the organizers for having got these voices and minds together today, because I do believe that it's time the southern states and southern intellectuals, thinkers, writers started talking much more to each other about how we can imagine our place in an India which is changing in quite dramatic ways in the last few years, changing towards a conception of India that perhaps we don't share in quite the same way in these southern states. And we need to think about how we fit in and how they should fit in with us in order to make the collective India work that much better.
Thank you. You know, a lot of times when I criticize the union government, when I criticize the Honorable Prime Minister, let me put it on record and let me say this. You know, every patriot in any country, you know, would love his country all the time, would support his country and stand by it all the time. But I would only support my government when it actually deserves it. I would support the country 365 days, 24/7. But I would only support the government when it actually deserves it on issues. Otherwise, we don't. That's exactly the mantra we've followed over the last 8 years. We have supported this government in GST, on GST. We have supported them on numerous bills. It's not like, you know, we oppose everything for the sake of opposing. But the fact is, you know, in the world's largest democracy, if you do not open up and talk about real issues, Pallam Raju Garu spoke about economy. I think that's paramount. Now, for a growing country with large population, 140 crore people, you know, unless we get our economics right, unless we ensure that the economy is on track and it is not derailed because of our myopic policies, we are going to hurt the long-term interest of this nation. So it is our bounden responsibility in a vibrant democracy, you know, going back to Madam's question as well, you know, कि हमें डर लगता है कि ये होगा, वो होगा, society में anarchy आ जाएगी. I'll only tell you one thing. I think a vibrant democracy needs a vibrant opposition. A vibrant democracy needs a vibrant opposition. So unless we question, unless we ask, unless we point out to the flaws, unless I tell you that in 8 years, you know, what have we seen, you know, from the strongmen who have been running this country? Highest inflation in 45 years, highest unemployment in 30 years, highest value, devalued rupee, 80 rupees, you know. There were lots of murmurs around 60 when it was 60 in Dr. Manmohan Singh's time. Now today it is at 80. We have the highest number of poor people in the world after COVID. We have just recently surpassed Nigeria. And unless we talk about it, unless we debate these issues, attention would be constantly diverted to nonsensical issues. And those nonsensical issues are about, getting the attention on halals, hijabs, and all other things which are actually redundant and nonsensical in the context of our larger country, larger interests of this country. So I absolutely agree, sir. Our single-minded focus over the last 8 years in the state of Telangana has been to improve our economy. Our economic fundamentals are strong. We've focused on basics. Therefore, today our GSDP, like I was pointing out, has risen from 5,06,000 crores to 11.55 lakh crores. Our per capita has risen from 1,24,000 rupees to 2,78,000 rupees, which is one of the highest in the country for a large state. Our contribution to GDP has risen significantly over the last 8 years. We are a performing state. We want to be a part of the nation-building exercise, but at the same time, while we focus on economics, we will not tolerate discrimination. When we went to Government of India, and when we told them, 5-6 decades ago in Hyderabad, defense PSUs were set up because of strategic reasons, because of geographical reasons, our distance from our hostile neighbors. And when we requested the minister and the union government to actually create a defense industrial production corridor here, the answer was absolutely amusing. She had said, the decision is made, it will be in Bundelkhand. I said, why? Is it because Bundelkhand and Uttar Pradesh have 80 Lok Sabha seats and I only have 17? So these political considerations and this parochialism that is at play needs to be debated, needs to be talked about, needs to be spelled out. People might not like it, you know, when you keep pointing out to flaws or pointing out to certain things. But the fact is, unless a vibrant opposition, and since Shashi's party is not doing much, it is upon us, to
I object strongly to that. Come on.
So no, you're trying to do a Jodo Yatra, but
I've just been marching in that.
अरे नहीं यार, मैं बोल रहा हूँ कि आप लोग यहाँ जोड़ रहे हो, वहाँ पे लोग छोड़ रहे हैं, वो भी देख लो. मैं क्या कह रहा हूँ? unless each of us steps up, unless each of us starts talking, unless each of us actually, take this seriously. Like Sunita was saying, are we romanticizing the notion of India? I think with all of our differences, with all of our, this heterogeneous country being together for 75 years in itself is an achievement. But what about the next 25? What about the next 75? I think that therein lies the challenge. And unless we focus on economics, unless we ensure, and this is the really last point I would like to make. Prime Minister keeps talking about freebie culture. Let me point out, the privileged in this room, the upper middle class in this country, the middle class in this country, the fact that you guys are resting in peace, in the comfort of your home, is because the governments are actually taking care of the restlessness in the poor and the vulnerable by way of the welfare schemes. It is the bounden responsibility in a third world country like India of the government to take care of its vulnerable. To call it a freebie is actually, again, a shocker coming from Prime Minister. So my humble appeal to all of you, please support vibrant voices in opposition. Please support vibrant democracy, and that's the only way India is going to forge ahead.
The organizer wanted to say...
And let's all support each other in opposition.
Do you want to...
Dr. Tharu, thanks for the encouraging words. And this question is on behalf of the audience. This question is on behalf of the audience. Since I am authorizing myself. So, as representative of the South, most people would like to know when you are filing your nomination for the Congress presidency.
Well, the notification is only coming out on the 22nd, so at least
I
that's
know
the deadline.
I know you are a diplomat. You can skirt the most difficult questions, but still.
On that note, do we have to, I'll defer to the organizers. Do we have time for this one more question? Just, if we can keep it short, he's been waiting. Unfortunately, I think we have a time constraint. Just 2 minutes so that we can close.
It's a straight question, half-minute question. I don't know how much time the answer takes. Being a politician, I may not be able to spell it out. I may not be able to canvas for it. But is it not the time for us to unitedly work for a production-oriented subsidies, and whatever, I was the person who piloted the free electricity bill or act in the country. But don't we think that it is the time now for us all, let us support all have-nots, let us support all people who deserve every way of support in education, in health, in everything else. But is it not time for us to link it with the subsidies or the so-called freebies with the production and take the nation forward?
Thanks. I think, does anyone want to give a quick answer? I don't think we can, unfortunately, because we really are out of time. But I'm sure that they can take your question outside of this. I think that it's often said that the future of India rests with the states of India. I think if there was ever an illustration of why federalism matters, it matters because the voices and views of states collectively come together to make the nation. It matters because argument, debate, and deliberation make the nation, and federalism is the means by which these principles come together. I think this panel has been such an important illustration of just this. It's a spirit that we're losing, but I think quite clearly it's certainly not lost. It's being fought for very hard, and it will be back in all its robustness, because that's the future on which India will grow. Thank you.
Thank you. A panel par excellence indeed. And thank you all, the speakers, as well as the moderators. I request the founder and CEO, Mr. Vasu Gandikota, to kindly give our panelists and the moderator a token of our appreciation. Thank you. Thank you to all our panelists. Mr. K.T. Ramarao, IT Minister, Telangana. Dr. Palanivel Thiagarajan, Finance Minister, Tamil Nadu. Bugana Rajendranath Reddy, Finance Minister, Andhra Pradesh. Mr. Shashi Tharoor, Member of Parliament. And our wonderful moderator, Yamini Iyer. I'd request, ladies and gentlemen of the audience, to please continue to remain seated. We are anticipating the chief guest of this event to arrive in about 5 minutes. Requesting audience to kindly remain seated. Please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, after this we have our logo reveal as well as an address by our chief guest. Requesting the audience to kindly remain seated.
What can you do when the public is accepting this content? You're not able to accuse me of plagiarism, which is your standard go-to trope, because I'm an IP lawyer by practice. Come after me and I'll rip you apart. On content, I'm saying I'm not claiming expertise here. I am standing on the shoulders of giants. I'm doing what any scientific publication would do, which is citation, 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 900 footnotes and endnotes. Deal with it. The existence of Hinduism in the current day is predicated on Hindutva being kept alive. If Hinduism were living in peacetime, Hindutva will sleep. But if that's not the case, Hindutva has to stand up. It is the Kshatriya aspect of Hinduism. The speed with which the community reacted to the Pathan controversy is not the speed with which it reacts on freedom of temples from the state. We read the history of Wahhabism as if it's in a separate silo when it comes to the Middle East, but we don't wish to talk about what happened parallelly in Bharat. All the Wahhabis were Sufis. So it's very difficult for me to buy this Bollywood presented invention that when you think of Sufi, think of these dervishes with the long hats and the long robes just swirling around constantly in ecstasy. Every time an Indian cricketer celebrates a Hindu festival, just go through the comments and the hate mail that he receives. I don't blame the Muslim community leaders or the founders of Pakistan for what they did, because they did what according to them was divinely ordained. I blame the Hindus for not doing enough and for not standing by their culture. We are the ones buried under these degrees of coloniality where we find it so difficult to unabashedly represent our own position, stand by our own culture. That's the problem. This pacifism is the consequence of the moderate spirit introduced into Indian public discourse by the creation of this entity called the Congress.
Namaste, Jai Hind. Welcome to another edition of ANI Podcast with Smita Prakash. Many of you have written in to request us to get some domain specialists to our Delhi studios for the podcast. We do try our best to accommodate as many requests as possible. I'm not really a fan of Zoom interviews. It reminds me of the COVID era, and hence all our guests are those who come to our Delhi studios. Today I speak with J. Sai Deepak, engineer turned litigator turned author. His two books, India, that is Bharat, Coloniality, Civilization, Constitution, and India, Bharat and Pakistan, The Constitutional Journey of a Sandwich Civilization, are two voluminous, well-researched books on the Indian civilization. His views are hugely popular among a cross-section of the Indian population, which believes that the way Indians have read and perceived history of its own civilization is through the prism of their colonial masters. That Indians constantly seek validation. On the other hand, some historians feel that Sai Deepak and some other historians are whitewashing history through an unnecessary debate of native versus colonial prism. Thank you so much for coming to our studios, Sai. Before this, just for our viewers, before the podcast begins, I just want to tell you that off camera, I asked him, I said, how should I address you? Because, I've seen some of your videos and some call you J Sai, some call you Sai, some call you Sai Deepak. So I said, okay, how do I refer to you? So then you've been kind enough that I can take your first name and refer to you as Sai. I wanted to have you long back on the podcast because almost every podcast that I have done, 25 of them, in the comment section, it's always, ma'am, can you please have J. Sai Deepak? Ma'am, can you please have J. Sai Deepak? I said, look, I'm going to have him, but only after I've read your book, because I'm a little bit finicky about such things that I need to read the book and get to know, what your point of view is. And you make very compelling arguments, if I may say, Sai. It's very hard to completely disagree with you because you speak and your theory, your arguments are very sound, if I may say so. Let's begin with this book, especially India, Bharat and Pakistan. So, while reading this, as you know, I had Vikram Sampath here. There's this whole host of books which have come out by Indic historians. Some say that it's just too much too soon. Do you think that's the case?
So first of all, thank you for having me over. I'm happy that someone's at least asked me how do you wish to be addressed, and they've got my name right. So thank you so much.
Okay.
I think your podcast with Vikram was fabulous. Vikram, of course, is brilliant at his subject, and I would say he certainly he fits the definition of a true blue Indic historian, and he's taking forward the legacy of people like Dr. Meenakshi Jain and others in a very brilliant way. And I think people like Vikram and people of this generation, fortunately, we have the social media positional advantage, which the previous generation did not have. And since there were gatekeepers of scholarship around that particular generation, the others weren't able to break through that let's say, that iron fort. Fortunately, I think that bastion has now been broken into. Now, to respond to your question, I think the pace at which narratives are being set up, citing, I would say, distorted history. Ever since what I would call the tectonic year 2019, with multiple developments back to back, August 5th, then you had the CAA, then you had the Ayodhya judgment, then you had the status quo order in Sabarimala case and whatnot. So much going on that the central issue, in one way or the other, was always about the identity of this country. Its fundamental parichay. And therefore, I think it was imperative for these works to come out in quick succession, putting out multiple perspectives. Allow me to say this without an iota of false modesty. I'm certainly nowhere in the same league as Mr. Sanjeev Sanyal or Vikram Sampath or any of these people, because they're brilliant at their own subjects, for instance, Mr. Sanyal, who's just come out with this brilliant book on revolutionaries of Bharat, who's great at economics and history. I am approaching this more from the perspective of a practicing advocate, trying to understand the underlying mentality in my own profession and our own approach to issues such as secularism, constitutional morality, so on and so forth. So I genuinely believe that these discussions are timely and very, very relevant. I hope there are more voices that come out sooner, because I think after a point, people might get jaded with the same set of voices and the same set of faces. They'll say, okay, we have heard his position. Abhi aur kitna sunna hai? What more does he have to contribute? Right? So that shouldn't happen. So the fatigue with respect to a particular phase or a set of phases mustn't translate to fatigue with respect to the content of the perspective. So we need more voices. So I hope that the next few years, at least 3 or 4 years, we see more and more people coming to the fore who are able to take some of the seeds or Easter eggs that we have sown in each of these books, take it forward, dig deeper, and then come out with their own views on it. So I'd say, no, this is certainly not too soon or too much too soon. I'd say this is the right amount, and perhaps we may even need more.
Okay, I'm going to read out some extracts during the course of this podcast, stuff that I found interesting. And viewers, you must buy this book. There'll be many things that you might find more interesting than I did. But I'm going to take out some. You say, Sai, that history, and I quote, history tends to reward those with long collective memory. And you write in this book, I'm going to go to this Bharatiya mind, which you talk about.
Right.
It's on page 9 for those of you who want to see it. You say this, that in the absence of this big picture, the Bharatiya mind, which is currently buried deep under 3 layers of coloniality, European, Middle Eastern and Nehruvian Marxist post-colonial, will continue to consume popular, comforting and infantile fictions. I want you to elaborate on this infantile fiction. One such fiction which you mention is the existence of the Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb, the much touted composite cultural creature that is the supposed product of a syncretic relationship between Hinduism and Islam, creating the so-called unique Indian Islam. Now, generations of Indians have grown up on this, listening to this, that how lucky we are as Indians to have this Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb. Now you come with this very uncomfortable truth, which tries to shatter, I don't know whether it has shattered or not, this fiction which you call.
Right.
So please explain to me what this is about.
So during the course of my research for this book, I went through a huge learning curve. My preconceived notions about the so-called independent movement around that particular period, its leaders, everything changed. The first thing that I realized is that this composite creature called the Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb is a relatively new construct in our public discourse, and which can at best be traced to the period between 1916 and 1923, and not before nor after. Because you see, until 1916, this much was very clear, that while the Congress of that particular period wanted to project itself as the big tent of all sorts of ideas, as long as it was, let's say, seeking some kind of a home rule or autonomous governance for Indians, staying within the realm of, let's say, the empire, the colonial empire, so to speak, the Muslim identity was crystal clear. I'd say largely clear, that I don't think the twain can meet. And one of the foremost persons to make this point was Sir Syed Ahmad, because most people assume that it is the creation of the Congress which led to his own views on the two-nation theory. But the fact of the matter is, those views preceded the creation of the Congress by at least 50 years, thanks to his own education in certain seminaries. I've mentioned all those facts. Second, 1924 also turned out to be one of those years which translated into severe introspection on the part of several Indian leaders, because they realized that in the process of supporting the Khilafat movement, and the non-cooperation effectively was meant to further the cause of Khilafat, it was not meant for Indian independence. That much is very clear. Nobody can make that statement whatsoever, because I've quoted Congress proceedings, I've quoted Muslim League proceedings. This is a myth that needs to be busted, and I think I've done that. When you see that, two things happened. One set of leaders from within the Congress effectively realized that they had created a dragon, which was going to be difficult to rein in. And this dragon always, or rather, they hadn't created a dragon, they had revived a dragon.
What is this dragon?
This is the dragon that believes in the two-nation theory.
Oh, okay.
This is the dragon that led to the creation of Pakistan, which was always waiting for an opportunity to present itself, to reassert itself, so that the Persian can be, let's say, resuscitated, so to speak, in Bharat. And the Khilafat movement, coupled with the cooperation of the Congress under Gandhi, or even before that by Tilak and others, had given them that opportunity. From 24 to 46, you're looking at the movement towards the creation of Pakistan and the crystallization of the idea of Pakistan and the reality of Pakistan. I would only ask, what Ganga Jamni Tehzeeb? That's one. Because by 1946, the elections make it abundantly clear that the majority of the Muslim population had voted for the creation of Pakistan. And therefore, everybody who chose to stayed back for reasons of pragmatism and practicality, but not for patriotism, is a position you've already taken. Because you've already cast your ballot at, let's say you vote at the ballot, clearly with respect to a particular idea and its fructification. So, can there be a clearer statement of intent and position? I don't think so. That's one. Now, I would then say that post-independence, the deification of this particular composite creature must be laid at the doors of the distortion of history, helmed under Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru and the Marxist Nehruvian coterie of historians that he put together, which actively sidelined people like R.C. Majumdar and others. And then also to this particular cabal, I would call the IPTA, the theatre movement.
IPTA, yes.
IPTA, which had a lot of Marxist Muslims. I think Mr. Kaifi Azmi was also part of this, and Balraj Sahani and all these people were part of it. And then I think Bollywood starts playing a huge role in creating this. So we are told that Mohammad Rafi sang bhajans, and then we are told that Naushad set music for some of these bhajans, and that...
They did, no?
Of course they did. I'd say I'm not going to let a bhajan effectively come in the way of my larger picture of what happened in history. That is something I'm not going to buy that.
Sir, if I may interrupt, you said it's in the 20th century, right?
Right.
That this Ganga Jamuni Tehzeeb, and there's no reference earlier, maybe not the term.
Right.
But tell me, the sentiment didn't agree. Suppose it didn't exist. Suppose we were to just look back at, say, Akbar and Deen-e-Ilahi.
Right.
You've written about that in your book. You've gone into great depths about that.
Right.
But I'm just asking you, because most people who've grown up think that, okay, there was this syncretic culture which was there, especially in the Ganga area.
Right. The problem is, whenever we choose to examine or unpack these issues, I think somewhere the examination for causality goes for a toss. So let me do a typical analysis here in terms of what is the cause and what is the effect. This much is clear, that there have been multiple waves of Islamization of the converted Muslim population from the Hindu population. So until that particular process of Islamization is complete, the converted Muslim who was previously a Hindu continues to hold on to his cultural roots and religious roots in one way or the other, because he is not able to let go of the religion of his ancestors. Now, this is sought to be presented as the accommodative facet or aspect of Islam, which is not the case, because you have to go a few years forward and then you realize the next wave of Islamization removes even those vestiges. And that is what we see as Wahhabization. I'm sorry, it's not Wahhabization. It's the complete Islamization of the convert. Because we don't understand Wahhabism the way it is supposed to be. We see it as some kind of an extreme tangent of Islam, which is not the case. It has a significant following in this country. It has perhaps a greater following in this country, at least since the 19th century, than in Arabia. We don't wish to talk about it. That's a different issue. Okay, so that's one. Two, Dr. Ambedkar specifically says as much in his book, Pakistan or the Partition of India. Let me say this for the sake of public record, that I have serious and several disagreements with Dr. Ambedkar. But I think on some of those issues where I think I may end up agreeing with him, is his reading of this mindset, the Islamic mindset and the origins of two-nation theory, where he doesn't beat around the bush at all. So a lot of people who wish to quote him for multiple reasons somehow don't want to quote him for his views on Islam. They must read it. And there he is very clear that this composite creature is effectively the residual product of incomplete conversion of the Hindu to Islam. That is his clear analysis. It makes abundant sense. Clearly, lighting of a lamp or breaking of a coconut hasn't come from Islam. These are native traditions which some people are finding it difficult to let go of. But with every wave of Islamization and further Wahhabization, or Wahhabization and hence Islamization, that wave goes. I'll give you an example from my own part of the country. In Hyderabad, there was a point where perhaps the burqa was common, but the hijab wasn't. And you would rarely find Muslim men wearing the abaya. That's not the case anymore. You find it in the Hyderabad airport. You go to Mangalore, you'll find it. You'll find it in Tamil Nadu. Kerala has been the case for a very long time, by the way. Most people don't know this. So therefore, I'm asking myself, the visible symbols have changed. Is it your case that this is purely an external change? Or is it not the product of a change in the mindset? Then what do you make of the hijab controversy that happened recently? Could this controversy have been expected a few years ago or a few decades ago? Because our analysis is stuck in some kind of ossified time frame where we're saying this is the golden period where this syncretic creature existed. We are unable to see what happened before. We are unable to see the existence of this period in the larger context and what happened later. You at least extend the time frame and ask yourself the right questions. I think the answers would be fairly clear. Comfortable or not is a different question.
We just spoke about the two-nation theory. You were just mentioning it. Most people would think that, the two-nation theory, those who are not students of history would think that Jinnah was the one who at least he's the one who verbalized it more and made it more acceptable to Indians. He was the one who did the two-nation theory. Some who would have read a little more would say Sayyid Ahmad Khan. Shashi Tharoor says it's Savarkar. So where did it origin? Where was the origin of the two-nation theory? Right. And where is it now? Because even now it's being talked about.
So I'll give you 4 names and 4 timelines. Shah Waliullah Dehlavi was alive between 1703 and 1762. He passed away a year after the Third Battle of Panipat, after Abdali left this country, after having ravaged the place and after having destroyed what I would call the spine of the Maratha Empire. Syed Ahmad Khan passes away in 1898 September. Savarkar was born in 1883. Gandhi was born in 1869. Jinnah was born later. I would say he's perhaps a contemporary of Savarkar in that particular sense, a junior to Gandhi and way junior to Syed Ahmad Khan. Savarkar was 15 years old when Syed Ahmad Khan passed away. So you must credit him with a lot of genius to say that 15-year-old boy created the two-nation theory. Right? Now, that's not possible because most people believe that Savarkar and all those people who subscribe to his point of view don't have brains. So let's assume that's not the case here, right? Now then you go to the next issue.
Please listeners, if you are not watching this on video, Sai is being sarcastic out here. So, okay, yeah.
So Syed Ahmad Khan starts speaking of Hindus and Muslims as 2 races, at the very least from his first book of 1858, where he traces the causes of the Bagawat, namely the 1857 rebellion. But much before that, he is educated in a seminary called Madrasa-e-Rahimiyya, which is in Delhi, which is based out of Delhi. That institution is single-handedly responsible for producing at least 7 major Islamic movements in this country. Ahle Hadith, Ahle Quran, Ahmadiyya, Barelvi and the Aligarh movement. Because all the founders are alumnus or alumni of this particular institution or have been taught by the gurus of this particular institution, or let's not call them gurus, teachers of that particular institution. And the records clearly show that they were significantly influenced by the teachings of one gentleman, Shah Waliullah Dehlavi, who passed away in 1762. So his children and his grandchildren take over this institution and are single-handedly responsible for keeping the tradition alive. It was Shah Waliullah Dehlavi who clearly said, I am perhaps a 4th generation descendant of Arab invaders. I have lived in this country, but I am not an Indian. In the sense he says, I don't belong to this land. Obviously the word India did not exist then, but he says, I don't belong to this land. He sees himself as an Arab. Clearly says, we cannot mix or intermingle with the local population under any circumstances. Because for 2 reasons. One, I am Arab plus I am a Muslim. So there is an ethno-religious sense of supremacism that pervades his thought process. Now we should ask ourselves, why is he so important to this entire discussion? He is important because from Deoband to every institution of repute that you can name, which is of Islamic origin, so to speak, names him as their intellectual forefather in their own records and books.
Yeah.
And I've shown it from their own books.
Yeah, I'm going to quote this. I had pointed out, I had written it. I didn't know that you're going to be talking about it, but then I had already taken it out. He said in this, which I was going to come to this about the doctrine of jihad. And in this, you've even brought Sirhindi, and he says that caused of Islam, Reformation, Revivalism, re-establish Islam in Bharat in its most pristine form through strict adherence to the Sharia, and by purging of heresies such as Sufi mysticism, attendant un-Islamic beliefs and practices. You have gone into great detail about the influence of Dehelvi in your book, which is very interesting. Yes, go ahead.
So Dehelvi comes out with two central philosophies which continue to influence the history of this country and which influence the Khilafat movement as well as the partition of India. So he specifically says that Islam mandates and requires the establishment of a caliphate so that there is a centralized unified command, a chhatra so to speak, under which all Muslim rulers can function.
In this land?
Everywhere. He says a caliphate, a unified caliphate, and it starts with Bharat, because this happens to be the biggest possession in their hands. Okay, that's one. Second, he says, along with the caliphate which will take care of the worldly affairs of Islam, you need a very strong ulema. So there's a very clear division of turf between the ulema and the rulers. He makes that. And it is the job of the ulema to set the Islamic house in order if the Islamic king strays. So he draws on all of that. And this man was a contemporary of Abdul Wahab. Both of them learn the hadith from the same school and from the same set of teachers in Hejaz. Okay, so look at how the history of this particular period is incestuous. We read the history of Wahhabism as if it's in a separate silo when it comes to the Middle East, but we don't wish to talk about what happened parallelly in Bharat.
He's the one who translated the Quran into
Persian. Correct.
So that
because by then Persian has become the official language of the administration under the Turco-Mongol Persianized Mughals. And therefore he says the first thing that we must do is, as long as it is in Arabic, it becomes difficult for the local population to read the language or read the book. And they'll be contaminated by the influence of their Hindu ancestors and Hindu neighbors. So to prevent that infestation contamination, let's say of that particular pandemic or epidemic as he saw it, let us quickly convert this into a language which is more accessible. And therefore, he was the first one to undertake the translation of Quran to Persian from Arabic. So this happens. Not just that, he is also crystal clear in his head that the only way I can ensure that the new convert remains true to Islam as it was followed by its earliest followers is by ensuring that their entire life is lived in accordance with the Sharia, because Sharia reflects the religion in the manner in which it was followed by the earliest followers to Islam. This is how they see it. And that philosophy is endorsed across the board. There is a multiplier effect with multiple institutions mushrooming all over the country. If you look at the map on the cover page of the book, I've identified those regions which have been either influenced by this thought process or which are epicenters of seminaries which propagated the thought process. So when you have Dehelvi already saying this, Syed Ahmad Khan, who is a product of this, what are we talking about here? Why is Savarkar even relevant to this discussion? Jinnah is merely a third or fourth generation torchbearer of the very same thought process. But this also shows that Dehelvi is perhaps a strawman argument to make, because if someone who is so much trained in the religion and its scripture and has done this for a living, whose father compiled what is known as Fatwa-e-Alamgiri under Alamgir Aurangzeb, clearly and surely he knows more about Islam than you and I do. So I wouldn't say this is merely the contribution of Dehelvi. Dehelvi was capturing or encapsulating a political doctrine based on Islam. So ultimately it goes back to the central book, the root book. So one of the founders of Jamia Millia Islamia, which was founded I think in 1920, the backdrop of the non-cooperation movement, after they found Aligarh less Muslim. Aligarh Muslim University was found to be less Muslim and more British loyalist, and therefore Jamia was established. One of the founders was Sayyid Shabir Usmani. He gave the first Quranic justification for the creation of Pakistan on the basis of the division of the world between the Kafirs and the Mu'min. And you'll find a better exposition of this thought process in Venkat Dhulipala's book, Creating a New Medina, where he speaks of the period post 1937 until the creation of Pakistan. With all this before us, I refuse to believe that Savarkar or even Jinnah or even Syed Ahmad Khan was remotely responsible for this. They were only taking a certain thought process forward. That's it.
Did they, were they the ones who, or one of them or two of them, were they the ones who gave a kind of a politicalization?
100%. Yes. So, which is why I would say, so the first person to give it a very concrete political shape was Syed Ahmad Sir Hindi, who existed in the period of Akbar. But because Akbar existed and he was a powerful emperor, and the Mughal Empire was perhaps at its peak. I would say it was perhaps at its peak under Aurangzeb in terms of geographical expanse and all that. He did not find too much of traction. And since everything was going hunky-dory for political Islam, people didn't see the need to indulge him. But when the chips are down for political Islam, the ulama take up the mantle. And therefore, from the death of Aurangzeb in 1707 is when you start looking at the rise of political Islam under the guidance of ulama. JUI is also established.
Why were they not influential during Akbar then?
So it's like this. When people believe that under a particular Islamic king, the flag of Islam and the flag of Mughals are flying high, let's not upset the apple cart, so to speak. And plus, Akbar was a very powerful emperor. So in the tug of war between the religious elites and the political elites, when the political elites are very powerful, religious elites are not going to find too much of traction from the public, because they'll say, this man has ensured that Islam reigns supreme politically in this country. So why would you want to go around troubling him at this point? But subsequent rulers end up getting even colorful titles like Rangila, Muhammad Shah Rangila, so on and so forth, right? Thanks to their lifestyle and everything else. That's when the religious elites say, at least now you must listen to us. So compared to his father, Abdur Rahim, who lived in the time of Aurangzeb, Shah Waliullah Dehlavi lived at a time when the Islamic rulers were only Islamic in name and were happy doing or indulging in all sorts of debauchery. That's when he invites Abdali to invade this country, because Marathas and Jats have reasserted their position. So he writes letters to 3 different people, the Nizam of Hyderabad, I think the Emir of Afghanistan in Herat, and then also perhaps, I don't know if he wrote to Turkey, then he writes to Abdali. Abdali is the one who comes here. So this tells me that the two-nation theory is not a product of the 1900s, it's not a product of the 1800s, it's a product at the very least of the 1700s, going back to, I would say, the root cause.
The root cause, okay. You've talked about the Dehlvi influence. Tell me about the Wahhabi influence now.
Now,
on Bharat as such. We are still talking about Bharat, we're still not come to post-colonial.
Right.
Yeah, because most people would think that Wahhabi influence came to South Asia or something with the Taliban and Al-Qaeda.
Correct.
To go back and say that what you were saying is that it was there way back.
Correct.
So tell me about the influence.
So the thing is, Wahhabism became a moniker, so to speak, thanks to its propagation by the British after their ships were set alight by the Wahhabis in Hejaz and the Middle East. Until then, they weren't aware of this particular strain of thought. Now, Abdul Wahhab and Shah Waliullah Dehlavi, since they were taught by the same set of teachers as far as Hadith is concerned, they go back to their respective realms and take the thought forward. One sees the gradual decline of the Ottoman Empire because it's competing with the Russian Empire, it's competing with the Habsburg Empire, and here the Mughal Empire is gradually falling. So the Muslim community in 2 different foci chooses to prop 2 different Muslim intellectuals who say the only way you can regain your power is by going back to the basics as far as Islam is concerned, and that is what is Wahhabism. For all practical purposes, say, weed out all possible extraneous influences. So there are 2 specific influences they speak of. Other 3, Turkish, Roman and Hindi. That is why I say that when they're asking for the removal of it, that's the next wave of Islamization. So Wahhabism is a process. The end goal is complete Islamization.
How is Hindi corrupting that purity?
Sufi practices. So there are 2 different aspects. One, so for instance, when a girl attains menage, that is celebrated in several parts of this country. That practice gains a lot more gaiety and festivity in Indian Islam when it is practiced by practitioners of Indian Islam. They said, Get it out of it. Marriage should not be celebrated with this kind of form. Get it out of this. This is the Hindu influence. So observe everything with sobriety. Anything that has color, light, music, get it out because that's the Hindu influence.
Were they effective? Were they successful? And until what point of time were they successful in history, you'd think?
So it's like this. So this thought process is accepted in several parts and is rejected in several parts.
Yeah.
So the portions of Indian Islam which reject the rejection of Sufi Islam are called the Barelvis, who say, no, sorry, these are practices which have come over the years, we will retain them. But you see, that's what I say in the book, that independent of their internal differences on these aspects, the one thing they're very, very clear about is that there are only two pillars of Islam, namely the Quran and the Sharia. That's it. And the identification of the outsider or the outgroup is fantastic, which is Ahmadiyas, who we suddenly seem to have a lot of sympathy for in the backdrop of the CA, were among the founding communities of Pakistan, by the way. They say this as much on their own website.
Yeah.
Their leader, as well as the leader of Barelvis, all
and they got their comeuppance when Pakistan was created.
True.
Sorry to sound cruel, but anyway.
Both of them say, in fact, I think one of their leaders basically says, I may have my disagreements with you guys on several issues, but if I were to be asked to offer water to a thirsty Hindu or a thirsty dog, I would prefer to serve the dog as opposed to the Hindu. This is the position. So this is the position of Hindu in the eyes of all these branches and sects, despite their sectarian disputes. So I don't care for their internal disagreements on the esoterics and metaphysics of Islam. I'm not on that. That's your internal fight. My question is, what does this translate to as far as I am concerned? And on that, there is no difference. Everyone was very clear that this is the land where the flag of Islam needs to be revived. And for greater expansion of Islam in the Indian subcontinent, rather the Asian subcontinent, the fortress has to be Bharat. And since they couldn't get Bharat in its entirety, the fortress that was established for the very same purpose was Pakistan, which is why Venkat Dhulipala calls it creating a new Medina. So that this happens to be the epicenter from which Islam moves forward.
Right. You know, you have gone into great depth about the Bengal, the effect on Bengal. Like the first partition happened in 1905. I'm going a little bit into detail because there are many who live abroad who are, listening in, and they may not have studied Indian history so much in depth. The 1905 first partition, then that sowed the seeds, and then you saw in 1947 you have East Pakistan, you have West Pakistan, then subsequently 1971 it becomes Bangladesh. Right now I'm going to read one part in your book, page 131, that you talked about. When you were talking about the reason I found this very interesting, even now when you mention, about that the Sufi practices and things like that, even if today, a young person going to Dhaka, you will see women all wearing saris, bindi. It didn't get it. Somewhere that thing is still there about the cultural practices. It's not in conflict with that brand of Islam out there. You don't see women in salwar kameezes. You don't see hijab all that much, because that whole Bengali tradition, the language, everything, I mean, it's the only country to be born out of a language issue. Anyway, so I'm going to read this out about the divide and rule policy. When you talked, this thing about in 1903, Lord Curzon understood that demographic, religious and political implications of creating a Muslim majority Eastern Bengal and Assam, and the originally stated administrative and economic reasons for the partition did not present the complete picture. Clearly, one of Curzon's stated intentions was to nip the nascent Bengali Hindu-led national movement in the bud by using Muslims of Eastern Bengal and Assam as a counterweight. Curzon was quick to realize its potential political benefits, such as breaking the momentum of Indian nationalism, the epicenter of which was Bengal. You even talked about A.C. Majumdar's book, and in which he corroborates Curzon's employment of the divide and rule policy and the gradual but unequivocal reciprocation of the Muslims of Eastern Bengal to Curzon's overtures to woo them. So this is what I was trying to get at. when you were talking about link it to this whole Sufi thing. Divide and rule. It worked at every point of time,
Correct.
you're saying, right? It worked when in the Wahhabi and the Dehlvi period. It worked during colonial period. Now explain this to me.
So the first thing that I have tried to show through the book, which I hope people have latched onto, is all the Wahhabis were Sufis. Shah Waliullah Dehlvi was a sanad-carrying Sufi, which means he was ordained as a Sufi into the Sufi order. His father was a Sufi. Ahmad Sarindi was a Sufi. A lot of people who led people into riots in Bengal were Sufis. Proper riots. And effectively, this missionary arm of this particular mindset has played a huge role both in softening as well as wielding the stick as well as the sword. That much is very clear from the documents. So it's very difficult for me to buy this Bollywood presented invention that when you think of Sufi, think of these dervishes with the long hats and the long robes just swirling around constantly in ecstasy. Sorry, history is much more than this people swirling, and it's very difficult. The bloodbath that they've caused is astounding. So all these people who led the Wahhabi movement were Sufis. Let's be clear about that. That's one. Second, what am I trying to say? I am not denying the fact that the British indulged in the divide and rule policy. My qualification is, it's not divide and rule policy, it's exploit the divide and rule the policy.
Yeah, exactly what I was trying to get to.
Right?
Is that what you were saying is that this division process had started
long ago? It has always existed.
Yeah.
And therefore, when the British realize that when there is a particular discord, that can be used to their benefit to also prevent or let's say put some kind of a fetter on claims of a separate nation or a nationhood or asking for home rule. What is the principle behind this? The British was very comfortable providing autonomy to those communities or those colonies which could lay claim to the status of being a single nation. And the definition of a nation is not what we understand it today. Definition of a nation is either you're bound by a single language or religion or race or whatever it is. There has to be something which is homogeneous across the board. So therefore they said, first of all, Hindus and Muslims are not a single nation. Even within Hindus, you're not a single nation. That's the extent of their argument. It is around that period that Radha Kumar Mukherjee and everybody starts writing to say why Bharat as a civilization must be seen different from Europe's definition of a nation. So
that's in your first book.
That's in my first book, right? Now, when he senses an opportunity in the Muslims of Bengal and Assam who are willing to help him create a separate Muslim majority state or Muslim majority province as a counterweight, now I'm asking myself, this common bindi, the common sari, the Rabindra Sangeet or whatever Sangeet existed before that, all of that should have played a role. We end up focusing too much on the softer cultural aspects without asking whether this has had the power to prevent a political tide. When the chips are down and when a crucial decision is to be taken, have all these mattered? I'm saying they haven't mattered. This is peacetime discussion. This is the discussion of the affluent and air-conditioned atmospheres drinking wine, saying, oh, this is the greatness of the composite culture of this country. When it mattered, it did not. Okay, did it matter when Operation Searchlight was going on in 1971? No, it did not.
No.
Right? Okay, let's assume for a moment.
For those who don't know about Operation Searchlight and Tikka Khan, please Google it and read about it because it is the most horrific incident that has happened in South Asia, which the world has ignored. That genocide that happened then, please Google it and read about it because it's something that the Western world completely forgot and Bangladesh was not strong enough to talk about it. And the rest of the countries in Asia, including India, did not talk about it. So do Google and read about it. Sorry, Sai.
So let's go before 1971. If this cultural, let's say, impact was so strong, you shouldn't have had an Eastern Pakistan. But you did. Why do we forget that Bangladesh was indeed East Pakistan? That means they decided to go ahead with that particular decision. Notwithstanding the common linguistic affinities and whatnot, they said, we are throwing our weight behind this set of people who subscribe to the two-nation theory. That's one. After 1971 and after the creation of Bangladesh, has it seen greater protection for the Hindu minority there? In stark contrast, the Hindu population in Bangladesh has come down sharply. Every day you hear instances of rapes, forcible conversions, atheist bloggers being killed, so on and so forth. So the Bengali affinity or the Bengali commonality isn't strong enough to prevail over the Islamic identity. Let's be very clear about that. Their Ummahhood reigns supreme. That is established by the partition at 1947. Did they say, we don't wish to live with Pakistan, we don't subscribe to the two-nation theory, we'd like to merge back with Bharat in 1971? That's not their decision. That's not the decision post 1971. In fact, one of the ambassadors, I remember reading this as a school-going kid, effectively told this to Bharat, do you expect us to be grateful to you for eternity for 1971? This was the tone of Bangladesh in late 90s and early 2000s. When it was not the Bangladesh of even today, which has some kind of an economy to speak of.
But why do we expect gratitude?
We don't expect gratitude.
Yeah.
We are asking for decent treatment of Hindu minorities there. We are asking for some kind of restraint on illegal migration. We are asking for some kind of restraint on the export of cows from here in an illegal fashion and the cow slaughter that happens at Bharat's expense. Because Pashudhan may not matter to you and me, but it matters to the farmer. We have recently seen about 10,000 cows being repatriated from that particular part, and that border is so porous. In fact, there's a specific paragraph where I say that the infiltration into Assam has to be traced to the partition of Bengal, and the antecedents of the two-nation theory start from 1905 at the very least, which directly is traceable to what is happening in Assam at this point. So, when we look at Assam, so I think in 2019, just before the lockdown, at the fag end of the year, Professor Faidan Mustafa and I had a public debate on the NRC in Assam, whose results had just been announced. And this debate was organized at Nalsar, of which he is the Vice Chancellor. Now, I basically said, you want to look at NRC and Assam independent of the issue of Bangladeshi illegal migration. I'm sorry, enough literature says that's not possible. You need to look at it as a whole. Maybe 30% of the audience scoffed at it. So in part, I'm responding to that. I'm saying, here's the literature, deal with it. So when a country such as Bharat, as it exists today, is the product of multiple bloody vivisections, why do we look at each of these instances in isolation without understanding what are the larger dots to be connected here? Perhaps that is the central thesis of the book. Please learn to connect the dots.
Right. Connect the dots when you talk about that, that Indian Muslims stayed on in Pakistan, stayed on in India. Those who stayed on in India, pragmatism was a major reason.
Right.
Many times it was like there was no option.
Correct.
Right, to go. I had Asaduddin Owaisi on the podcast recently, and as you know, he's very vocal about his identity as an Indian and as an Indian Muslim.
Right.
Now, he said this, and I quote it. He said, "Main is mulk." Reason I asked him also is because people call him the modern day Jinnah in India. It's a very rude way of saying it, but then
I think Jinnah was better.
Okay. So they said that. So he says that मैं इस मुल्क में इसलिए हूँ क्योंकि मेरे बुजुर्गों ने ये जिन्ना के टू नेशन थियरी को ठुकराया था. So he talks about staying on in India that his parents did, his ancestors did as a matter of choice,
right.
Not as a pragmatic move because of financial reason or whatever. They were financially well off, his family.
Right.
So tell me about this, that why you have a different take on this.
Well, the floodgates will open. So I hope I will exercise my free speech to the fullest possible extent.
Absolutely, please do.
Right. So let's go to the first limb of your question, which is on why did I make the statement that they stayed back for reasons of practicality and pragmatism? The good part is, a lot of these people said this themselves. So there's a fantastic interview on YouTube of Maulana Madni where he's speaking to a Pakistani journalist. And he was asked this very same question. Why didn't everyone move there? What was the reason? He said that you're looking at a population which has stayed in this part of the world for several generations. They had their properties here. And they had their masjids here. And most importantly, he alludes to something which is very crucial. Most people don't even talk about it. At the time of the discussion of Pakistan, even those Muslims who opposed the creation of Pakistan weren't doing so because they wanted to be part of Bharat, but because they believed that this entire land belongs to Islam. And therefore they said, why are you settling for 1/3 of this when the entire thing was supposed to be Mughalistan? So it's not that we belong to Bharat, but the converse is Bharat belongs to us. Rather, Hindustan belongs to us.
Because it had been conquered.
Conquered. And that reference is constantly there in every speech of Syed Ahmad Khan, where he said, we have ruled this place for 800 years. That's where this myth comes from his speeches. He says this over and over and over again. So when someone tells me, no, they stayed back for patriotic reasons, yes, but patriotism towards Bharat, no, patriotism towards Mughalistan. That is what they say. Now let's go to the next level. Mr. Owaisi presents a very, I'd say, a peculiar picture. Because his party is the legal successor, or at the very least, the ideological successor of the party founded by this gentleman who fled to Pakistan, Ali Rizvi, a lawyer, who led the Razakars into the genocide of Hindus during Operation Polo. We should know this as people who come from Bhaginagar and Hyderabad, where we have seen our families and relatives being butchered at the hands of these Razakars. So they would come with serrated knives. You'll find Razakars being mentioned in 2 different parts of the world, Bangladesh and in Hyderabad.
Yeah.
Okay. So Razakars, what they would do is that they would tie the male members of the family together and set them alight for the rest of the families to watch. This was the nature of it. The hostage population theory, or the critical hostage population theory, was pressed into service by the Nizam, where he used the Hindu population as the bargaining chip with the Indian Union. That is exactly what is captured in the conversation between his Prime Minister and Vallabhbhai Patel. He said, what we'll do here? And to which Mr. Vallabhbhai Patel says, what do you think we'll be doing here? Right? So therefore, I think it's important for people to just unpack what exactly is Mr. Owaisi talking about. What are the antecedents of his party? Where did they take this discussion forward? There is an MIM and then there is an AIMIM. And we are expected to believe there is absolutely no relationship between the two. Why don't you release the documents, the founding documents of your party, and see who's taken charge from whom? Okay, let's take the converse of the patriotism argument. Did Hindus of Pakistan stay back in Pakistan out of patriotism for Pakistan, according to you?
No.
Knowing fully well what preceded the creation of Pakistan, what did they stay back for? Again, pragmatic and practical reasons. Which means they did not know how to escape, because the wealthy people managed to escape. The ones who couldn't, they had to stay back. Now, where does the Christian population of Pakistan come from? They converted, hoping that the international community would come and save them, by the way, because they did not have a central Hindu organization to defend them. These are the origins of Hindus in Pakistan and the
also,
Christians in Pakistan.
Jinnah appealed to the Christians.
Exactly.
To clean the toilets.
Exactly. So because these converts...
I don't think people realize this, that the reason Christians stayed back was because they were leaving in droves and there was nobody to clean the toilets because they were not willing to clean the toilets with themselves.
Correct.
And that whole famous speech of Jinnah, that everybody will be free to practice their religion, was because of this.
Right.
And they never lived within the living quarters or the living areas. They used to live outside, and they continue to live outside the city limits.
Now let's connect 3 dots. This is the reality in Pakistan. That's the reality of Valmikis in Kashmir. And that's the realities of Shudras and Namashudras in Bangladesh. Which is to say, the people who were left behind in these parts, the sensitive parts, were the ones who couldn't afford to leave. So there is a...
But Owaisi's family, like the others, could afford to leave.
I'll come to that. Owaisi's family, you should, whenever you listen to his speeches, please, I would say, operate in compartments where you pay attention to his Urdu speeches in his jalsas first, and then see what he says in his English speeches before in English channels. In Aurangabad and in old parts of Hyderabad and other places, every time they start talking, they hearken back to the atrocities of Operation Polo. Akbaruddin Owaisi and Asaduddin Owaisi constantly speak of this as if it's a Holocaust that's visited the Muslim community. That's how you speak of the accession of the Hyderabad princely state under the Nizam to the Indian Union. People don't read or let's say watch those speeches. I've seen those speeches. I know Hyderabadi Urdu as well as any other person. So I know exactly what they're talking about. So what is being presented to the English audience is the sanitized version. Now, Sri Arun Shourie wrote a brilliant piece in his heyday as a journalist around the Ram Janmabhoomi period, where he spoke of how temples were destroyed and how history was whitewashed. He said, I went to the seminaries library in Deoband and other places. The Arabic version openly says we destroyed this temple, this temple, this temple, this temple. He identifies all of that. Arabic to Urdu goes through the first round of distortion, where the tone has come down a bit. From Urdu to English, it's gone completely. And then now we are being told that Ghazni came to Somnath to liberate the non-Brahmins from the Brahmins. This is apparently he had to come 17 times to liberate people and not for the gold, right? Now, when you look at all of this...
Again,
sarcasm.
listeners, this is Sai's brand of sarcasm out here when he talks about whitewashing of history. Yeah, that's true. There are versions now of invasions that one is reading. Yes.
Mr. Salman Khurshid on one of the summits ended up saying that the advent of Islam to India is not a story of invasion, but a story of migration. Apparently, that's what he said. Whereas we are being told that it has to be treated as the Aryan invasion theory and not the Aryan migration theory. Anyways, now when it comes to Mr. Owaisi, when he says this, he is abundantly clear in several statements on YouTube. He says, Dakhan hamara hai. Dakhan is Dakshin, Deccan, that's where it comes from. Because the Nizam was effectively the sword arm of the Mughal in the south. The two regions that were dear to Aurangzeb were Bengal, because he was the Subedar of that particular Suba, and then Dakhan, which turned out to be the graveyard of the Mughal Empire. Right? Because the Marathas had come up here, the Vijayanagar Empire, all of these people were here. Of course, Vijayanagara precedes Babur, that's a different issue. But the point is, they speak from a sense of ownership, and which is packaged and presented as a sense of patriotism. Please learn to distinguish both. I don't buy this for one bit. So he is the same person who rushes to Assam in Kokrajhar in Assam in 2012 because he has to establish kinship with the Rohingyas and others, or people who were being killed there, or people who were actually killing the others. Then there are riots in Mumbai where the soldier memorial is destroyed around that particular period by members of the Rizvi Academy or whatever academy that is, or Reza Academy. He establishes some kind of sympathy with them. He immediately opens up camps for all these people. What is he talking about? I'd like to understand, why is it that Mr. Owaisi always finds it in him to establish sympathy for the person who is rioting? I don't see him talking to Tariq Fateh. For that matter, I think there are serious disagreements even with Mr. Javed Akhtar. But let me see if even Mr. Owaisi can find in himself the ability to find common ground with Mr. Javed Akhtar. That's not going to happen on several issues. One is a Marxist Muslim, at least that's what he claims. The other is, I'm a practicing Muslim. Everything is presented as victimhood. So, notwithstanding his gift of gab to present this as some kind of a sacrifice that they've made, that we have not gone to Pakistan, we have stayed back here and all that, his Urdu speeches to his home audience and his home territory is very, very different. I mean, those speeches reflect a very different side, and I'd say the true side perhaps.
See, you were mentioning even Salman Khurshid and we were talking about Owaisi. Now, there are many Muslims who say that if we keep thinking about, or if we go back to, okay, what are your origins? If you go back Khuredo, as they say, you keep digging. Right. You go too much to the grassroots, you'll only get ants and you'll get mud, no?
Right.
So there has to be some, if you keep looking at all Muslims are people who are too poor to leave,
right,
or who were avaricious, who thought that, oh, we can have business opportunities, so let us stay back.
Right.
If you ascribe these motives to all those who stayed back, then there is no meeting ground. Then the divisions become more and more. Do you agree with that?
I think there are some fantastic meeting grounds. So let me give examples. Mr. K.K. Mohammed, who has reconstructed certain temples in Bateshwar and other places in Madhya Pradesh, who also says that I don't find any conflict between my origin as a Muslim and my current belief system. Abdul Kalam, aren't these examples worth citing? During his lifetime, Mr. Abdul Kalam wasn't exactly seen as a celebrated member of his community because he was making weapons for Bharat. He was comfortable with the Bhagavad Gita, played the Rudraveena, or the Veena at the very least. Now, these kind of examples don't work because these are the examples where the process of Islamization is still not complete.
But you're still not ready to accept it when it comes to Mohammad Rafi singing bhajans and all that, you're saying?
See,
you won't see him as a...
I think when you choose to use Bollywood as an example, I'd say anybody you pay money there will do anything as long as it's meant for a particular role. I don't wish to see a professional performance which is meant for a particular payment or which is done at the expense of a particular consideration as any sign of, let's say, syncretic behavior. Why are we looking for that? I want hard examples here. Why are we looking for hard examples in a make-believe world? I'd like that in the real world, where it truly matters. Okay, let's do something. There's a fantastic discussion or a debate that happens on the Earth Litfest platform in 2019 with Mr. Owaisi, Mr. Subramanian Swamy, Dr. Subramanian Swamy and myself, and I was supposed to be the moderator there. Please
I
look,
saw that.
Right?
It's on YouTube. Yeah.
Right. I'm not referring to any parts which are constantly churned around in WhatsApp. I'm not on that at all. I think it's done to death. when he was asked the question of what is the position of the rest of the Indian Muslims with respect to Kashmir and Bharat's relationship, see how wishy-washy he gets. So that means an elected member of the parliament who's been voted to Bharat's parliamentary body, its legislative body, still doesn't wish to commit to the cultural relationship and the civilizational relationship between Kashmir and Bharat. He says that's a complicated issue. I asked him about CAA. He doesn't want to acknowledge the fact that in Islamic republics, Hindus get a rough deal, at least in this neighborhood. He doesn't want to address that. I asked him if a specific legislation or an amendment comes out identifying a particular cause, why don't you accept that this cause has a direct relationship with the identity of the country? Because then he would end up having to admit that Islamic republics give out a rough deal and a short end of the stick to Hindus, at the very least in our neighborhood. He doesn't want to accept that. That is with respect to Pakistan and Bangladesh. He says that I have gone to Pakistan, I have spoken out against the terror activities of Pakistan. Then why don't you acknowledge that it's the Pakistani state, which is the Islamic state, which is actually meting out this kind of treatment to Hindus? Why doesn't he speak out against that? He has all the time in the world to establish kinship with Rohingyas. He has all the time in the world to establish kinship with Muslims across the world, including Palestinians, but not for Hindus in Pakistan and Bangladesh. But that reciprocal sentiment is expected from Hindu leaders.
That's not spoken. No, forget Owaisi or forget Muslim leaders.
Right.
It's not something that even Hindu leaders
Agreed.
in India pick up.
100%.
So we expect Muslim leaders to speak. Why should they? They're saying like Pakistan hamara thodi na hai, hum kyun bole? Why not the Hindu leaders then?
You know what? I couldn't have made the argument better. I have always said this. I don't blame the Muslim community leaders or the founders of Pakistan for what they did, because they did what according to them was divinely ordained or scripturally ordained. I blame the Hindus for not doing enough and for not standing by their culture. That is the essence of the first book and the second book. That we are the ones buried under these degrees of coloniality, where we find it so difficult to unabashedly represent our own position, stand by our own culture. That's the problem. Okay, I have a question. Why is it that the Communist Party always chooses to field leaders who either come from the so-called Savarna community and who are also from the Hindu background? Why don't we get to see people coming from the depressed classes of the society becoming heads of the Marxist party, or even people coming from the Muslim background? Because it's the weaponization of the Hindu identity through the Marxist route. Because you get to say the exact argument you presented. Well, it's not the Muslim saying this. It's a person coming from the Hindu background who's making the statement. Immediately you become defenseless. That's how the legitimacy of the state of Israel is undermined by using the American Jewish identity as a weapon against the Israeli Jewish identity. Because it's not the Muslim who's saying this. It's your own guy who's saying this. That's it. Then what do you do? The wind is taken out of your sails, no? That's exactly what happens. So my point is, I find it useless to say that there is a problem with someone else. I say the problem lies within. And the problem lies within, wherein we haven't produced enough committed, intransigent hardliners who stick to the position of their culture as much as they are supposed to. And each time the Hindu society manages to produce them, they are in the minority and they're isolated. That's exactly the fight between the moderates and the extremists in the Congress of that particular period. The Naramdal and the Garamdal, that's the distinction.
Moderates and extremists, true. Even like when Vikram was talking about that, the historians, there was this Shuddho and Ashuddho list. So this is what happens. Now you are bringing up all the Ashuddhos, all of you Indic historians. Do you get that a lot? That why you raking it all up now?
No. So the reason why, so whenever someone asks this, I say, fine, then give up the discussion on Aryan invasion theory. मेरा तो 500 साल पुराना है, आपका तो आपके हिसाब से 7000 साल या 5000 साल पुराना है. तो पुराने की बात तो आप कर रहे हैं ना, मैं थोड़ी कर रहा हूँ. Right? You don't do that. Because that needs to be kept relevant for proselytization of the Hindu community and harvesting of souls. That needs to be kept relevant to keep the caste pot boiling. Right? You need to keep doing that. That needs to be kept alive to keep the language barriers boiling between the north and the south. That needs to be kept alive for the Aryan-Dravidian divide, because it helps a particular camp in the south. So if history is so irrelevant, you don't bring it up. DK constantly brings up Aryan invasion theory in its current day publication, the Dravida Kadagam, which is the cultural arm started by Periyar, not Periyar, E.V. Ramaswamy. Right? All these people continue to speak of history. When there was a 27% hike in the reservation in MBBS seats, this I remember when I was in 9th or the 10th standard in the late 90s.
When I was getting into college at that time,
Then placards spoke of Aryan invasion theory. 5,000 साल हमने मलाई खाई फिर भी हमने ढकार नहीं मारी. This was the placard. Now history is not relevant there, it's on the streets. Tell me which part of this country and which discussion of this country is free from discussions on history, then I will stop talking about history. It's not. The entire purpose is to ask myself, where do these problems come from? How many of them are fissures within? How many of them have been created by the outside actor? And two, are we now seeing a repeat of history? Is a 100-year cycle back? Are we living in the age of Khilafat 2.0 is the central question that I'm asking.
Okay, that's pretty frightening. Okay. You talked about hijab. This is going to come up again because we are going to see elections in Karnataka. So the whole hijab issue is going to come up. But you talked about how hijab was something that was, you didn't see this when you were kids. You didn't see so many women in hijab in Hyderabad, in the city of yours, or in my city of origin, which was, in Karnataka. So we didn't see so many, but you're seeing more and more. So, but however, those who defend more girls wearing hijab today, they say that it's part of Islam. It's something that they are choosing to do that.
Right.
You also spoke about, like we said, that many people don't know about Wahhabism, that it was existing. Another thing which, when reading your book, I saw was that the role of jihad in Indian history. Now, many students of history, who are not students of history would think that jihad was not prevalent in India at all. That this is something that came in when, again, Afghanistan, when that happened, that movement happened.
Correct.
But in your, you talked about jihad in North India. I will read out a part and then you explain to me.
Yeah.
This is in page 26. You say for several years after Barelvi's death, 1831, we've gone into Barelvi quite an extent. It was a practice in Muslim families, especially in northern Bharat, to either earmark a portion of their earnings as their contribution towards jihad or to send their men to participate in the war at least a few months. This is not so different from the present day trend of individuals from certain communities being sent to fight for the ISIS. Now, you tell me about this now. You tell our viewers, listeners, about how jihad existed in India. It's not a new concept for Indians.
So the thing is, Syed Ahmad Sarhindi and Shah Waliullah Dehlavi, they create the doctrine, the political doctrine. Now it needs to be actioned and implemented. Now that gets actioned and implemented by this gentleman called Syed Shahid Barelvi, who died at a place which everybody knows now is Balakot on 6th of May 1831. And that death is the reason why it becomes the training ground for jihadis. That's why, let's say you have all these people going there as if it's a shrine. I'll tell you why it became a shrine later. But this gentleman his origins are traced to the Prophet himself in his genealogy. By the seminaries of this country. They explain that he is the 36th generation descendant of so-and-so, so-and-so. They mention all of that. This man becomes a student of a descendant of Shah Waliullah Dehlavi, and he starts a preaching tour. You see, the man couldn't read or write. And members of his community interpret this as a divine sign because apparently the Prophet also couldn't read and write. And therefore they said, this is the blessing of the divine himself. This is a karamat. And so he starts his preaching tours and he effectively puts into action Dehlavi's vision on the ground. So what does he do? So his preaching tours go to all the places in Uttar Pradesh that you associate with seminaries now. Okay. Gango, this place, that place. I mean,
the Ganga Jamni.
The so-called Ganga Jamni region is his, experimental ground, that entire region. Then he goes to different parts of the country, but the one part which he goes to, which translates to establishing a fantastic infrastructure, is Patna. Because Patna was then called Azimabad. Because Azimabad, I think, is perhaps the name of a grandson of Shah Jahan or something, or maybe some descendant of Aurangzeb. But that's what it was called before. Previously, you used to have the Azimabad Express. So people think Patna
before Patliputra.
And Patliputra, uske baad Azimabad, uske baad Patna bana. So people think Patna ke pehle Patliputra. नहीं भाई, बीच में तो medieval period था ना, तो कुछ तो हुआ था वहाँ पे. So हर जगह के नाम बदल दिए गए थे. इसका भी बदल दिया गया था. So he goes to Patna, and then there is a family of 4 or 5 brothers who are so enamored by his teachings, who now decide that we will commit ourselves to his teachings. Now, his teachings are not just to, let's say, Islamize the Hindu or rather the Indian Muslim more, but he wants to collect an army to fight the Sikh Empire in Punjab. Okay, because the Sikh Empire has created trouble for the Muslim empires of India as well as to Afghanistan. And since the Pathan has always been seen as the sword arm of the Indian Muslim, and Syed Ahmad Khan says in his speeches, if ever we get into trouble, the tribes, the Lashkars from Pathan will come and help us. That's a statement, by the way.
And they requested for them also.
They requested for them.
Yeah.
And even Barelvi requests for their help as well. Right? He asks for it and he gets it. So there are 2 brothers. So Indian history has seen 2 pairs of brothers. Both of them go by the name Ali brothers. The second set of Ali brothers are around the Khilafat period, with whom Mr. Gandhi has a fantastic relationship. And the first set of Ali brothers are direct disciples of Barelvi. They establish, according to me, the finest and the most well-entrenched Wahhabi network across the country. In the south, in the west, in the east and in the north, across the board. For funneling of money, for collection of arms, for indoctrination of people, and for collection of soldiers to be recruited for the fight against the Sikh Empire first and then the British Empire. Their movement is single-handedly the reason for the enactment of the sedition law in 1870. It was to fight them that the sedition law comes into existence, and that's what I've explained in the book.
The origin of 295A.
The origin of 295A comes from them, not to fight a non-violent peaceful people. What threat was the Congress posing to the British? Nothing. They were seen as collaborators of the British, they were established by the British, so it made no difference. But it's to fight them. So they collect all the money. So Barelvi goes to what is known as Ghazni. He goes to Ghazni, and he pays his respects to Mahmud of Ghazni.
He goes and stays.
He goes and stays there, pays his respect at the mausoleum of Ghazni, and they are not even connected.
But he finds a kinship
there, right? This man then starts the jihad. He believes that the only way that we can action this is by bringing back the implementation of the doctrine of jihad, which is an essential element of establishment of political Islam. So Dehlavi makes it abundantly clear, his intellectual godfather, that an Islamic state cannot function without wielding the sword of jihad. It needs that because it creates the way, it clears the path. So Barelvi also carries swords on his person, so that he sends a message to his followers that militarization of the Muslim community is essential. All of this happens. So jihad has been around for such a long period. Now the most modern, educated, sophisticated exponent of the centrality of jihad is Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, the first education minister of this country, who was a Wahhabi. And that I've explained in the book. Because he follows, he was a Wahhabi at the outset, that's the first thing. And the second thing is, he also is a follower of the other, let's say, figure that I mentioned of the 19th century, Afghani. Both these people effectively decided that why are we constantly emphasizing on the pacifist nature of Islam, and that's not the case. Jihad is a central doctrine, and it's not as if it's an internal fight with the demons inside. It is a very clear military doctrine. The establishment of an Islamic caliphate requires the centrality of jihad to be revived. All of these discussions happen. This discussion goes on from the mid-17th century and right until Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, who was presented as a nationalist Muslim to us. And I think he is the ancestor of Amir Khan. Anyways, the point is, Amir Khan's son is named as Azad. I think the surrogate son, is called Azad. So the point is, jihad is misunderstood when we speak of Wahhabism, when we speak of jihad. You see, what we start doing is, it must have started only after the Russian invasion of Afghanistan, and then Taliban was created, and that spilled over into Kashmir. The existence of the presence of Wahhabis in the 1800s in Kashmir is documented.
I have heard very, very senior government functionaries at international fora say that jihad did not exist in India, and no Indians went as mercenaries or no Indians brought mercenaries into India. Now, what you're saying is that is a farce. It's always happened for
I would say
hundreds of
those are the
years.
compulsions of running a secular government. I leave it at that. But if they really want to speak facts on history, I'd say, please, let's not have this discussion. One of us is bound to be embarrassed. Let's leave it at that. All I would say is the document. So there is a fantastic book called Partisans of Allah by Aisha Jalal.
Yeah, you quote Aisha Jalal
extensively in the book.
In this Jihad in South Asia.
Correct.
She's written about
Correct.
it. Yeah.
There you will see, and I've quoted even Sana Harun, she clearly shows that each of the founders of Taliban were the products of seminaries established by Deobandis in those parts of the world. Because you see, Deoband was attracting heavily people from Afghanistan. Okay? Considering that, it is possible to make the argument, and I would say one of the persons that you must read, one of the journalists whose work I follow regularly is Vicky Nanjappa.
Yeah.
He's written extensively on this. And he agrees that we think it's a relatively recent thing, but it's part of a longer phenomenon. So neither jihad is new to this country, nor Wahhabism is new to this country. So which is why in the introductory portions of the book, I've clearly said, I am going to make the case here that somehow we seem to be wallowing in this comfortable notion that neither jihad nor Wahhabism have any Indian connections. But let's bust that myth and make this discussion as uncomfortable as possible so that these secular myths are busted as early as possible.
Yeah, very, very ashuddho, Sai. So, okay. Sai, you mentioned Balakot,
right.
And I'm going to read out a portion of that. For those who don't know about Balakot, it's the same Balakot that Sai talks about, which in February 2019 we had the cross-border strikes. And he says, this is where he says that history tends to reward those with long collective memory. Now, while mentioning Balakot, he talks about Aisha Jalal's book, which we just discussed. And this is a quote from there. It says that Balakot in many ways is the epicenter of jihad in South Asia. It's also a point of entry into the history of jihad, struggle in the way of Allah in the subcontinent. It was here that Sayyid Ahmad of Raebareli, 1786 to 1831, and Shah Ismaili, 1779 to 1831, quintessential Islamic warriors in South Asia, South Asian Muslim consciousness, fell in the battle against Sikhs on 6th May 1831. And Sai talks about this battle of Balakot, where Prince Sher Singh was leading the Sikhs, and Barelvi was beheaded, and Shah Ismail Dehelvi was also killed out here. Balakot was the epicenter of terrorism hundreds of years ago. Is it coincidence then that India decided to attack Balakot, or history? There was a mark that the BJP government wanted to make, or the NSA or the defense establishment. Do you see a connection at all?
I don't think that the establishment was operating from a sense of historical consciousness. I think they were operating from a more strategic perspective, because Balakot was and remains the training ground. So the only way to send a strong message is not by killing the foot soldiers, but by killing the teachers themselves.
For hundreds of years, Sai?
100%.
Yeah.
That has been the case. So the Swat Valley and its centrality in providing home to the Wahhabis of that particular period, Malka, Sitna, all these places, they are not new. They are not the creation of the 1980s.
So not just the seminaries, you're talking about even training grounds militant Islam.
Yes.
Okay.
Huge. Because they've always depended on the Lashkars and the tribes to provide them with the cannon fodder. Right? And therefore they've established their institutions there. The British struggled to kill them there. Each time they would go, they would raise it to ground, they would burn it to ground, and they'll come back again. This has been going on and on and on.
And that's why there's no industry, no development in those areas, because historically...
Of course there's an industry. It's just the terror industry.
It's... Okay. The military jihad complex, right? Now, that has served them historically, and they continue to provide that cannon fodder that you call.
Correct.
Right? In Balakot. So when Pakistan put out those pictures and said, "Kauwe mare hain," and not anything significant, they were lying.
Correct. They couldn't have admitted that such a central spot was hit. And because, as I said, it doesn't have just a strategic significance, it also has a spiritual significance, and I'll explain why now. Now you see, when Barelvi was beheaded, They couldn't find either the body or the head. One of these two things was missing. And again, they said, miracle.
It's miracle.
Miracle. Okay.
Like Kabir.
What can't be explained must be attributed to miracle. Okay. And so it became a shrine. So people would go there to pay their respects. And not just the jihadis. People would travel all the way from Bengal, from Uttar Pradesh and other places to go pay their respects. Now, when someone tells me minority, fringe, people are contributing by way of money. Syed Ahmad Khan's family celebrates the fact that the Muslim community of that particular point of time was celebrating men and money, or rather supporting, contributing men and money to the Wahhabi movement. He says this in his book. In 1847, he says this in his book. And after the rebellion of 1857, when the British came down heavily on all these people, he redacts that portion of the book in the subsequent edition. He is celebrating the death of the very same person you read out, Shah Ismail Dehlavi. That Dehlavi is the grandson of Shah Waliullah Dehlavi.
Shah Waliullah, yes.
This is the history. How much are we going to be subjected to distortion further? Now, the important thing for people to understand is this is not an academic discussion कि खुरीद के आप अंदर से चींटी निकाल रहे हो. No, what you're doing is to say it is a continuing problem. It's a continuing issue. And if you choose to close your eyes to this and behave like an ostrich, that doesn't mean that the facts are going to change. It only means you're closing your eyes to your own detriment and to your own peril. I am not here to sell fear psychosis. I have presented, so the book has been around for 4.5 months now. It was launched on the 23rd of August. I have extracted primary sources.
Yeah.
Why can't people counter me on these facts? Let people show that these primary sources are lies. They won't be able to, because these are extracts from the official translation of the Muslim League.
Even your lawyer community, the other lawyers are now terrified that your book is now going to form a part of, the academic criteria or necessary reading for lawyers. So they are all very worried. And
I'll actually give them the bad news. The bad news is Cambridge has accepted both books as part of its library, digital library. Terrible news for them.
Terrible news, no? How are you going to deal with this?
How are you going to deal with this?
And your fans are saying that, look, counter him on facts, because your book, you have quoted God knows how much research that has gone in both your books, in fact, so it's hard. They are uncomfortable truths. Let me tell you this, it's not, whenever you say things, say when you just said on Azad, Abul Kalam Azad, even your views on Mahatma Gandhi, they are uncomfortable, Sai, if I may say so.
Correct.
Because anything that, you've learned since childhood,
right.
There is a comfort factor. Your teachers taught you that. Your parents taught you that. When you're saying Mahatma Gandhi and then you hear Sai, what am I supposed to do? Tell me.
I would say, have you watched this movie Matrix?
Yes.
I'm learning from Morbius, and who's giving you the red pill, and who's telling you, you're living in the Matrix.
Okay.
And is unplugging you from the Matrix, and was basically saying, this Matrix has been created by a combination of 3 factors: history textbooks, the sanitized political discourse, collective amnesia of this particular civilization, and the 4th X factor, Bollywood. Okay, namely soft culture, pop culture, so to speak. Not just Bollywood is just a representation. Through books and whatnot, we're constantly fed this nonsense. You speak of a Zakir Hussain and say this, he's the product of syncretic tradition. I'd say, you know what? He is comfortable doing the Saraswati Vandana. All the singers and of the Khans of that particular tradition are comfortable doing all of that, because it's part of that particular tradition. They've imbibed that particular tradition. But if you were to ask their core religionists if they approve of it, they'd be the first ones to be subjected to a fatwa. I'm not the one making this argument. How many people want examples?
He's living in California. It's very easy.
Correct. I don't know if he could live in Pakistan or even in Kashmir for that matter. I don't know how many people remember this. Every time an Indian cricketer celebrates a Hindu festival, despite being a Muslim or for whatever reason, just go through his comments, no?
Yeah.
Just go through the comments and the hate mail that he receives. Take a look at that as well. You see, the thing is, I don't have a problem with the good parts that exist. I'm only saying don't turn a blind eye to the parts which are dangerous, which are problematic. So, uncomfortable truths, I would only say that perhaps we are a crossroads generation whose comfortable worldview is completely being shaken.
Sai, intellectual elites become very uncomfortable with people like you. I had Anand Ranganathan here and Abhijit also, and they were like, people like you and Vikram and all, there was no hava to what you were saying. There was no oxygen provided to your books, not publishers, not literary festivals. And now those intellectual elites have to now accept that you're part and parcel of the conversation.
So there are three things. Hindu belief system says that some generation benefits from the prayers of the past. And I would say that we are benefiting at the expense of the bitter lives and deaths of previous brand of historians, of the previous generation of historians who did not get their due. So I would say, as I did in the introduction of the first book, that this is an ode, a Shraddhanjali to all those stalwarts, including Sri Arun Shourie. For him to have done what he did in the period that he was active, fantastic, amazing for someone to take those positions. You know your fraternity better than I do, so the less said, the better. So all I'm going to say is, we are benefiting from that. And two, the age of social media, apart from all the garbage that it has produced, has also given birth to democratization of opinion. Which means I'm no more at the mercy of the editor who chooses to cut, paste, or let's say chop my letter to him and then puts it in a manner that is suitable to his own ideology. That's not happening anymore. 3.
Did it happen to you?
Several times.
Okay.
Articles which were solicited were returned. I never said I want space. Give it to me. It doesn't make a difference to me. I'll create my own space. But you asked for it. I gave it. You couldn't handle it. They were returned for one reason or the other. आज space नहीं है, कोई और मुद्दा है. It's okay, भाई. कोई बात नहीं. That's okay.
Okay, point 3 that you were making.
Right. 3 is, I would say that the audience has had enough of this nonsense. So there is an audience that is hungry for this content. Which is why I loop back to your first question. Are we producing enough content to keep pace with the hunger of the audience? Actually, no. There's a greater opportunity here. They want decolonization of culture. They want decolonization of music. They want decolonization of history. They want decolonization of language and whatnot. Because we have just barely skimmed the surface of the surface at this point.
Is there an age group that you're seeing this hunger for more information? Are they just youngsters who are saying that, we got only one side of the picture? Or are you seeing middle-aged people, older people
13.
too? Yeah?
Yeah, 13-year-olds. 18-year-olds doing a fantastic job of critiquing my book in a very constructive way.
That jigyasa is that word.
So from that age group till I'd say the late 70s. They're saying finally we managed to see this before we pass away. And then this generation is saying, oh, this also exists. Now, the one thing that, allow me to make this humble correction, Litfes are no more able to ignore us.
Yeah.
No. Absolutely. And the reason is, what can you do when the public is accepting this content? You're not able to accuse me of plagiarism, which is your standard go-to trope, because I'm an IP lawyer by practice. Come after me and I'll rip you apart. I'll take you to the cleaners. Then on content, I'm saying I'm not claiming expertise here. I am standing on the shoulders of giants. I am doing what any scientific publication would do, which is citation, 900 footnotes and endnotes. Deal with it. And these are, you can't even go after the central literature because a lot of it comes from Pakistan.
Yeah. You've got that too. Not just Majumdar.
Majumdar.
Yeah.
I've gone to Pakistan. I've gone to Muslim publishers. I've translated as much as possible. All of this has happened. So I would say that I wouldn't want to take credit for what's happening. There is a willing audience. All I have done is tried my best to cash in on that particular momentum to ensure that the content satisfies their hunger to the best of my abilities and my limited abilities. So I hope more and more people come out. This is merely 1.0. We need better people doing this, trained people doing this. As a full-time lawyer and a practicing advocate who spends about 12 to 13 hours in court, what I'm doing is part-time. And I will do this only part-time because I have no intentions of transitioning to a writer or an author. I don't want those brands. I'm very comfortable with my identity as a lawyer. I'm in love with it. So I don't want it. But you need people to do this full-time. A few years ago, I happened to attend this small lecture by Sri Michel Danino, who was part of the ICHR then, under this government, and then he came out after his term. He said, we don't have epigraphists, we don't have archaeologists, we don't have people who know Indian languages, we don't have people who understand old Sanskrit, so on and so forth. Those are primary scholars. In the priority list of scholars, I'm somewhere in the 10th or the 11th rank. This is the grade that we want. But the politics surrounding this discussion prevents the talent from going to this particular scholarship, because everybody is saying, if I take up Sanskrit as my study, will I not be branded as Manuvadi, Hindutvadi, Savarnavadi, this Vadi and that Vadi?
Correct.
So I am basically saying, I will fight this battle. Others who are better qualified, please go and study.
Also rosy roti, no?
Correct.
I mean, you need a job. You need to work, unless you're one of those elites who, can't. I mean, we were talking about your law profession. I mean, the book India, Bharat and Pakistan, it talks about the constitutional journey of a sandwiched civilization. Now, Ambedkar, Periyar, Roy, they were all eminent lawyers, if I'm not mistaken, and they were intellectual giants also, and they were labelled in their lifetime. But if, hypothetically speaking, suppose they were there today, would they also think that our constitution needs to be shaved off of these colonial layers that we have?
So, I don't see eye to eye on anything with E.V. Ramaswamy. I don't, and I think he was someone who needed to be dealt with and countered on a very serious basis, because he has entrenched this fault line of the Aryan Dravidian myth in Indian politics. And it's an extremely poisonous, pernicious, malicious myth. So I'm never going to be able to call him Periyar the way I can't call Gandhi Mahatma. In fact, he would have been the first one to attack me for both my books, just as his followers are, right? As far as Dr. Ambedkar is concerned, he's a mixed bag. He may agree with a few things. He wouldn't have on quite a few things, including on my positions of what he thought was the reality of the caste or the history of the caste. At least I would say I know neither Sanskrit nor do I know tradition or the Shaddarshanas of the Hindu philosophy properly. So I'd be very careful about making any comment about these subjects. And he admitted that he was not trained in any of these subjects, and still he went on to make serious comments about these subjects, which is where he had a massive dialogue between himself and Gandhi as part of Annihilation of Caste, where he finally said, no, I have not read Sanskrit. My primary source is Satyat Prakash Dayananda Saraswati. This is all he has been able to say. So I'd say the one thing that about Dr. Ambedkar, perhaps I would say is, if he had been debated or engaged with, perhaps he would have changed his position in his own lifetime. That's a possibility. But the sad part of the current reality is, so-called Ambedkarites are not even half as read as Dr. Ambedkar, and they are not as open to engagement as Dr. Ambedkar. To that extent, I will limit it, because even on Dr. Ambedkar's contribution to the Constitution, I'll speak about it in the third and the fourth books, because there's a lot that has happened. There's a lot that we have inherited. So how much can we give credit to a particular individual for having drafted the entire Constitution? I'm not sure of it.
Okay, Sai, we talked about, the origins of, or the what should I say, about Article 295A, and that it's kind of, the blasphemy provision?
Yes.
In the Constitution that we have. Those of our viewers, listeners living abroad who don't know about it, now 295A deals with deliberate and malicious acts intended to outrage religious feelings of any class by insulting its religious or religious beliefs. Now there is, according to the Indian Penal Code, destruction, damage, defilement of a place of worship or an object held sacred with intent to insult the religion of a class of persons, punishable with imprisonment, which may extend to 2 years, or with fine, with both. Now, this is used a hell of a lot when it comes to the hijab issue, when it comes to everything, about blasphemy. What are your views about this?
Right.
Time to change it? What should we do?
So, just a small correction. Previously, you mentioned 295A. I mentioned Section 124A of the IPC, which deals with sedition.
Yeah, sedition.
So, here, Section 295A of the IPC, that I'll be dealing with in the third book, because that deals with what happened around 1924, around the Khilafat period, when Swami Shraddhanand is undertaking the reconversion of the Malkana Rajputs and all that back to the Hindu fold. So effectively he was undertaking Ghar Vapsi as an Arya Samaji. All of this was happening. So I think tempers were frayed, tensions around that particular period, and you have to realize that undivided Punjab was Muslim majority. No wonder it contributed significantly to the territory of Pakistan and electorally as well. So a very nasty pamphlet is issued by members of the other community on Sita Ma. It is in response to that Rangila Rasool gets published. And that leads to the litigation and that leads to the murder of the editor, so on and so forth, on the steps of the court itself. All of this happens. Now, obviously, then the government of that particular period, with the support and the advice of Mr. Gandhi, who said we need a legal provision to address blasphemy. So blasphemy comes with significant contribution and input of Mr. Gandhi.
So that's the other 190.
This is 295A.
295A only. Huh.
This is
Okay,
295
295.
only.
Yeah.
Sedition is 124.
120. Okay.
That comes to address the Wahhabi movement.
Okay. This is
later. Now you have to realize that before that something else happens. I think it's in 1921. 1921 or 24, I don't remember exactly. So the 9th chapter of the book, I would say please read it, and it's a crucial chapter. 9th chapter.
9th chapter. It's Malegaon, Malabar, Gulbarga and Kohat, the two-nation theory in action.
Correct.
Yeah.
Now you should read the portion about Kohat first, because Kohat is in NWFP.
That's 484 page, which is like with Malegaon and Gulbarga.
Correct.
Yeah.
So there what happens is, around Krishnashtami or Janmashtami, remember that by that time, the Muslim population of that particular place comes down to 93%, and Hindu population is 7%. That's it. They're outnumbered heavily. Someone writes a nasty poem on Sri Krishna. In response, members of the Hindu community, and I think Sanatana Dharma Sabha, a gentleman, Ram Jeevan or Jeevan Ram, I don't remember, he responds in kind. Immediately fatwas are issued, and just as it happened in Malabar, literally they were beating drums to invite people from the neighboring villages to finish off the Hindu population there. The Hindu population doesn't know what to do, so the heads of the community of the Hindu population, they go and they make a public apology saying this was a mistake, forgive us. But no, 3 days burning, looting, raping, ransacking, it goes on. No support or help from the British government. SOS calls go out over and over again, nothing happens. Then after the 3rd or the 4th day, when they realize what's happening, I think from the Rawalpindi cantonment, the British armed forces come in and they evacuate the entire population, which means there is no possibility of them continuing to live there. That's how almost the Hindu exodus of Kohat happens. That is effectively what
Kohat is in Pakistan,
Pakistan.
current day Pakistan, in case people don't know.
Correct. And you should see the exchange between Lala Lajpat Rai and Mahatma Gandhi during that particular period. Mahatma Gandhi is telling the Hindus who have come from Kohat, don't go back until the Muslims of Kohat are in a position to welcome you back. So don't go back. And I think they've not gone back still. Now coming to Punjab, fortunately the Hindu population was not in this micro-minority region. It was not 7%, it was significant. So therefore there was a retaliation. Saying that since we are in decent numbers, we too can respond now. And then when they realize that if this goes out of hand, you're effectively looking at a mini civil war kind of a situation. And so blasphemy as a law comes about. Now coming to the current day relevance and the contemporary relevance of it. On a daily basis, when you look at Twitter and quite a few handles.
And I'm talking about relevance only in India. In Pakistan, it's a different ball game altogether.
Correct.
And the origins are from undivided India.
Undivided India.
Yeah.
Now, one of the things that I think Dr. Anand Ranganathan and I had a discourse come debate or a discussion come debate on the subject in Pune earlier.
Yeah, I saw
late
that.
last year.
Yeah.
Right? It is my belief, and I come purely from the protection of the Hindu interest, despite being a practicing lawyer, but as a practicing Hindu, which is that the presence of the provision has made no difference to the ones who are comfortable wielding the knife, because the law is no deterrent to someone who's willing to do that. But around the Gyanvapi period and around the Nupur Sharma controversy period, I know of quite a few Delhi-based journalists coming from the Muslim community who hastily deleted all their tweets about the Gyanvapi mosque when they made fun of it. In the worst of terms possible, vulgar language was used, they deleted it. When they realized that if action could be initiated against Nupur Sharma, so could it be against others as well. That's how even I think Mr. Zubair also deleted quite a few of his tweets of the last 3 years, which landed him in trouble. So the point is, if we are to operate within the bounds of the Constitution, and if it has to be an equal, let's say, playing field for all concerned, it is not an equal playing field because some people don't seem to care for the existence of the law. In which case, at the very least, I must have a legal handle to resolve some of these disputes in a forum which believes in peace and justice. So 295A is an unfortunate existential necessity to protect our interests in certain ways. In an ideal world, I'd say, as long as you can have a civil discussion, there's no problem. And we have had several sampradayas in this country even before the advent of Islam and Christianity, which didn't agree with each other, but which were comfortable living with each other and disagreeing with each other still. They held competitions, they held shastrarth and whatnot. That's a different issue. In fact, they'd even go to the extent of spewing venom against each other. But somehow they managed to rein in the sword. Right?
But you now say that take out the Kshatriya spirit.
Yes, Kshatriya spirit is not the same as wanton violence. Kshatriya spirit is when someone says that we will challenge you despite the existence of the law. Are Hindus even deprived of the right of self-defense? I'll give you a straight up example here. In 1990, it's not as if the presence of the army in Kashmir was any less, right? We are in January 2022 or 2023, a few days away from 19th of January. So did the presence of the army prevent the exodus of Kashmiri Hindus or Kashmiri Pandits to be specific? No, it did not, right? Did the presence of the Indian establishment, the constitution, the police prevent people from posting plasters in Kairana asking for the exodus of Hindus? No, it did not. Did it prevent the massacre of Hindus in the aftermath of the post-poll violence in Bengal in 2021? No, it did not. So when people say there is the constitution, there is everything, I agree with all of this. But I'm equally a realist and I've seen what has happened. Did it prevent the massacre of Hindus in Kokrajhar riots? No, it did not. In fact, on the contrary, Section 66A and 69A were invoked by the then government through its then I&B minister to gag on certain handles such as even that of Mr. Kanchan Gupta, who was reporting on what was happening there. I know this for a fact. By evening, they removed the block, the gag on that particular handle because I had written a post specifically saying how this is illegal and what is the way to get it out. I'm not saying that is why they removed it, but they realized how drastic the measure had been. So somehow the establishment of the system and all these procedures seem to come in the way of access to justice of Hindus. So what am I supposed to say then? I'm supposed to repeat the golden lines of Mr. Mahatma Gandhi, who asked the Jews to go to the gas chamber when Hitler was pushing them into gas chambers. I'm not going to say that. I am only going to say, protect your family, protect your people, because you can't trust the state to arrive at the right time when you need help. How is that wrong? Is self-defense taken away from constitutional morality? Is it not part of my basic right?
So then what Pragya Thakur said, keep knives?
No, it's like this. The thing is, I wish Sadhvi Pragya knew how to speak in English and in Queen's English, because then perhaps her point would have found better purchase. Because she wore saffron, had a tika, and has Sadhvi in her name and said it in Hindi, she's obviously vilified and castigated. So you have lawyers from the other community around the CA actively telling people to buy arms. They went ahead and processed even licenses for firearms. I don't want to name the individuals concerned. And we can't even tell people, protect yourself. What is the difference?
Right. You're not just saying protect yourself. You're saying arm yourself.
No. So I'm not going to be a mouthpiece for anybody else. Let me clarify my position here. My position is, there is a difference between being peaceful and being pacifist. I am saying don't be pacifists, be peaceful, which means look at peace as the first option of resort. But if that's not something that's on the table and that's not even up for negotiation by the other party, then protect yourself. And therefore, Kshatriya spirit effectively says, रीढ़ की हड्डी को मजबूत करो और आत्मरक्षा के लिए जो कुछ भी करना पड़े आप कीजिए. जब आपके घर को कोई आग लगाने आ रहा है तो क्या आप उसके सामने संविधान का एक पर्चा आप उसके सामने वेव करेंगे? Is that going to happen?
That pacifist nature of Hinduism is supposed to have kept this civilization alive despite the invasions, despite the colonialism.
On the contrary, it's the martial spirit that has kept this civilization alive. The Vijayanagar Empire, Rana Pratap, the Marathas. Do you think they were being peaceful and therefore they were let alive? No, not at all. Pacifism has crept into this country after the introduction of the Arms Act under the British, where they chose to take away your weapons. And they chose to ban all your martial traditions such as Kalari Payattu, which is practiced in the southern part of the country. All these traditions were banned. So Kaliripayattu is effectively a martial art which is believed to have been founded by Sri Parashurama, and therefore it is in the Parashurama Kshetra, which is the entire from Konkan to Malabar. The entire region is practiced. Now the point is, it is absolutely factually and historically inaccurate to believe that the peace-loving nature of Hindus is responsible for their continued survival. No. It's the sword that protected you. Someone constantly wielded the sword. It's the Kshatriyas, the Kshatra, and the non-Kshatriyas who ended up taking the role of Kshatriyas. They were the ones to do this for us. This pacifism is the consequence of the moderate spirit introduced into Indian public discourse by the creation of this entity called the Congress. I say this very clearly, that it was done to diffuse a fire. A.O. Hume had 7 volumes of reports saying that there was an underground movement building with massive collection of arms, and there would be a massive repeat of 1857 or even worse. Then he chooses to come out with the safety valve theory that we need to create a political body which provides, let's say, a platform for ventilation so that this anger is dissipated. And therefore, we have our ears to the ground. That ears to the ground is the Congress.
Right. While I'm heading towards conclusion, I have 2 more questions. One is about 2 things which I want you to tell me. Difference between Hinduism and Hindutva. Is it the same thing or not? You've been asked this a million times, but still. Okay. Hinduism and Hindutva. And is Dharma and Sanatan Dharma the same thing?
Right. So, Hindutva is a religio-political civilizational construct which is resistive in nature to protect Hindu Dharma and its adherents. It is a necessity of the times we live in. Unfortunately so, even after several years of Savarkar's passing. And I've said this in my debate with Mr. Tharoor or Dr. Tharoor, that it came much before Savarkar and it was actually formulated by Chandranath Boshu. Not Savarkar. Savarkar did not coin Hindutva, it came much before him. And a detailed extract exists, an exposition of what is Hindutva. So Hindutva in that particular sense, Tva translates to ness, and therefore it's Hindu-ness. And it is to say, wear that identity with pride. So Hinduism is the object of protection. Hindutva is both the sword as well as the shield to protect that particular Hindu nature. That's the answer. Now, from my perspective, what does it translate to? I've clearly said in the first book that a civilizational attempt at rediscovering your roots and reinscribing your values on the political establishment is Hindutva, and it is perfectly justified. We don't need to be apologetic about it even one bit.
So Hinduism can coexist peacefully along with Hindutva. They don't need to be in dissonance with each other?
The existence of Hinduism in the current day is predicated on Hindutva being kept alive. If Hinduism were living in peacetime, Hindutva will sleep. But if that's not the case, Hindutva has to stand up. It is the Kshatra aspect of Hinduism.
Oh, that's profound. Okay.
Now coming to the
Dharma and Sanatan Dharma.
There is no distinction. To the best of my limited knowledge as an untrained person, my training has just about begun. See, Dharma is seen as a code of conduct. But if you go deeper, what is the meaning of Dharma? It comes from Rita is the root. From Rita, which is effectively righteousness in thought, it comes down to Satya, which is righteousness in speech. And Dharma is righteousness in action. So it is Manasa, Vacha, Karmana. That is the 3-layered philosophy between this. So Dharma is the final manifestation of Rita.
Okay.
Therefore, Rita is what is right and righteous according to cosmological balance. So whatever is meant to keep this balance in the same place and alive is Dharma. So Dharma is Dharayati iti Dharma, which is that which sustains. What does it sustain? This cosmic balance. Now, Sanatana Dharma is because it is effectively a principle of the universe, it is therefore immortal and eternal.
Okay, you were talking about Hindutva and Kshatra. Now, as we head closer to elections in Karnataka, this whole thing about Hindutva is going to come up because the Congress in Karnataka, I'm coming back to the present, the Congress in Karnataka keeps talking about the BJP being, that they are extremists. I think the word is ugragami that is used against the BJP, that they are extremists of Hinduism and that is going to disrupt peaceful society in Karnataka. Now, there are several elections which are coming about. This whole thing about who is a Hindu is something that is going to come again and again. And there is going to be weaponization of political Hinduism.
Correct.
That's going to happen.
Right.
What do you see the future of this intellectual debate degenerating into this?
Political discourse is rarely intellectual. You know this better than I do. It has no space for nuance. It has no space for layers. It has no space for patience. Which is why I stay away from the hustle and bustle and the ebb and tide of daily politics, because that's not my concern. My investment, hopefully, and the investment of my time is in the society. Because my hope is that a more Hindu-conscious society will produce better options as and when the times call for it, because I think it will, or they will. And therefore, this nonsensical discussion that happens at the political platform, I don't think anybody knows what they're talking about beyond a point. And I'm not saying this from a position of arrogance. I am saying this as a student of the subject, as someone who understands political science, that I don't know if they're capable of actually having this discussion at length beyond a primetime television debate. Because that would really show what is the depth of their knowledge and their understanding of their own positions. If you're not looking at the ideologues of a particular movement, you're looking at people who are contesting elections.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't want to even give them, and let's be real, I can't expect them to know Sanatana Dharma in its
But they are
most
the
profound best.
practitioners and they are the ones who are influencing voting public. So you know how important that is, right?
So between you and me, let's agree on one thing. Societal discussion has a certain degree of nuance. By the time it percolates, let's say it telescopes into a political discussion, that nuance comes out. But even the societal discussion doesn't usually have nuance. It is then in the intellectual elites where the nuance actually comes. So I would basically apply the Hindu philosophy of Desha Kala Samaya, which is to say, this platform requires a broad attack on a particular position or a broad exposition of a certain position. I can't help the fact that the nature of the process and the nature of the platform doesn't lend itself to nuance. But does it capture the broad essence of it? I would say it does.
I didn't understand Desha Kala Samaya.
Which
How?
is to say, a discussion that happens perhaps, let's say, in a seminar on Hindutva between academics is not going to be the same as a discussion on Hindutva between politicians.
Correct.
Right? So therefore, the space will determine the degree of nuance that is possible. However, the nature of political discussion is that it's going to be moti buddhi only beyond a point. Right? But to the extent that it captures the point mota mota, I'm okay with it. And there is a good reason for this. Why? This particular position has not had representation for such a long time and such a forceful representation. And as a community which is already lacking in options, I am not going to be nitpicking here to say I need someone who is able to define Hindutva with a greater degree of nuance. Let's get real. Then it falls upon the society to inform itself better, independent of the political discussion also.
So it's not just political, it's happening with this Pathan controversy also, and in Bollywood, the whole thing about Bollywood. No, it is becoming important, no? You saw recently...
I agree with you, but I'll tell you where...
all these Bollywood people, they met up with Yogi and they said that stop this ban culture, because unless you speak up for us, it's impacting on industry also now.
So let me say something which most people may not even anticipate. The speed with which the community reacted to the Pathan controversy is not the speed with which it reacts on freedom of temples from the state, is not the speed with which it reacts on environmental issues. So these insta gratification issues, we seem to be quick to take up to and immediately react because, oh, we did this, we got something boycotted, that was the end of it. Okay, but what next? So in one of my discussions, I've clearly said Hindutva or Hindu decoloniality has two aspects. One is the resistive. The other has to be very, very positive. It means make sure that your institutions are self-sufficient and are independent of the state. Make sure that your institutions reach out to people on two important sectors, health and education. Make sure that no woman from this particular community is ever unsafe. Make sure that no person from this particular community is ever hungry, ever goes unfed at nights. This is exactly what the temples used to do. That at the end of the day, before the temple is shut, the pujari comes out waving a bell. Is anybody hungry? Is anybody hungry? Is anybody hungry? The reputation that, or let's say the perception of the langars in the popular mind has to be the perception of people with respect to mandirs. Because at the end of the day, Annadanam is our concept, right? So these are certain positives. Now, all these discussions are not capable of being had at the political level. Because it's when you're in a constant election cycle, where is the scope for these kind of discussions? So there are two realms, I would say. The societal realm where Hindutva is spoken of and discussed and entrenched in better ways, in more positive ways. And then the political realm where it's a free for all, it's a battle. That can't be helped. I am not going to take away the right of the society to discuss and entrench Hindutva, citing the political discussion and the lack of its nuance. Sorry, the comparison is unfair.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Sai. And all the best. I hope your book does very well because it's like you said that you have cited so many sources and it's very interesting reading. And I hope not just youngsters who are interested in history, but everybody gets to read this. Thank you very much for coming
Very
to the
kind of
podcast.
you. Thank you for giving me space. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you very much for listening in to this edition of ANI Podcast with Smita Prakash. Do like or subscribe on whichever channel you have seen this or heard this. Namaste. Jai Hind.